My baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a small cloud asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time.
.490 players joined us yesterday here in the Venice of the North, but only 80 of them could convert to day 2 in Classic Constructed. only one of them is going to take home our grandest prize of all. And could it be Kassai joining her living legend colleagues later on today? Only time will tell. Ladies and gents, boys and girls, welcome back to the Calling Hamburg. My name's Kyle Mullings. Joining me is the lovely Erika Forslöf, and of course, off screen, Scott HowlingMines joining us later today. Erika, I am hyped to kick off day 2.
I am as well, and I am so excited because there are so many different heroes that made it into the top 80 today that is battling for the life in order to get into that glorious top 8 later this afternoon. And I don't even know how that top 8 is going to look like at this point in time, and that is what I love most about this meta, because anything can happen today.
Absolutely. Well, let's find out how many rounds of CC we are going to be playing out today. Before we get to that illustrious top 8, of course, yesterday it's a 490-player calling, for crying out loud. 8 Swiss rounds. It was a long one, but cutting to day 2, just 5 left before we cut to our top 8. Of course, it's not just our players here who have a chance to win. You have something to win as well with our giveaway promo card, that being the lovely cold foil hot stamped LSS Drinking Buddy promo card, available to give away only when you're watching the World Tour streams. So make sure you're engaging with chat throughout the entire day for a chance to be able to win that one. But while we've talked about what you guys can win, let's talk about what they can win. Tournament packs for everyone who's taking in participation here, but it's not about that anymore. No. It's about the big prize, 200,000 USD. Sorry, 20,000 USD. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? 200,000, dear Lord. 20,000 USD for our first 30-second players throughout today. First place taking home the lion's share, 5k. Second, 2.4, and a smattering throughout that. But there's some gold foil legendaries on the line as well for everyone who manages to convert to that top 8.
Anything is possible here when everything is on the line. Of course, we have the Pro Tour invites also for the Caviar's top 8 here. So all of the prize packages that is bumping up at each round that you go about it. I mean, even the $250 for making 32nd place in the 2-day calling is not bad.
Covers your hotel, covers your flight. World Tour points as well. Very important this kind of late into the season. Worlds is just around the corner, so can we see new people climb up the leaderboards? We all kind of talked about tournament packs. I think these are really cool. Not only are people playing in the calling getting these, but of course we have a showdown today. So people have their chance at more awesome marvels throughout this weekend. But that's not what we should be talking about. This is one of 2 remaining chances to get these gorgeous quick dodge flexers calling champion promos before they get replaced soon with Usurp the Shadow Throne, double-sided, gold foil, you name it, you've got it. I still have yet to see one of these in person, Erika. I want to see someone, maybe an Evan, who gets 2 and cracks one and plays with it. IRL, we'll have to wait and see. But these calling champion trophies as well. Scott likes to say you can use them as a doorstop. I feel like you'll be able to use them a little bit more than that. They are fantastic. Hopefully get to snag that away from our champion today to see truly how weighty these bad boys are.
It's a nice decoration for your home cabinet, that's for sure. I mean, these quick dodge flex are absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I mean, listen, everyone's playing this damn card anyway. So you might as well have the highest of high rarities, but you don't just want to buy one off the shelf. You want to convert your hero and you want to win the event. So speaking about conversions, let's have a look to see what the meta breakdown was from yesterday and what that leaves us with today. Okay, so Oscilio was at the top. 70 people playing this hero. Was anyone truly surprised?
I don't think I was, but I'm also seeing a lot of marionettes making it to day 2 with that 11% conversion rate. So all of that is really, really good so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Gravy up the top as well, along with that kind of fringe pick, which has been doing some numbers in that Dash.io. Hala, Bladesaint of the Vow, joining us at 5th place. This is a hero that got a hell of a lot of support from Master Pack Warrior, and, well, we saw it on stream yesterday. You don't have to block on out the entire game, go very defensive. Instead, you can lean one way or the other throughout. But we'll have to wait and see in just a few brief moments if they converted to day 2. I was kind of upset we didn't see more Tough Nut after Edinburgh. I was really excited to see more Brute, but we actually got the OG in Reinhardt towards those top tables. Let's see how many were able to convert, and that got trimmed down a lot. 27% conversion rate for our Constella Intelligence on Oscilio, only 19 making it through to day 2.
Amazing showdown here, and also for the Erecting Marionettes yet again. And if you're looking down the line, we also see Kassai here at 31%. I did not expect Kassai to do equally well, as he's been dropping down in popularity quite a bit in the last rounds, but Master Pack Warrior might have given her back some edges in this meta.
Well, it's not just her who's putting up the numbers. Zyggy Starlight, 28% of the players who joined us yesterday have converted that one through, and Hala, as we were talking about, 5 players making it out. Only 22 of them were able to make it this far, but that's still a fair chunk of warriors that can block well and send a lot of damage. Olympia joins Hala just below with a 25% conversion rate. But there's a big green man at the bottom of my screen. It's not Reinar this time round, it's the Riptide. We saw one on stream at the end of yesterday. 2 of them make it to day 2. That's a 40% conversion rate. Our highest conversion rate of any hero here into day 2. Take that as you will, I suppose. But Riptide is not the only ranger that is joining us. Marlynn, Treasure Hunter, the Guardian-esque approach from our newest ranger. She's putting up numbers. I played this hero last year at UK Nationals. I won 1 game, but I feel like that may be more of my skill diff than how bad the deck is. I think it's actually pretty decent. A lot of support has come out since last year as well for this hero. So, yeah, maybe a cheeky little upset or 2 could sneak our way. A few one-offs making it for the rest of the day as well.
And also seeing all of these old school decks also making it into day 2 here. We have Katsu, Dorinthia, and also one Reinar making it into day 2 here. So excited to see. I mean, we saw one Dorinthia yesterday, and I'm super excited to see Katsu also maybe later on today.
I'm interested here because we're seeing a lot of one-offs. We're missing shadow heroes. There's no Vincent here.
None.
Didn't convert. How very, very interesting. I believe there were a couple of pivots as well. Brody Spurlock has been playing Vincent for a little bit of time. Swapped on out to the Draconic Warrior of Fang, who also does not convert to day 2. Our only Draconic being Syndra. So very interesting top 80 converting to day 2. I'm just interested to see some of these, honestly, some of the well-performing decks, and honestly, some of the heroes who are a little bit lower down the table as to why have you chosen to bring a Marlynn to this calling? Why have you chosen to build Olympia this time round? Why have you chosen to pick those? Why have we decided to pick these people to watch? Let's have a look at our caster picks. Scott, HowlingMines. He's doing pretty damn well with his 2 picks.
You're not half wrong. I'm coming at you from the ghostly highs of Yara Thial. I could have maybe hedged my bets slightly better. The conversion rate is below average, but the 2 players I have that are still in the competition are far from it. Simon Nielsen, Tommaso Vasido, both just juggernauts of the Flesh and Blood space. 7 and 1 are more than acceptable, and clearly I'm being rewarded for sticking to my roots. I am a wizard player through and through. I should have just picked more of them, frankly.
It's just that easy sometimes, isn't it? Just pick the blue guy. Pick the blue wizard that likes to chuck damage down range. Yeah, commiserations to Liam, Sebastian, and Achilles, who of course drop out. We were just talking about Vincent. We were talking to Liam earlier, Scott. I'm a big fan of him pushing for Olympia. I think this hero is real. Maybe just need a little more time in the oven. Master Pack Warrior is very, very fresh.
Hard not to be a fan of Liam, hard not to be a fan of Olympia. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of that hero very, very soon.
Erika, show us who your picks were.
So on my end side of things, Arachne, a marionette, no custom to anyone. Doing really, really well so far. Paul Van Geisel hitting the 7-2, pushing down Gianluigi, who was 5-0 last time we checked in on the caster picks yesterday. But also we have Jacob Trossing, my favorite local, who is battling his local in the first round of today. And so it was going to be exciting to see, but I'm also super sad that the only 2 Swedes that made day 2 is also facing each other in the first round of today.
No.
So it's not a great start to the day 2 for them.
That's not even the team kill, that's the country team kill.
Yep.
That's brutal.
Yep.
That is truly brutal.
Unfortunate.
A number of UK players made it today too. We'll have a look through some of the other caster picks in a few brief moments. Yeah, I mean, no particular surprise that we saw Oscilio putting up some numbers, Arachne putting up some of those as well. So good picks from yourself. Jacob, you were saying, is a very not usually an Arachne player, is that correct?
No, he's been on Arachne for since national season, basically.
Oh, wow, okay.
But he's been dabbling around a bit. He used to be a Bravo main when he started playing 3 or 4 years ago. And he used to favor that Bravo play a lot in the first 2 years of his career, I should say, before branching out into other avenues, so to say. And yeah, he's just mastering every new hero that he's trying himself on, and he's showing that he has the solid foundation that he gathered from Bravo, playing that for 2 years, and just building on top of that excellence for every new hero that is coming along.
Well, you don't get to see my beautiful face on the caster picks, but I can tell you that 2 of mine made it through. Leo Toulouse and Ryan Debling, they're doing pretty decent numbers. Callum Young, Findy Shepherd, and Alex Chitu, not so much. But of course, it's not all over for some of these players. There's more going on this weekend. Should they want to play through some of the other events, side events at Callings as well. There's allegedly a showdown going on. So maybe we'll tap into that in a few brief moments' time. Calling Hamburg. This is the second time we've been in this city. Did you join us for the first time?
I did. And it's a very beautiful city, and it's a very fun local environment. There are so many nice restaurants in nearby, and the venue is a great location as well. And it's always a good time coming to Germany and meeting all of the locals here. They're always so happy to see you, and also picking up some German words along the way is always fun.
I kind of begin and end with Dunker, and that's I'm not going to try and butcher the language anymore. I'm simply a Neanderthal who speaks English. So yeah, I have utmost respect for you trying. What was this be? A third language at this point, if not more?
Yep.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, it's one of the benefits of coming to Callings at these type of events as well. You get to see the world, play the game, or vice versa, one of the two. Either way, you get to see new countries while you're slamming cards onto a table. Let's have a look at the standings to see exactly where some of these players that we were just talking about are well positioned or not today. We end day one with just 2 8-0s. Natan and Enes, Gravy Bones and Oscilio. It's a very blue-heavy 8-0 bracket.
I mean, last time we checked in on this, there wasn't that many Oscilios in the top 20, and we see that they are coming back with vengeance. And we'll see, how many is it? 6 Oscilios now in the top 20 bracket. And so finding out that Oscilio is not gone and forgotten, they are heavily in contention for the top 8 here today.
Absolutely. Well, let's move on to our 7-1s. I mean, a Kassai hot on the tails of our first and second place right now, only dropping around yesterday in our final round number 8. Leo Toulouse doing exactly the same there as well. So it's a good showing for a very diverse amount of heroes. Actually seeing 3 of those -IO inside of our top 20. Initially, when I thought about whether or not I was going to be playing this event, casting it instead, I did consider -IO. But then Master Pack Warrior came, and there's a lot of those matchups you do just need to dodge. Fang you're fine with, you can deal with that one, but he wasn't the main one that got a lot of that support from MPW, Hala, Olympia, even Dorinthia, all heroes we're seeing on this page. Hell, even that Kassai also. Heroes that you want to dodge. So very, very bold to see Dio as represented as it was, but Leo, Samo, and Thomas, they're putting in the numbers, they're putting in the work to make this one convert. Let's move over to our next page. Well, it's topped out by a lovely little smelly man in Riptide, Lurker of the Deeps. Yeah, a really interesting proposition to bring this hero to the calling. You've got to be confident in your game plan and your meta call to say that this is the right one to bring.
We're also seeing Betsy making a first appearance here on floor 79. Of course, I have to call that out. I'm such a Betsy enjoyer myself. Gian Rigi, Lia, one of my caster picks, doing really, really well for himself. So picking up here on spot 29. It's exciting to see. We also see a bunch of Zyggys on this table that is also making reigns for themselves alongside their non-wizard counterparts. We have Syndras also making a showing here today. Not -IO is not only the only aggro hero that is making stabs for themselves in this meta here. Of course, Ivan Tangi on Gravy Bones together with Addy from Sweden, also Gravy Bones.
That's a notable thing to mention, actually. We were kind of bigging up Evan yesterday, of course, being on that run to potentially perform a back-to-back calling win. The storyline yesterday was that in Edinburgh, he went 7-1 on day one, losing in his first round against Syndra. That story now pivots as he loses that final round yesterday as well. We go 6-2. We don't just go X and 1. We need to be flawless now for if you are an Evan stan to be able to claw this one back and bring yourself further up the table. But there's plenty of rounds to be able to do it. You mentioned the Syndras. I've got to get the Cup of TCG plug in. Ryan Devling still alive and kicking here, sitting in 32nd place, repping Syndra, that person who was able to take that first game off of Evan. Another UK rep in Jason Rolfe, a name that doesn't really need too much introduction. Been playing Zyggy now for a few events at this point, even played it at the Battleground in Spellbound in London the other week to a pretty decent success. Just missed out on that conversion to the top 8. Is he going to be able to change the script this time round? Let's move on to a next page, all the way down to 60th. It's a very blue page, this one, Erika.
I was going to say the same thing. There is a lot of Oscilio to go about on this page. A huge amount of, not a huge amount, there's 2 huntsmen actually making the reigns there on place 43 and 47 respectively. Also, of course, the marionettes picking up here as well. But I love the diversity of heroes that is making the reigns into day 2 here. And of course, every single person that is making it to day 2, all are in contention for top 8 today. So even if you're low on the scoreboard at the start of the day, if you manage to squeeze in those 5 wins, you're heavily in contention for that top 8. So never give up.
Just push for it. And hey, worst comes to worst, you can still cash if you get all the way up to 32nd and above. Yeah, really strong performing decks here. A few Kassais on this page as well. A little sneaky little Marlynn I'm seeing on this one as well. Very interesting. Deck proposition from them. And that takes us all the way down to 80th, a very familiar face, not only to broadcast, but to commentary as well. Michael Fung sitting here. I believe these guys are just going to be playing for placements at X3. I believe initially it was going to be a 64-player cut, but hey, we had enough people to be able to do a clean 80. Can still cash, so all to play for, even if you are sitting 65th down to that 80th. And that's a whole smattering of, honestly, random heroes. You got Jarl sitting towards the bottom of the table, a couple of those, and Aurora that we saw on stream yesterday. Really, really fun to see that one. Matthias on Hala also. More Marlynn. This hero is sneaking up. Maybe there is more support to come. I'm excited to see what they do with our very first Pirate Ranger. Anything else that jumps out of you on this page, Erika?
We have number 64, Mr. Katsu, who made it to day 2. Yorick Schult,
well done,
who is champion that hero today. Thinking that the OG ninjas still has a beat for themselves, and I am here for it. So super excited to see where he will end up today.
There's a lot of decks that run a lot of instants right now, and you need to block Katsu very, very well. Well, it was only 80 players that can convert to day 2, but it's not over and done with for you if you play a calling weekend. There's a showdown for you. Silver Age, the brandest, newest format here in Flesh and Blood that you can play, well, pretty damn easily. And we got it in our ear that just a few moments ago, there was a Silver Age battleground as well in Japan. It was Briar versus Flattering Showman on broadcast, and well, the Flattering Man was the victor. Congratulations to them. To the Flavo. Yeah, Flattering Showman. Bravo, Flattering Showman, man. What an interesting final game. I don't know how that matchup is for Briar, honestly. She's kind of the big bad right now. But
I think it's pretty good for Bravo. I mean, he has so much disruption, and he can dominate anything that he brings up from his arsenal. And for Briar, she doesn't block very well. So
not particularly.
She is having a rough time against the Bravo, unfortunately. But I think that she needs some good competition, because Briar is making some reigns for herself with her latest armory pack. And yeah, I think it's good to have some great competition there with the Bravo.
Chokeslam is a hell of a card against a deck that wants to continue pumping all their attacks. Well, if you are unhappy with Briar dominating your skirmishes or your battlegrounds or even your showdowns, then have your say in the Silver Age voting. It opens very, very soon. Bottom of your screen, the 14th of September to the 15th of September. Do not miss out, depending on your time zone as well. Could even open up your early morning on the 13th. Erika, who are you voting for?
Oh God, I haven't thought about this. I'm a Briar enjoyer myself, and I just took down a skirmish a week ago, braggings aside, and I love playing my old trusty Briar, but I'm also thinking that it's always fun to shake things up a little bit. Also considering that heroes are coming back that has been making their ways back into the meta. We have Ira, Kano, and Keo coming right back. And they cannot be voted out again for this time around. So they're making one season back in their greens again. And so my choices are with the heroes that are in the current pool. And I'm actually undecided at this moment.
Okay. Remember how the bans work for this as well. Once a hero comes back, they can't be banned for a season. And then if they get banned again, it's cumulative. They ban out for more and more seasons, depending on how many bans they've had. It's a lot, but it's good. It helps shape the competitive field, and you at home get to have a say in that. Anyone who has played a sanctioned Silver Age game this season can vote. So if there's a skirmish near you today, go. It is the final week of skirmishes, I believe, so make sure you lock in and go and play some of this brand new format for everyone at home. Honestly, I'm interested to see if Kano comes back, because Blaze just came in. So do they just swap? Is this going to be the dance that we see moving forwards? Because Blaze has been putting up a fair chunk of representation at some of these events recently as well.
We can't have a meta without a fiery hero making their reigns across the board and making life a little bit more difficult for those heroes that doesn't pack their AB accordingly. So it's a great addition to the Silver Age meta.
Remember, the 14th of September to the 15th of September if you're on New Zealand time. EDT, 13th to the 15th. Do not miss out your chance to influence the competitive field in Silver Age. I'm kind of happy that Ira's coming back, honestly. I just picked up a cold foil promo 000 Ira, and I cannot play it in anything right now. So she's coming back, and I get to swing either. Well, honestly, just give me. Just give me a sword, give me an Edge of Autumn to swing at someone's face, and I'll be pretty happy with that. Maybe even some Join My Dragons. Get those Avarash wings out of here. I'm not having any of that. Right, that's not the only thing we've got going on right now. Of course, you guys at home can get yourself a cheeky little giveaway, but we've got a spoiler later on today. It might be legendary. Some might say a legendary spoiler. We'll wait and see. You're going to have to just watch. We're not telling you when it is. That's not how this works. You've got to hang around, watch the games, enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it anyway. And join us for when we can reveal that a little bit later on. But without further ado, Erika, I think we want to throw it into our very first game of the day. And it could only be our 2 8-0s. Natan and Enes join us on the feature match for round number 9, our first round of day 2, calling Hamburg.
It's going to be super exciting to see Gravy Bones versus Oscilio. Natan, he actually beat me in a side event on Friday, and so I am super excited to see that that loss was not in vain. This guy is actually really, really good at these games, as it's shown. Unbeaten record, and Alex Cheeto at the first round.
It's not just Alex he's beaten, it's also Liam. It's also Leo. He is killing our caster predictions single-handedly. Natan, give us a chance. But yeah, 8-0 right now. And that field, certainly not some easy games, but the fact that he's been able to navigate all of them with success, fantastic from him. Let's have a look on the other side of our blue board. And it is going to be Enes Findik sitting at 8-0 as well. Another round 1-IO game, usually heavily unfavored for our Oscilios.
I mean, he has had quite a reign, a lot of diversity in the heroes that he has been facing, wrapping up with back-to-back Kassai games at the end of the day. And what a showing. This man does not fear any hero whatsoever. Anything from the Teklovossen to the Riptides to the -IO, Hala, Mario, and even the Kassais. He's just unfazed with anything that's coming his way.
Yeah, finding the Kassais towards the end seems like that was probably the true challenge of this run. There were some very interesting matchups, and well, getting potentially your worst matchup up front and center. hey, you know you're in for a tough day. So, yeah, congratulations to Enes to get this far at 8-0. Let's see if they can convert even further. Let's have a quick look at these heroes. Heroes which are not unfamiliar, not only to the broadcast, but also to this weekend's broadcast. Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter. Instant speed, tap your hero, destroy a gold you control, draw a card, then discard a card. That's just good for getting allies in the bin. And a blue card is input into your graveyard this turn. You may play cards with Watery Grave from your graveyard. And, well, hold up, I just put an ally with Watery Grave in my bin, and now there's blues. Okay, we can chuck any of those downrange should we need. Evan Tanguy being that final, most recent World Tour victor at Calling Edinburgh just a couple weekends ago. Give us a very quick rundown for Oscilio as well.
So Oscilio is a classic little combo deck. He loves to play his Gun in a Flash combo where he just pushes out all of those instants with the Go Again to just keep pushing those Gun in a Flashes again and again and again, having these massive combo turns. But he needs a little bit of a setup in order to get that ball rolling, and sometimes at the depths of what his hands are drawing to be able to get there. But it's combating against a board presence hero can be a little bit tricky because there's no clean ways to clean out the heroes with your Go Again attacks that you want to push face as much as possible. But of course, Oscilio has some tricks up his sleeves in order to deal with that as well.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. Let's kick this off. Round number 9 here at Calling Hamburg. The first game of day 2. And it is going to be Enes kicking us off. Quick rundown of the equipment suite, Erika. Anything jumping out at you?
So we have the classic Lightning Greaves Old Nocke combo. We're not opting in for the Fjandal Spring Tunic here, assuming that this game is going to go a little bit quicker, so we're not going to get that much value out of the Fjandal Spring Tunic. Braces of Belief, getting a +2 on your next attack, just pumping up the extra damage. So nothing out of the ordinary here. Interesting to see the Scuttle Toes, though, on Gravy's side of things. One way to bring in a little bit of arcane barrier into this matchup. So other than that, nothing standing out. The Crown of Dominion to bring in that extra starting gold is always helpful. We saw Evan Tanguy yesterday struggling a little bit against the aggressive heroes without any gold to support him. So that is one way to get some up.
Our Elemental Wizard in Oscilio. Playing 2 generic cards to kick us off. A Ravenous Rabble for 4, Go Again, into a Snatch for 4, pumped on up. The first Lightning card that we've seen in our Lightning Press. +3 pump to anything, any attack action card that costs 1 or less. This one can't target your weapon. Storm Shatter, newest card from Omens of Third Age. You can, but it costs 1. So not going to be seeing too much of that played, but we do see a hell of a lot of this one. Drawing on up here from the Snatch gives us some options on our arsenal. We knew there was the Astral Bridge sitting on top of the deck. How are we going to navigate this one? Could just filter this away with Oscilio to be able to draw another card, heal up the 3 with the Sigil of Solace, or park it in the arsenal. So many options here when everything you do is at instant speed.
I really like this play. We see already a lot of instants being drawn up, so the odds of hitting on the top another instant is fairly low at this point, so I think it's very, very good for Enes to park that in Arsenal for a later use, also when your opponent is forced to block a little bit more, as the first round is a little bit more easier to block.
Natan, forgetting to draw up on turn 0 there, which is, hey, yesterday was a long old day, so locking that in. Won't make that mistake for the rest of the day. And now we draw up and we discard a Sawbones. There's a very, very good ally to find this early on, especially if we're able to establish that. And now that that Portside Exchange hits the grave, we can play out this Watery Grave ally.
Yeah, I think Sawbones is one of the primary targets for Enes to try and clear out as much as possible, since Sawbones being able to prevent the incidents of Arcane that Enes can present from his instance is going to be very annoying. And so dealing with this Sawbones is going to be probably Enes' first priority if that hits the board.
Oh, a very early Prismatic Leyline, but hey, if you've got it, you've got it. Saltwater Swell going to get played out, activating the Dead Threads to pay for it. Coming in for 4, trigger on the stack, revealing a red. That does not get pitched away, but I suppose Silver Lining, seeing a Conquer the High Seas this early on, could be the tempo that Natan needs.
Absolutely. Unfortunate to not hit on the blue there on top, but we already have a blue in hand, so we can still play out the Sawbones and hit with that accordingly together with the Prismatic Leyline. So Natan does have a backup plan in mind here.
Activate Oscilio. Discard the Echo Flash. Trigger on the stack. Activate Volzar to Arcane. Draw a card. That is just efficient Flesh and Blood, I feel.
There's a lot of instants in this hand, though. Question is how Enes is going to combat this, because that is a little bit of the downside of playing Oscilio with this aggressive setup. You typically don't block really well. We, of course, have the Enlightened Strike blocking for 3, but it's a lot better on the offensive together with another card to either get 5 go again, 7 draw a card, or 5 draw a card, or a 7 on offense.
Creating that gold from gold-baited Hook's trigger on that Saltwater Swell. And now that Sawbones gets established, pitching away this Tip the Barkeep and that Lone Shark, which we saw coming clutch yesterday in Evan's second game on stream, being able to dig through basically a strong majority of the deck with the amount of gold he was cracking on a single turn. So not choosing to establish that early on this time round. Instead, needing to use it for its yellow pitch value. And just saying, you know what, 2 gold right now, this is fine. Here comes 8, not 6. Remember that ley line.
Yeah, I'll take 8.
And we're going to go ahead and take it. Enes feels that his hand is going to do a lot better work on the offensive. He's going to have the capability to deal with this Sawbones, hopefully.
You mentioned about the Scuttle Toes being brought in, of course, for the AB. Sawbones, basically Spell Void.
Indeed.
Brace of Belief within the top card of the deck, giving +3 minus the pitch value of the card that is revealed. So, cheeky little +2 pump on this one. The first attack, which will enter our combat chain. Of course, as we can see from the hand from Enes, it is only that E-Strike. And, well, earlier on, you said 7 go again. You know what? It probably will be 7 go again.
Really great play here from Enes. He understands that he would like this game to go over as fast as possible, not letting Natan establish as much of an ally or board presence as he wants to get to. So being able to use a Vasti, for example, in order to give your allies go again, in order to attack with them multiple times, in order to push things over, is not the funniest thing to have to deal with for an Oscilio that doesn't block really well. So Enes understands that he needs to push as much damage as early as possible in order to get that life lead that he needs in order to close out.
7 go again. Position towards Gravy Bones. One of those Constella contemplations put towards that bottom of the deck for later on.
Unfortunately, we don't see what's in the hand.
There is one defense reaction. There's a Blood on the Water, and, well, you would expect a hell of a lot of 3 blocks in this list. Oh, okay. Blood on the Water hitting a Blood on the Water, not getting that additional buff, so still only blocking 4 and losing one of your defensive tools. Sometimes you just have to ship it. Compass sees another prismatic ley line sitting atop the deck.
Interesting sequencing here. We decided not to compass before we hit the Blood on the Water, so we didn't really care about the extra value. We care more about what we can do with the card that is underneath, whatever that card may be, and we just accept that if it's yellow then or an ally, then that is just an extra bonus at this point in time.
Looks like we're going to be responding to the Sawbones trigger here. So while that layers on the stack at instant speed, we are going to be playing out this Constella Contemplation. We've not got rid of an instant as of yet. Kindle trigger on the stack. This now enters the grave, giving Starfall its activation, drawing the card because there's no cards in hand. Playing out an Astral Bridge from Arsenal. My God, we're storming off here with just these 3 cards.
We are cooking, but Enes is also making sure that giving his opponent priority windows in between each of the plays that he is making to make sure that everything is going correctly. Sometimes it can be a little bit too fast when you're playing all of these instants at the same time. So making sure that giving your opponent priority before resolving.
It's very important that the Kindle was played out here first as well. We saw that on top of the deck was that second strike, a non-hit for Astral Bridge. So we do need to resolve that in just a few moments' time. Just thinking about whether or not there's any reaction windows from either side at this point.
Seems like Natan is having a think here. We already activated the Sawbones here to prevent some damage.
Yeah, notably that I don't believe is resolved as of yet, though. I think this is the lowest layer on the stack, right?
So he's not going to do anything on this Astral Bridge.
What do you think the consideration is here?
After the resolution of Astral B.
The only instant we can play is the Gravy Bones activation in case he wants to discard a card.
So you have the information.
But can I do anything else? For example, Gravy? No. Okay.
It resolves all at once, just in that order.
Okay.
If you want, you can also ask a judge.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
So it looks like, yeah, they're just kind of clarifying of, okay, can I respond in between the ping on the Starfall, or does it all have to resolve at once? And, well, from my understanding, Erika, and, well, you're the judge here, how does this resolve?
So Astral Bridge will resolve as one card. So whenever you pass priority on the Astral Bridge triggers, then they all will resolve at the same time. So the Starfall is not a separate effect that triggers separately. All the text that happens on the card happens at the same time. And that was what Natan wanted to clarify, if there's any priority window in between here. But then that's a no, so he has to do what he wants to do before this Astral Bridge is resolved.
So we're going to be floating one resource. We get rid of an Entwined Lightning, so no instant this time round, but still the 2 Arcane will come through, preventing one of those. Now our Starfall on.
I play here and you respond.
Yes. I mean, I guess I could have. In the end, it doesn't matter. It's just
Getting into the tricksy bits here with all of the instants and all of the layer steps, and when you go in a little bit of a think tank, you might forget in which step we are in, but it seems that the players are resolving this as it should.
Notably, the Starfall effect targets hero, so we can't be doing anything tricky to be able to deal with the Sawbones, at least not with the arcane damage. Instead, we are just going to be shipping that second strike that we drew from the top of the deck, that Ponder generated from the Constella Contemplation as well. A very clean turn here from Enes, not only putting damage down range in the form of physical and arcane, but also ending on a card in Arsenal.
So getting clear of that Sawbones mission accomplished here from Enes, being able to push some damage across the table, but also being able to clear out the allies. But Natan has a trick up his sleeve. He says, I am also an aggressive deck when it comes to show Prismatic Leyline being a star show here in order to be able to squeeze some extra damage out of your cards.
It does feel like it was a little bit out of desperation here, just kind of gambling on the top of the deck to see if there was an ally. And, well, you can see that Murderous Rebel sitting there. There's no go again here. So sometimes you just got to play for the playline and pray that your deck's in the order that you need it to be. But this is simply just 5, no go again. And we know that it's the Conqueror of the High Seas sitting in hand.
So not able to get the shum out this time around either. So Enes is very happy to see that he does not have a shum to deal with on his turn now time around. A little bit annoying hero or an annoying Hala to deal with in terms of the 6 health, and Natan being able to activate its ability in order to force his opponent to attack shum instead of his hero can be quite annoying to deal with.
Blistering Charge, 0 for 4. If you played an instant card this chain link, it gets go again. And, well, Oscilio doesn't play any instants, does he? Surely not.
Quite a few, if I may say so. So I believe Natan understands that this is not the last attack that will come across his way, or the last bit of damage at least.
Blocking 3, Sunken Treasure, looking for a yellow in the grave of Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Have we seen one so far? Constella Contemplations, yes, they are indeed
Echo
sitting in
Flash,
tow.
yeah.
Echo Flash is a good target.
So, makes a gold.
Plenty of ways to make a goal while still blocking 3.
Very convenient.
1 damage.
Taking the 1 in the damage step, now going to be playing out this Sigil of Solace, still with that Blistering Charge available and on the active chain link. So healing 3, playing an instant, gaining go again, instant hitting the grave. Not only do you get your Volzar activation, you get your Starfall trigger on your Comet Collision. We're coming in for 5 arcane damage here.
Yeah, Natan is not spending any cards to AB1 here. That is not what Gravy would like to do. We would like to send more damage across the board.
Here comes your Conqueror of the High Seas. And, well, you only get 1 get-out-of-jail-free card with this one. Crown of Providence goes in. You've got to assume the Arsenal is going to be going to the bottom of the deck, denying that on-hit from the Conch. It looks like we may be considering if there's any additional blocks from the hand here, but no, just want to be holding on to this 5 cards in hand and drawing up a Kindle is not a bad card to have, taking 6 from this attack. Go again still available here though, so we can go just a little bit wider should we need.
Call to the Grave is such a nice way to get exactly the ally that you need for any point in time, not being dependent on whether you draw the exact ally that you need whenever you need them.
I like
Anka is being the choice here. So whenever you activate it by tapping it, you discard a card with Watergrave. The next time an opponent draws one or more cards this turn, they discard a card instead. So another ally that is can be quite annoying, that doesn't really play nicely with Oscilio's activation.
Yep, looks like on the layer of Anchor coming in before the ability can be activated, of course no cards in hand to discard, but still just want to be filtering out that Comet Storm. Looks like we find an Astral Bridge. This hand looks pretty damn lethal if you're an Oscilio player, but it also looks like there's so many lines to consider.
We're still missing that crucial component called Gone in a Flash on this hand, but as you mentioned, this is looking very, very potent, but also goes in line with the tricksiness that Oscilio can do with his Kindle, how to sequence that in hand, and playing out in a way that makes it as effective as possible.
Swing for 5, now that the Oscilio layer has been completed. Playing out that Sigil of Brilliance, just not happy with that sitting in the hand. It's not an instant that you need right now, considering there is no Gone the Flash to speak of, so you'd rather just dig one deeper through your deck. Notably though, this is beginning of action phase. There is a window to activate Anchor should we want to here, if you are Natan.
Let me think. Cards in your hand? 4.
Natan is contemplating. Despite all of the disruption that Natan sent last turn with the Conqueror of the High Seas, Enes still has a 6-card hand, effectively.
Yeah, provided that we don't activate this Anchor, right? In this position, well, actually playing out this Sigil of Brilliance may lead to being -1 card in the hand and simply only a 4 card instead of the 5 that we were holding on to a few brief moments ago. But again, digs you one deeper, closer to your Gone the Flashes, and maybe at that point, you don't really mind if you're having to discard one of the cards that you've sat on this relatively big turn.
It's a nice way for Gravy to be able to push more allies into the graveyard, activating these abilities in order to extend his possibilities, so to say, with what allies he can bring out from the graveyard later on.
Anchor activated, drawing up another Sigil of Brilliance. This has changed nothing. We are back to the same position that we were as Enes started out this turn. Looks like the Kindle may be the choice for the discard.
Yeah, Kindle might not be the most effective way to handle this hand. So I really like that choice here.
The digging continues as now an instant has hit the grave. Astral Bridge played out. Bolzar activated.
Okay, chest. Prevent 1, so taking 1.
2 Arcane, taking the 1, activating that Dead Threads and revealing the top card of the deck. No instant to play out this time round. Double miss so far on these ones.
So 1 arcane damage leaked through here, so this second strike is coming in for 4 go again. Beautiful activation here of Dead Threads. 1 ally has hit the graveyard this turn, so we can get a free resource this turn in order to activate that arcane barrier.
Can I check?
Of course.
Have a second strike sitting in the hand. That's like a quadruple strike. We swing for another 4 after this one.
4 on me.
Is that Sigil of Brilliance once again, though, that Enes finds either is going to be positioned in this arsenal or maybe even just played out? Options for that Oscilio discard as well, because remember, Anchor only discarded from the draw from Sigil of Brilliance. Still plenty of play lines to consider, and how quick do you want to mill yourself to be able to get to your Gone the Flashes?
As quickly as possible, I would say. And I think keeping an instant in your arsenal to play around the Conqueror of the High Seas disruption is really, really clever, because it also a little bit baits your opponent into, okay, please disrupt me. Oh, by the way, I can just play around it. No worries.
Psych.
Exactly. But it also depends on when Enes wants to deploy that extra card draw from the Sigil of Brilliance as well. So he gives himself a little bit more options, parking that in arsenal for later on.
Can you remind me, is Anchor the first time you draw a card?
I believe it's the first, yeah.
Goes.
Taking out
It's
that
not until
Anchor.
end of turn, right?
No, that's what I didn't think it was like a ripple away effect that many people think is the first time, but is actually the entire turn.
That would be sick.
Drawing up this hand, still no Gone in the Flash.
And one of the clear gotchas when you're playing against Oscilio, whenever they are blocking with their lightning greaves, that is your go-show way of knowing that they are soon time to go. As Enes is not blocking with his lightning greaves so far, gives Ethan a little bit more breathing room in order to find the little bit of extra damage he needs to close out this game before we get to that lethal combo.
Top deck's a chump off of the Gravy activation, now pitching that Eye of Ophidia to allow us to opt 2. Portside Exchange, and I believe the second card being a Loan Shark. What is our order for the hand here of Natan?
Thinking.
Cards in hand, tip the barkeep, and a sink below, so it's definitely not that offensive, and notably a blue. Not currently inside of that grave this turn.
Interesting to play Sink Below in the Gravy deck. Gives Natan some more mid-range capabilities and made able to convert his hand in more defensive ways. Not something we see very often. Blood to the Grave is typically the common 3 of.
So draw.
Bottom and top is the answer. Portside Exchange found, but most likely it's going to be using that as its blue resource. Tip the barkeep, located, played on out. No, I will not tip you. It will not go to the bottom of my deck. Gold Kiss Rum generated, Chum activated. Here comes a gold-baited hook for 4. Straight away, this Oscilio is getting triggered.
With an Echo Flash to boot. It's going to accept the Arcane there. There's no much we can do about it. We don't want to commit more cards here to prevent 1 damage.
Discard an Echo Flash, draw an Echo Flash.
Still have the Sigil of Brilliance in arsenal as well. Enes is really, really desperately wanting to just find his Gone in a Flash and be able to just go pew, 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 but his deck has buried those Gone in a Flashes way, way below comfort.
No reaction.
Taking the 4, gold going to be generated here, and Arsenal gained for Natan. That Sink Below, sinking its way, skulking its way into the Arsenal. Pitch stack reordered. Drawing up 4 cards. Here comes an absolute classic, your Ravenous Rabble.
Targeting you.
We are playing quite a few blue and yellows, but we are able to see the red on top here. Ravenous Rabble being such an extender in order to have that always on go again.
No reactions.
Coming in mostly for 4 if you play a red line deck.
Oscilio activation available here to be able to discard this Echo Flash, and considering we just saw a Flittering Charge on the top of the deck, does let us go 1 step further beyond should we want it. But with that E-Strike in tow, gotta make sure you have a card left over if you want to get full value here. That, or we're looking to Arsenal this card.
Also nice to get that extra information from the Ravenous Rabble. Knowing what's on top of your deck and what you're able to draw into from your Oscilio activation is always powerful.
One of the benefits of Braces of Belief as well, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I keep doing that because, you know, it's untap everything, beginning of turn. That's 1 Arcane.
Let me check.
It's doing a little graveyard check. What might be the last cards that Enes is going to present, and how are we going to defend ourselves accordingly? It's going to accept the 1. And of course, Natan also knows exactly what Enes has drawn into here, so he knows what is the follow-up. Or he does not, because we bottomed that card for E-Strike.
We bottomed the Flittering Charge that we saw on top.
Very disciplined play here by Enes, making sure to clear out that Shum. So if we draw into the beautiful combo, which it looks like we have accomplished. You didn't see it, but I did.
There it is.
There is the Gone in a Flash. Finally. And a really, really good hand to boot as well. We have the Electrostatic Discharge. We have a very, very clear board. Of course, the Anka is hitting the board right here. But I think Enes is very comfortable to send the Lightning Greaves on blocking duty and prepare himself for a go of turn.
Here we go. Strap yourself in. If this is your first time seeing an Oscilio combo, you're in for a corker. Absolutely. Okay, -1 counter on the Lightning Greaves. Thank God they have Battle Worn.
Let me think.
Gone in a Flash in hand. Constella Uplift, Electrostatic Discharge, Comic Storm, Consigned to Cosmos Shock, and of course that Sigil of Brilliance 4.
This is going to be a massive turn. This is exactly what you would love to see as an Oscilio player. I don't think there's anything else you can add to this. This is just beautiful.
Okay, check one thing.
Double checking exactly what this card does. And while both of these players would have seen this across from them or in their hand many, many times, you've made it too far to fall over to a trick that you think works a way that it does in your head, but may work slightly differently. So just double check everything. Give us a quick run through of what this Gun and a Flash combo looks like. Why does this work the way it does, Erika?
So in the combination of Gun and a Flash and the Stella Lightning Greaves legendary boots here, activating Lightning Greaves makes all of your instants gain Go Again. And so all of your instants are now actively pushing Go Again for this Gun and Flash. Even though Gun and a Flash doesn't have Go Again, doesn't matter. You're just generating action point upon action point on every single instant that you play. And the instants on themselves, they don't consume any action points. So that is amazing. And so you're consuming action points, playing your Gun and a Flashes. You are playing out your instance that is bouncing Gun and a Flash's ability back into your hand. And you just keep that ball rolling for pushing force and force and force and force until your opponent is hopefully dead. And so seeing as many instants as possible converts into another 4 damage for each instance that you have. So of course, the more instants you have, the better.
This is quite interesting. I believe that Enes is responding to the trigger of Blood in the Water here to be able to fizzle it.
Indeed. So one of the tricks that we have with Gun and a Flash is that you can respond to this at an instant speed, meaning that if you have a trigger on the stack from a defense reaction like Blood on the Water or even a Sink Below, you can deny your opponent the capability of activating that card, essentially.
Block 6.
6 blocks on the 7. Electrostatic Discharge to give the +3 and, of course, regain that action point. Now that an instant hits the grave, we are going to tap our Volzar, player Constella Uplift, ping for 1 Arcane. Actually, ping for 2 Arcane with the with that on the stack. And then untap our Staff, regaining not only our AP, but also the Gun and the Flash in the hand. Perfection. It's lined up. The self-mill from Oscilio works wonders.
The Constella Uplift doing some real uplift here for Enes.
Yep.
He's looking to push a ton of damage this turn, and Constella Uplift is doing exactly that.
4 again from the Gun and the Flash.
No blocks.
I have no reactions.
No blocks, no reactions, taking the 4. Now in the damage step, playing out another instant. This time the Sigil of Brilliance from the Arsenal, bouncing this card back, sending 4 again. 2 cards in hand. One of them for Natan does not block. There's a Sawbone sitting there. We are going very, very low on this turn.
So the biggest consideration here for Enes is if he would like to send Gun and a Flash one last time without having an instant at hand, meaning he will basically just commit that Gun and a Flash for graveyard instead of keeping it in arsenal. It's 4 damage versus having a possibility to keep sending that Gun and a Flash for the future turns. And I believe that we are able to push lethal on this turn. So I believe that Enes is comfortable to push
Me.
that Gun and a Flash over.
Interesting. So the way that Volzar was activated the first time actually just hovered that amp for the next ping, and this is going to be coming in on this Consigned to Cosmos Shock. So instead of doing 2 and 2, we're doing, I believe, what's this, 3 and then 1 on the first one. So it works out the same, but harder to prevent with things like Shelter from the Storm.
Yes, exactly. the hidden information.
So with only 1 AB, Enes is making sure that he is squeezing as much damage as humanly possible, also showing that he understands perfectly how to get the most value out of his hero. That is why Enes is sitting here comfortably at 8 and 0 at the start of day 2. Really goes to show.
Denying that Plug in the Water trigger is effectively healing 1 as well. Stopping 1 level of prevention from Natan, right? Because if it was an ally either in the hand or at the top of the deck. We could have activated that dead threads a little bit earlier. Instead, now it's going to cost a gold to do so to be able to get a free point of prevention. Do we ship the 4 and force the blocks out of the hand, or do we just say enough is enough? No, we send the 4 and say my deck has enough gas to be able to kill you off the top 4 cards that I'm going to be presenting next turn.
Yeah, and remember, the less cards that your opponent has when you as Oscilio player is going to draw up, all of those instant shock abilities that you're able to present towards your opponent is going to be effectively lethal on the next turn. So even though this 4 is not looking into too intimidating at this point, drawing more cards out of your opponents is exactly what you want to do in order to set up a secure kill next turn.
Difficult decision point here. 2-3 blocks in the hand, one of them being a Call to the Grave, the other one being a Saltwalker Swell.
So we would love to try and cover up as much damage as possible. It wouldn't surprise me if Natan grabs the dead threads and committing that to block in order to keep himself as healthy as possible, just to keep himself as far away from that ping range that Oscilio is famous for. Sitting there at 4 life at this moment, it's very, very close. And Oscilio comfortably at 12. It's going to take a lot on Natan in order to push this back from here. But he has to play it for his outs, of course, and considering what is the best opportunity for me here.
4 to 12. 4 damage on the chain. A block has to be committed here for us to have any real chance of staying in this game.
Of course, you would love to keep a blue in hand in order to play that out, in order to play another ally out. That is how we're going to prevent more damage from the upcoming turns. Like getting a Soulbones out would be huge at this point in time, but we're only committing the dead threats in the end.
1. 2 instants, one of them being a Starfall trigger will do it now. Playing this Call for the Grave, are we seeing a response from Enes? It looks like we're activating Oscilio, discarding this Astral Bridge, drawing up a Constella uplift.
Oh, this is looking grim.
Which I believe takes us above the range we need of AB1. We play out the uplift, we tap our Volzar to Arcane. You've got no prevention effects this time round. Congratulations to Enes, who pilots Oscilio to now our only 9-0.
Amazing play here by Enes, really showing the masterness that is required from Oscilio. I don't think Oscilio is an easy hero by any means. There are so many intricacies with that instance, making sure that you get the most out of your gun in a flash turns. I mean, sometimes you can have that little bit of a mediocre gun in a flash turn and you just pop off because you just are a little bit too eager before understanding where you want to land with that gun in a flash turn. But Enes is just making sure that he has all bridges covered, having that massive gun in a flash turn. But also I want to commend Natan for doing the absolute best job. Going down to 1 is basically saying, I need these cards in order to be able to squeeze that last damage out of you, and just hoping that your opponent doesn't have it, I think was the only out that Natan was able to find in the end, and Commander is so, but unfortunately was not enough to Commander at the big gun in a flash turn.
Playing to win, not playing to lose, right? It's that small decision point that you have to make. So yeah, while commiserations, we lose one of our 8-0s to an 8-1, but now we have a 9-0 Oscilio sitting pretty and poised for that top 8. Just a few more games to play out today inside of this calling, but a little birdie's telling me that there's more callings and maybe even a World Championships coming up very, very soon. Bonjour to Paris as the World Championship joins us there in November 5th to 8th. Erika, this event's going to be sick.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to this. We're going to play Usurp at the Else of Anything. We're going to see Levaya Shadowboard A Domination, this gorgeous marvel making its way through the souvenir package exclusive that is on sale as of right now. So make sure that you pick one up if Levaya is your fanciest hero that you would love to play in the near future.
If only anyone on the broadcast team cared about this hero. I mean, I wonder. I would assume that Mansant will be getting a number of these. Maybe not even just one for his deck, but we'll wait and see. The souvenir package to give you... souvenir package. Look at this. Like, not only do you get the Marvel, you also get the awesome playmat with that art. And honestly, one of my favorite looking promos that we've had today, and this is almost trumping the London Sink Below promo that we had there. This Joan of Arc inspired outed EA Rainbow foil. As an Aurora player, these cards are in the deck. This card's pretty damn good. 0 for 3, go again, and look at the way it just stares at you. A true piece of artwork there. Not only that, get yourself a cheeky little box to usurp the Shadow Throne. So you could get more Marvels, more Legendaries. Hell, this pack could pay for itself if you manage to get that the very, very exclusive brand new Fable, the Gem to End All Gems, of course. It's not just that. If you want to buy anything from the store at World Championship Paris, usually some very cool merch, get yourself some cool extended art promos as well. Pull from beyond. Opt to banish top card of your deck. If it's red, create a gate. If it's yellow, create a gate. Guess what? If it's blue, you make a gate, depending on what colours you're playing. Shadow action, block 3. You can see these cards being very relevant. So yeah, pick up one of these and, hell, trade them between your friends. So 3 of you will get a playset of one of the colours, I suppose.
And I love seeing the merchandises that are available at World Championship Paris. I would always recommend anyone new to Flesh and Blood that if there's one event that you should absolutely go to, it's the World Championship. It's the creme de la creme of the championship that we are gonna see here, where the best players in the world is gonna be the best merchandise booth, is gonna be the best cosplayers, is gonna be the best allies, and this is gonna be just an amazing good time. So make sure that if you are having an opportunity to go to an event this year, make sure that Paris is on that list.
We've talked about how beautiful some of these card arts are, and well, if you've got some favourite card arts, make sure you are stay tuned to all of the socials to find out which artists are going to be joining us for the, as you said, the creme de la creme of Flesh and Blood events. There's tons and tons of amazing art, amazing French artists as well, who you would assume would be there. I'm really hoping that Azul Miosa is there, who's done all of the Aurora art. I want to get all my stuff signed. You might even be able to get Jessica to be able to sign your Corrupt and Conquer, the promo event that are running all throughout that weekend. You can get yourself the newest of the C&Cs. This one in a shadowy option, Marvel version at that as well. This looks sick. This is a return. I'm gonna say this is a return to like that Monarch brutal art style that we've seen for so damn long. I've been waiting for it. I want to know who this big dude at the back in front of the moon is. Who is this guy? He looks fantastic. You got some bloke riding on a drake in the back. Like, this is metal as all hell. You don't need me to explain this one. This is basically C&C that you can play from your banish as well. A very, very interesting proposition there. We talked about the Joan of Arc outed, but I just need to zoom into it a little bit more. It's just good. It just looks great. Dory, who's got a little bit more support through Masterpack Warrior. Suspect we're going to be seeing this hero more and more, so why not jammer on an artwork, our very own Joan of Arc.
And it's a promo event, so making sure that it's not only the souvenir package that gives you access to these outed cards, you can just keep playing your events and get this card as an extra bonus. And hell, you might even face one of the pro players like me playing the promo event on Friday, facing Jacob Clements round 1. Why not? Having a great time playing these amazing players is always a fun time. And getting a promo at the tail end of it, maybe some tickets to go to the prize wall as well. Always a good time.
Prize walls are sick. Prize walls are very, very cool. Love grabbing those. If you are lucky enough, skillful enough to be able to qualify for your World Championship, well, we've been talking about this outed art. There's a blooming playmat for it as well. This is me putting it out into the world. I need one of these. Please hit me up if you have one that you do not want. This art looks sick. The mat looks great. And of course, because you are committed to the World Championships, you may not get a chance to play in some of those side events. So you get yourself a promo outed. You get yourself a Marvel Corrupt and Conquer as well. They all look fantastic. Beautiful. And, well, this is what you get. Congratulations for qualifying for your World Championships this year. Paris cosplay. A lot has been talked about this weekend around cosplay. Of course, the announcement of the new cosplay packs, which are going to be coming out in Seoul. Cosplay available to sign up now. So find out all of the details on socials and on the LSS Flesh and Blood website for that. We had a cosplayer, two cosplayers that I've seen so far at this event. We had a Bravo who was playing Bravo and actually almost converted to day 2.
So close.
We also had someone cosplaying the Meteoric Impact Wizard as well, which was very, very cool. I believe they were cosplaying yesterday. Not sure if they're doing it today, but see. Again, check out socials. See if we can find out some of these awesome cosplayers because they are truly bringing our game to hey, guess this. They're bringing it to the Flesh and Blood. Hey, there we go. All right. So we're going to kind of get ourselves prepped for this next game. Round number 9's done. Round number 10 is just over the horizon.
Yep.
And on the horizon, maybe a new horizon, is going to be a Marlynn on the stream. Not something I expected here at the Calling Hamburg, but our Rangers rejoin us for more Arrow madness. Grab yourself a snap and a drink when we return. We come with round number 10. Ahoy there, mateys! We are in for a piratey themed game coming up for you very, very soon. We've seen a number of gravy T-bones on the stream. We've not seen the treasure hunter in Marlynn as of yet. I'm very excited for this one as a kind of OG Marlynn player who then very promptly transitioned away from the deck. Listen, Nats was a crazy time, Scott. Nats was a crazy time.
Reliably informed.
He's going up against a Zyggy, which is going to be quite an interesting matchup considering a lot of those on-hit effects. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Me too.
For my Ranger fans.
I'm a big Ziggles McGiggles enjoyer. We all know I played the deck back in the feature match at the world premiere, and I've been having a ton of fun dabbling since. It's actually a matchup I have a decent amount of experience with, and there's a lot of nuance to it. So I'm kind of excited to talk about that when we get into the game, because there's just some high-level stuff that I think most players maybe aren't aware of.
Well, absolutely. Well, you talked about a previous event. Let's talk about some future events as well that might even feature your face as well on the coverage side of things. My apologies. We are not looking at coverage future events.
I was very
We're actually looking at the standings for today.
I'm all good.
Let's have a gander at where we stand after round 9.
Yeah, no worries. Simple stuff. 1-9-0 left at the top of our leaderboard now, and it's just putting on a bit of a clinic on camera for you there at the start of the day. Doesn't mean they are the only one in contention, though. I am gravitating towards the top 9 of this screen, but everybody you see here in the top 20 and a little further on, still very much in contention for top 8 here. Pretty clear that we have a lamp problem. There is a decent amount of Oscilio rocking the show, but I'm more interested in a few of the standouts here. Tom Preyer, the Table 1 standout there. Dash.io aficionado, just a specialist through and through. Leo Toulouse, similar story. Adam Urban was the person who took down the Battlegrounds on Hala before the Mastery Pack Warrior support, and is sitting here rocking the show at 8-1. He is the Hala player right now, and is trying to show you that you should be interested in the deck. And then we look at Daniel Brockhage in third here, who's just still alive with Kassai, still has the ability to bring an end to that story. There's just a lot more threads to follow than it looks like on surface level.
Yeah, still a lot going on. Adam Urban, the blueprint for how Hala should be built. On the right-hand side of your screen as well, still some notable names on your pick. Simon Nielsen, still in the running, 7-2. Our Olympia, who did an absolute showing yesterday. Benjamin Westmore sitting at 7-2 as well. There's a lot of these names who are still in contention for top 8. We are far from locked as of yet. Let's have a look on our following page. And, well, a name that needs very little introduction, Evan Tanguy, sits there at 21st. Not down, not out, but on the fringes of it coming in to round number 9.
Yeah, a couple of Ziggies on this page here as well. We see Gianluigi Leah on Betsy, still very much in contention here too. More than one Kassai. I want to give a shout out to Yorick Schultz, who came and joined me outside of my restaurant last night after we'd finished the show. Was like, I'm on Katsu, what have I got to do to be on camera? I was like, what's your record? 6-2. Well, you probably need to win 2 or 3 games and then we can probably have a conversation. Has done the hard part of that to start the day. Sitting at 7-2, still very much in contention there, which is fantastic stuff all the way through. Couple of Arachne Marionettes, see some Marlynn as well. It's all good stuff.
Reinhardt available on this screen as well. Your Marlyns, you name it. We've got some absolute heat on this page and some decks that you would not suspect to pop out here. Matti Salmi on the screen, sitting at 32nd. I believe the only Olympia on this page. It might even be the only Warrior on this page. Nope, seeing a Kassai in the bottom left as well. But even then, we were talking and we were bigging up about how much Warrior would have such an impact. It's still a fresh set. People are still brewing. There's a lot of Warrior, or a lot more Warrior than there has been in, well, very recent memory.
I want to kind of double down on that. Yes, maybe it's not overwhelming the leaderboards, and I think that's a good thing. At the end of the day, I would be a bit concerned if we found ourselves in Warriorville, USA all of a sudden. But given that we're so close to the release of Armory Deck Olympia, so close to Mastery Pack Warrior, there's still clearly some things to solve there, yet these decks are finding their footing despite there still being some refinement left to do. That's really exciting to me. A little bit further down, our X and 2s are done here. These are players now that are still very much alive for cash. I wanted to take a quick look here. There's a few names: Jacob Trossing, caster pick; Ryan Debling, your caster pick. But all in all, our Arachne Huntsman's falling off ever so slightly as the day continues to age.
Yeah, I believe 6 and 3, especially at this point, won't make it for top 8. I think they're out now. But hey, there's cash still
money
to grab. So yeah, even if you don't win at a calling, you can still go home and, well, either pay for your event or just have a little bit more money to spend at vendors if you're at a calling as well.
You get it. You get it. Every time I top a calling, every single time, it's like, I know I have to wait a little while for the prize money to turn up, but I'm going to go math it a bit. I'm going to take the amount of money I've just earned. I'm going to walk over to a vendor and I'm going to buy something for the deck I just did well on. And it's just a ritual for me. And that's why so many of my cards are not shiny.
Is this a joke about you not topping callings?
I have a problem.
Well, I don't top callings either, so you're fine.
That's fine. I appreciate it.
I've won 3 skirmishes.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
Well done. Sounds like we're ready to dance down in the feature match area.
Absolutely,
so I don't want to keep people at home waiting much longer. If you are rocked and ready, we'll get locked and loaded. It will be Giulio Monaco on Marlynn Treasure Hunter against Kim Scheerer on that Zyggy Starlight deck. Looks like we had the choice to go second here from Marlynn. Not what I would expect in this matchup a lot of the time. Normally, you're going to be wanting to just lock and load, overload a harpoon as best possible. But letting Zyggy go first gives you more breathing room. There's no free auras being established. And that's a big part of this matchup. We have a card like Battering Bolt that can really rip through the walls of a deck like Zyggy, force them to play their instant speed interaction when they don't really want to. However, you can also find yourself staring down harpoons that don't do very much. And that's kind of why this matchup is a little close. I tend to think it's a little bit Zyggy favored, but there's definitely maneuverability on both sides.
Yeah, the first and second pick, I'm sure we'll get into it in a little bit, in a few moments when we jump into the game. But it feels like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. If you go first, establish an arsenal, well, then what? They've just played out loads of free auras. If you go second, at least, well, they're having to expend their turn and be a little bit on the back foot in that regard. Let's have a quick look through what Kim's run has been so far. Only 2 games they've dropped. Benjamin Westmore and Olympia. Jacob Trossing on Arachne Marionette. It's been a very Guardian-pilled run for Kim, playing not only to Jarl at the end of yesterday and one at the beginning of today, but also a Betsy early on. A lot of very defensive-leaning decks that this Zyggy has been able to top.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by all too much here, to be honest. Arachne Marionette is quite a close matchup for Zyggy in general. The pressure of Flick Knives causes some situations that put you under pressure, but also deny marks in a lot of weird spots as well. So it's dynamic. Not surprised to see us splitting the difference on that one. Losing to the fatigue version of Olympia, I've tested that matchup a decent bit, and it's actually surprisingly difficult for Zyggy to get enough damage through in the end game. If they can survive the goal in a flash turn, it tends to be a pretty negative play experience from there, and that's almost certainly what we saw happen.
Let's have a look on the Marlyn side of things, and I think that's the first draw we've seen on stream against Laura on Oscilio. Outside of that, though, it's been just a smattering of dubs. The only loss to Anton on Arachne Marionette, notably the only Arachne that they have played. A Rhino in round 1 as well. That is a pretty polarizing matchup usually for Marlyn, I think. You need those cards in hand, and, well, she's almost Guardian-esque in the way that she wants to block. Intimidate does not let you do that. And either way, we got it across the line. A couple of gravies in that Pirate v Pirate matchup, and then playing against a Kassai in round number 9 against Paolo, who we saw on stream yesterday. I suppose when you're a treasure hunter who wants to be snatching away the gold with your gold-baited hook, pretty good against a hero who wants to be drawing cards with it. Yeah, it's true in the Gravy matchup too. That one can be a little sticky sometimes, but the gold-baited hook fight is easily one of the most fun parts. Just nicking gold from each other makes that into a really, really dynamic game. If you're unfamiliar with our heroes, I'll take you through Zyggy. Don't worry too much about this hero ability. It will come up. The deck is very much built to resolve around one of these weapons at the moment, be it Iris of Reality or what I would expect to see in this matchup, Reality Refractor. We're going to be landing one of our auras, trying to chip in with it, and then utilizing its ward to just provide some protection on the way back from gigantic harpoons. However, if you do find some of these lightning foe generators, some of these duality style effects, you can blink away one of your corrosive space dusts or something of that ilk, find some extra arcane damage in the process. So not a non-factor, but definitely secondary to the weapon and the overall game plan. Marlyn, a hero which you may not be as familiar with. Action Destroyer Gold, you control a Golfin Harpoon token in your hand, and whenever you draw a card during your action phase, put an arrow from your hand face up into your arsenal. The bow don't load, Scott. This is the only way you're going to be doing it outside of action cards. Notably, at the bottom of the screen, you'll see both of them are waiting their first champion. Could it be one of these two? Well, we've got a game of Flesh and Blood to find out if they can make it further. Round number 10 here at the Calling Hamburg begins, and is there anything that jumps out of this when it comes down to the equipment right now, Scott?
I think it's probably the same thing that jumped out to Kim. We do see the Quiver of Abyssal Depths secretly tucked away under our hammerhead here. Strategic placing, I'll say. I've heard that Giulio is more inclined to play this more defensive version of Marlynn typically. I've heard it referred to as fatigue Marlynn. That doesn't mean it's not firing harpoons. That doesn't mean that it's not still playing the Marlynn game plan, but it does tend to lean more defensive from what I'm told. Not entirely surprised to see that be the case if that's the game plan. I would be shocked if we saw too much of a defensive stance against Zyggy, though. Otherwise, cards like Haze Bending start getting a bit out of control. They're already difficult enough for you to take care of if you're forced to fire a harpoon at them. But thankfully, cards like Murderous Rabble, which we see on the other side, can help let you play a slightly easier, smaller turn if you decide you need to get rid of that one.
Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon. Giving you a nice little pitch outlet as well, should your hand not function the way that you would like it. A Tar Pit Trap and a Sunken Treasure being pitched away here. So defense reactions, they are rife in this list. I suppose yellow's actually not too bad here as well. A lot of your harpoons, I believe every harpoon at this point, costing 2. So sometimes you want to be perfect on resources, pitch those yellows into the deck.
In a way, I'm kind of happy to see Giulio seeing a hand that doesn't just fire a gigantic harpoon. I think it's so dangerous to leave Haze Bending around in this matchup. It's so easy for these auras to snowball to a point where your harpoons are never going to find their mark. You won't find any way to generate gold if you just let the Spectral Shields get out of control. You've got to have some reservations. You have to be deliberate with your play. Take care of that when you're afforded the opportunity. And Murderous Rabble does exactly that.
No blocks, any action.
5 go again from our E-Strike. We've had any card pitched away here for Kim. I think it's just been play on out. Here's the first one. Swinging in with a lovely little Spectral Shield, an MST one for 5 due to our Reality Refractor. Scott, not many people would have probably seen this card if they, 1, haven't been playing Illusionist, and 2, haven't been following Zyggy for the last couple of months. What can you tell us about this weapon?
Yeah, Reality Refractor, infamously banned in Commoner at one point. This one was too good for that format. Allows your auras to become 5 power base weapons that can attack. That does mean you're sacrificing the go again offered by something like Iris of Reality, but in a matchup like this, you're unlikely for multiple ward to be surviving. It makes it a much more superior weapon. You can let the House of Cards fall, soak up the heat from some of your harpoons, then just re-establish an aura, chip on in for 5. If the ward then soaks up damage on the way back, you often get a 2-card 6, 2-card 7. With things like Astral Etching, sometimes you can end up going way, way bigger as well. You've still got those Fleeing Star Breezes to give you those big turns, Gone in a Flash to give you those big turns. You can just play much smaller hands in matchups like this one, where you're going to either need to block or Marlynn is going to take cards from you either way.
Well, let's see how many cards Marlynn takes. We send our first big harpoon of the game, being King Shark Harpoon. Go Fish, when this hits a hero, they choose and reveal a card from their hand. If an attack action card, they discard it, and you create a gold token. If you've activated a cannon, Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon, you look and you choose instead. Go Fish is the keyword that makes all of this work. And of course, setting up for a following turn is kind of the ebb and flow of this list, unless you have card draw to be able to load one of your empty arsenal zones. We are just going to be swinging in for 5 here if you are Kim, looking to set up a Nourishing Glow, which sits in the hand.
Part of what makes this matchup so dynamic is that there is so much evasion from Marlynn, but so much counterplay to that evasion from Zyggy. Means that these harpoons have the ability to be very devastating. When the hand finally comes that there are no defense reactions, you're kind of priced into letting your ward do the job for you. At the moment, we're seeing a pretty steady flow of cards from Kim. It's been D-reacts all the way through, just saw a happy block 10 on the harpoon there. And as a result, we're just seeing this shield survive. We're seeing a backup aura parked in the arsenal. Really intriguing one in the hand here for Giulio, though. We see Burdens of the Past, which is a card that started seeing some play in Florian towards the end of his lifespan in the format. Really interesting in a Marlynn list that is more defense reaction heavy, because funnily enough, this doesn't necessarily care about which player has enough defense reactions if you're looking to get full value. Sometimes that can be you, but you're also in a spot where if your opponent wants to soak up your harpoons with defense reactions like a deck like Zyggy wants to, hold on to those auras and blues to play the game, well, all of a sudden, they might not have the flexibility to do that anymore.
Also, towards the end of the game, this draws a card. Notably, Marlynn, you need to draw to load.
One of you needs 10 reacts.
One of you.
It takes us a little while to get there, but as long as a target hero does have 10 reacts, it will replace itself.
So here we
Really
go.
sweet one.
So, targeting our Zyggy, I believe our defense reactions are Sink Below and Shelter from the Storm currently, so they cannot be played from the hand. Kim currently does not have those available. A 3 of a kind off the back of our Tunic, loading in a King Kraken Harpoon, looking for non-attack actions, pitching away, not 1, but 2 blues, floating 2 resources. Here comes 10 Overpower.
King Kraken Harpoon in this matchup. Sometimes your best Harpoon, but very rarely. It's going to remove some of those problematic haze bendings and stuff, so you don't have to send smaller attacks at them. But for the most part, you would rather be taking care of, well, the power cards from Zyggy in this case. And it's very rare the non-attacks that can't just be played in response are that case.
Notably, in most Marlynn lists and kind of approaches, you would either side in King Kraken Harpoon or King Shark Harpoon, depending on what you're trying to hit against your opponent. This time round, though, it is simply, I need all my big harpoons, because this is going to be a little bit of a long one. So King Kraken...
We have a slip.
Does
this
hit.
was, I thought it was the other harpoon. This was, I thought it was King Shark. I blocked with my ripple away so that I didn't lose an attack, and it's the non-attack harpoon, and I lose my my Shimmers of Silver anyway. A small oversight here for our Zyggy Starlight.
The benefits sometimes of playing heroes that don't see too much representation, right? Not understanding the cards and having to just double check everything. And at the top table, especially feature games, you need to be checking what every single trigger is and what they are looking for. Nourishing Glow going to get played out. We are going to be healing 1, a little bit of solace for our transgression on the previous turn. But maybe a deciding factor in this game. Going to be swinging this Nourishing Glow now for 5, pitching our Fleeting Star Breeze, notably a card which we'll be able to give go again to these weapon swings.
Something I want to commend Kim for. It's a small detail, but it's worth shouting out when it happens. Good players don't lose their head in spots like that. Mistakes happen. We all do it. Reading cards is hard. It's infamously a stereotype of card game players that we cannot read cards. You have a game to win. There's still plenty to play for here. We're only on turn 4. It was a slip. Now what do you do? And we'll go back to the game plan that we've established at this point. It's all about establishing one aura, chipping in with it, playing your hand defensively again. And so we carry on with that rhythm.
Bluefin Harpoon, an absolutely fantastic harpoon to find early on here. And we've seen this turn cycle now for the last 2 turns. Activate the harpoon, pitching 2 blues. Send the cannon, pitching 2 blues. Sending the harpoon with Overpower +4 and Go Fish active, arseling a strong power card for the following turn. That can even be a harpoon like we did here on the previous with the bluefin, or it can be the card that's in Giulio's hand right now. That 3 of a kind, so very, very powerful to allow you to not only block out on that previous turn and then draw up borderline a full new hand with 2 resources floating should you pitch a blue, but also just let you reload and get the arrows down range. We're going to be taking 8. We're going to reveal the hand. And, well, it's all blues bar 1. Which one are we going to be picking? That's 2 Crackle from Afar, a Haze Bending, and a Miraging Metamorph. There goes the Haze Bending.
I think it was a very easy choice in this case. Haze Bending is just such a problem in this matchup if it sticks. It's why we saw it cleared so early and so aggressively earlier on. You don't want to waste a whole turn taking care of that thing. If you can take it out with a harpoon trigger, you would much, much prefer to.
7 is the question from Mirage and Metamorph. Now remember, these big harpoons, I like the King Shark Harpoon. That is a popper in this matchup.
Worth noting, of course, you can duplicate auras if Miraging Metamorph is popped, so we're going to see Crackle from Afar played in response to that one. Not looking for the extra power, it's not going to achieve very much, but it does mean we can make an extra copy of Crackle from Afar. At the worst, that's 1 extra point of life if the Harpoon comes crunching through. If the turn's a little bit smaller, maybe you can save an aura in the process and keep a weapon around.
As a Zyggy player and some dabbling that you've done, if you were to flicker this token Crackle from Afar from the Zyggy hero ability, does it come back?
No.
Okay,
that unfortunately
so
does not work the way you want it to. Tokens will just disappear. They don't have the ability to return into play.
So this is Warbomb.
It is, but you can still attack with it.
That's great.
So if you let the normal Crackle go, your token does the job just fine, if that's where we find ourselves. Wouldn't shock me if it just amounts to Warborn in this spot. Harpoons are big, large, and evasive, but it's worth considering as you see your next hand and debate your blocks. If there's a chunk of defense reactions there, maybe you want to save it.
If we do some true napkin math, effectively a heal 5 on this turn then, establishing 2 ward 1s and that 3 from the Sigil of Solace, ticking up our tunic to 2. Here comes 3 of a kind.
Drawing up with 3 of a kind, in which case we'll spin on through, find some fresh cards. There's some reductionary harpoons in there, some more options available for our Marlynn player, but not seeing an awful lot of other goodies. Not that that tends to be the case with 3 of a kind. These cards will be on resource duty, lock and load, and we'll fire off the brand new one, our lovely red law harpoon that can nick reds away from the graveyard for the opponent. Fun part of this one, sometimes you steal Miraging Metamorph, and that thing hits like a bus off of your tunic too.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good. That is a very, very strong one. So 8 overpower coming in. Quick spy at the hand for our Zyggy player, and well, we do have one of those cheeky little defense rats in the Fate Foreseen. Number of 3 blocks, but also a pesky little 2. How are you going to deal with 8? Could be committing the headpiece, that balance of justice, which is actually active now, of course, drawing 3 cards.
Enigma, Chimera, Fate Foreseen coming on through as the follow-up here. Nice and smooth. Doesn't quite cover it without losing an aura, but this is what we were alluding to moments ago. Only need to lose one of these crackles to take care of this. Kim decides, oh, we're better off taking care of the fake one. They are essentially the same. This is a big part of the appeal of the quiver in this matchup, though. On your 3 of a kind turns, sometimes you just have extra resources knocking around. You don't always get to lock and load everything with Hammerhead. Gonna pop enough of those harpoons back for a matchup that is going to go long, make sure we have more threats as required.
If you are new to Quiver Abyssal Depths, as many of you will be, instant play free, destroy the quiver, shuffle up to 3 arrows with different names from your graveyard into your deck. Those 3 most powerful ones you're just looking for, your King Shark, your King Kraken, and your Bluefin, they're back in, effectively paying 4 copies of these.
I will say, in a world without remembrance, you should consider this card to be a selling point. The fact you have a on-board piece of recursion in a class like Ranger is going to be pretty powerful, I think, going forward.
Pitch stack is being considered here now that I believe our 1 deck search is out, so no more shuffling. Shallow Water Shark Harpoon there as well. Finally, some interaction with the graveyard for our Rangers. Shimmers and Silver going to get played out this time round. No punishment for a follow-up King Kraken. Kraken from the far established. Also, cheeky little card in the arsenal. We just pass off the back of a setup term. And now we're kind of at that tempo point, Scott, where we don't want to be sending attacks at Spectra auras. We just want to be hitting faced. I suspect this Shimmer is going to be around for a while.
It's a tough one. Much like Haze Bending, neglecting to take care of Shimmers of Silver gets very dangerous very fast. Suddenly the weapon swings aren't for 5, they're for 6, sometimes 7, 8 if you let the same aura spiral out of control. Really going to be looking for something like a Murderous Rabble, another one of these small go-again attacks that can take care of this without committing a harpoon, without losing all of that damage. Unfortunately, it does mean you'll often take a turn off in those spots, but eventually you kind of have to, or the Shimmers itself starts to hit you, and if the Shimmers gets big, you end up being forced to hit it eventually anyway.
There is one out to this, and I don't know if Giulio is playing it, and that's Barb Barrage, which can allow you to attack multiple targets, allowing you to target a Spectra while still attacking Zyggy. It's a hell of an inclusion if you've decided to put it in your list.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. If we see a Barb Barrage, I will eat the Judge Bee. Okay?
That's you literally named him this morning, and now you're gonna eat him.
That's how confident I am. I don't want to commit murder.
Giulio, you have the chance to do something hilarious.
I am that confident that
you
we
just
will not be
reached for
seeing
the
a
bee,
Barb
by the
Barrage.
way.
Yeah, I'll get ready. You know, I'm ready to be wrong live and on broadcast, but I would be very surprised.
Hammerhead, Harpoon Cannon, pitching away 2 blues. This is just your turn cycles over and over again. Pitch your 2 blues, have your 2 floating, activate your arrow from Arsenal. Cheating Scoundrel, addition from Compendium of Wraith, looking to cheat a win when it comes down to your gold. And it looks like we're going to be activating Marlynn to destroy one of those pieces of gold, getting a Goldfin Harpoon into the hand, effectively saying, I'm going to win this no matter what.
Makes sense. Just want something to throw away to the
Oh, for the
Codex that lets
Codex
you
as
keep your
well.
other card.
Even more recursion in this list.
Yeah, Codex of Frailty, kind of expected from these Marlynn players. The card is just really damn good. Often lets you cherry pick which Harpoon you want. Plays very well off of 2 blues if you pitch them to Hammerhead and then throw whichever Harpoon you're so inclined to keep. I'm curious about what the card is that Giulio decided was so valuable that we're willing to potentially lose ponder value and also give up a gold to make a Harpoon to discard. Currently stuck face down on the table, but I'm super curious about what that has to be.
It is also another option for Cheating Scoundrel, right? You would suspect that you would... honestly, you kind of suspect you'd throw away the card that you haven't just generated with your gold and then discard the Goldfin, but maybe there's the option that, okay, my opponent may not be able to cover 13. I get to Arsenal this, which is a very strong card, and then I ponder into something else, which I can just use for a rainy day moving forwards. So we're blocking out the 1, the 4. Oh, my Lord, we go to the moon here. We're up to 12, I believe, so still going to be taking the 1, and there comes your ward. That second graphical fart covering this one up. Does he... No, he doesn't discard for the Cheating Scoundrel, just using it as a 0-3 pump. Basically says to Zyggy, I don't think you're making that much use out of this one.
No, I think that's a good call out that it was an option to have something to discard, but it looks like we had a take cover in the hand that we chose to hold on to. We were then arguably immediately punished for that when the Ponder drew Shelter from the Storm, which would have been a pretty stellar arsenal in the process too. I wonder how much Giulio thinks this ends up being a matchup of attrition and whether it will go to fatigue and whether blocking down attacks is the route that he wants to take, especially if these Spectral Orders do need to be taken care of. And decisive defense reactions are just not something you can afford to expend, discard, or overpitch.
I will say I do value take cover quite heavily here. The reload is so difficult unless you have card draw in the hand, so being able to play a 0-4 defense reaction that says reload, I understand the angle that Giulio's going with there. Instead of discarding it to the gold, you do have that defense reaction now available for a later turn, hell, or just that 1 floating resource should you need it. So just to kind of clarify why this is coming in for 5 instead of what you thought was 4, Shimmers of Silver gives that +1, goes up to 6, -1 on the Frailty.
Well, it would be 5 base from Reality Refractor. The reason it's only still coming in for 5 is because there's a Frailty token on the other side of the table. And it's easy to forget, but there are weapons as a result of Reality Refractor, so Frailty will do its damage and shrink it back down despite the counter still being there. It is a counter in this case, and I like putting it on the Crackle quite a lot in this spot. You know Shimmers is incentivized to be hit eventually, so leaving it around to either juice up another aura or making sure that if they choose to hit Shimmers this turn, you still have a counter on your other aura is a pretty good place to be.
This is really interesting. Activating the Sea Lace Sarong to be able to flip up a blue arrow in your arsenal to give it go again. We were talking about how hard it is to kill Spectra. Not when you can do an arrow for go again, which has a relevant on-hit effect, and then you have a Murderous Rabble to be able to clear this. This has been piloted to perfection so far by our Marlynn player, and that leaves us with that defense reaction to just pop on face down for the following turn. Kim actually presented with a hand that doesn't have as many blues as we've seen historically. Sitting on 2 reds. Remember, you will, I believe, still have to discard it? No, if it's blue. So you can just reveal a red and be like, so I've got a red card in my hand.
Yep, correct. With no Hammerhead activation, there's no way to make the Bluefin Harpoon do its thing and force it through. I do want to take a moment to actually double back onto take cover. I think it's very interesting that Sea Lace Sarong plays so well with that card. It's not something I've seen explored by too many players in the past. I love the fact that suddenly we have the ability to go wide, and I think this makes Red Law Harpoon, the newest Harpoon, even more appealing if you've got more ways to lock and load it alongside Sea Lace Sarong. Play the red you find immediately. I think it's good tech. I'm excited to see it.
Taking up our tunic is Kim. Cards in hand, Gone the Flash, and a Sigil of Solace. Now, I don't think we're going to go full combo this time round, but sending 4 and getting to hold 4 for the following turn after, of course, activating a Sigil. Do us pretty damn well. Okay, I eat my words here. Looks like we are shipping it. 2 instants is enough to get the value here. And it's a fleeting Star Breeze to be able to not only give this go again, but also regain that action point from the Lightning Greaves. We're up to 2 AP.
So unfortunately, you have to get a little jumpy with how you do things. If you play the Starbreeze to try and give go again, you have to do it in resolution. You can do it the right way. You're right. You can generate an extra action point by sequencing things in the resolution step. As long as it's worded correctly, we're all good.
I see.
So yeah, we should be fine on that front. But to double down on the Gone in a Flash turns here, these Ziggy lists are not built quite the same way as Oscilio is. It's very hard to end up with like 5 playable instants in the same turn to really double down. It wouldn't surprise me if we see the Gone in a Flash park to use as a pseudo weapon at some point if this last card is another instant. But just getting your 12 damage out of Gone in a Flash doing its thing, more than serviceable in a deck like Ziggy.
Interested to see what this final card in the arsenal is. Are we sitting on another instant to be able to bounce this again and potentially ship 4 more damage towards our Marlynn Treasure Hunter? No reactions. Remember, all of our interaction is done in the damage step. 37 to 25. A big swing on this one, and the Gone in the Flash goes to the wayside. 1 floating prevention here for Kim as well. The amount of game actions that Giulio has taken, and yet all that for a drop of blood effectively. 3 damage down. Goldfin Harpoon in the hand. Drawing up from this big game trophy shot. I wonder what's in the hand right now, because this could make this decision very, very interesting. So whether or not you get rid of this Goldfin, or if you've unfortunately bricked, not drawn a Harpoon up. And it actually looks like that is the case. We're going to be discarding this Tip the Barkeep to play out a 3 of a kind. Still have that Goldfin Harpoon in hand, so we have an out if we need it, but we have something just a little bit bigger in our King Kraken Harpoon that we can park into the arsenal and now activate with 2 blues.
This is in your hand. Yeah, and
Definitely worth noting on the all that for a drop of blood line. I actually think Giulio's deck looks to be pretty robust. It wouldn't surprise me if we're playing way more than 60 in this matchup. I get the impression that this is known to be a battle of attrition. You are going to run out of ward eventually. The question is, do I run out of harpoons? And if you have enough gold over the course of the game, the answer to that is no. I very much feel like we are set up for a long game here that's just going to force the issue. Live titles don't tell the whole story here. You're going to want to watch them as we go. It's a resource on Giulio's side, but if the wall begins to crumble on Kim's side, it will very much need to be a resource as well.
Goldfin Harpoon bound for the arsenal after this, but we are coming in for 14 overpower on hit, trigger from the King Kraken Harpoon, and on hit gold from our big game trophy shot. We aren't committing our gold baited hook this time round, so I believe we're covering 6 here, 2 with the Balance of Justice, 3 with the Enigma Chimera, and of course that ward 1 from our final ward on board. You've got to suspect with this 3 of a kind being played, and now the committal of this Balance of Justice, that we would be cracking this one after damage has resolved to be able to draw on up an additional card. So, what are we looking for? NAAs, not one to be found.
Yeah, no attacks there. We do see the blue copies of Spears of Surrealty does theoretically allow this turn to go wide if we find another resource card. The gold is a similar thing. Definitely have some flexibility in this hand depending on what it is that we find, but looking for an extender, something like Fleeing Starbreeze in the arsenal would go a very long way on a turn like this.
Just draw up that Nourishing Glow as our additional card here. What do we peek in the arsenal? An E-Strike, just to be able to filter a little bit more. You mentioned about going wide, Scott. Well, this is the direct way of giving it to every single class.
Yeah, this would count. What we're looking for is a card that allows this hand to combine multiple attacks. Ideally, you wanted to throw 2 disruptive ones, but Enlightened Strike into a disruptive one into park the other disruptive one, that works just as well.
This could also just be that disruptive generic flow. We've got that CNC sitting in hand, and that is what we're going to ship across. Pitching away that Spears, blocking for 6 on this 6 with 2 very commanding harpoons. The first battering bolt that we've seen. And while it looks like a harpoon, notably for legal reasons, not a harpoon.
It's a legally distinct harpoon,
absolutely,
as they say. But as much as it's a bit annoying to have to block with battering bolt, we know there are still 2 codices left, and there's probably still 2 battering bolts left. You don't need all that many of those to ruin Ziggy's day. You're kind of fine giving up 1. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the last card in hand here for Giulio is a Codex of Frailty. It wouldn't surprise me if blocking with 1 puts it exactly where we want it to be.
That Golfin Harpoon that was parked on a previous turn. Just sending 2 damage. This isn't a card from your deck, simply a gold. There is a kind of infinite cycle you can do with this with Richard Atropoljani, of course.
That's part of what makes me think Giulio is fine playing this attrition-based game. Stereotypically, Rangers are not the best into fatigue strategies because you run out of arrows. You know, you can run out of buffs in some cases, but it's an A plus B kind of deck. You need both halves of the puzzle to make it work. In this case, your buff is on the board in the form of Hammerhead, and if you can continue looping Richard Atropoljani, you don't run out of harpoons either. So it is a much better positioned Ranger to tackle these attrition-based matchups because you have a much denser level of resources.
Let's see if we get to that point a little bit later into the game. 26 minutes remaining on our clock. Only turn 9, so still a thick deck from both sides. We'll be taking 2 after blocking 3 with one of our newer harpoons as well, the Shallow Water Shark Harpoon. I believe that's 2 of them now onto the wayside. Tick up Tunic, 3 in hand, 1 sitting in Arsenal. You know what? I will grab another Gold Fin Harpoon, but this is simply to discard to Codex of Frailty to allow us to go and nab a choice arrow from our grave, and this time round for our second Codex, it's going to be the King Shark Harpoon.
I love to see Giulio deciding these Codexes are best spent by discarding Gold Fin Harpoon. It's one of those things that we're evidently not interested in discarding real cards. If you discard real cards, you end up running out of cards that are important when you get to that fatigue-based end state. But as a result, we're discarding kind of fake cards in a roundabout way. It's an interesting way of navigating those codices and trying to get the most value from them while holding on to cards you want in the arsenal, holding on to cards you want from to activate Hammerhead. It's cool, it's unique.
Ponder Trigger, new options for the arsenal. Coming in for 4. No shimmers to get you out of jail from this Frauty this time round. A C4 salvage. Coming in on blocking duty. Going to be taking 1 here, parking the card in the arsenal. Frauty pops. And we move back to our Marlynn's turn.
Minor detail I do want to highlight there going into the pitch deck. Copy of Cosmic Duality. There is no Arcane Barrier available and no Arcane Prevention, as normally that's stapled onto the quiver when we see it from Marlynn. If we end up in a late game state where there is very minimal life remaining, those dualities are something I want to be watching real close.
Bracers of Belief, not Bracers of Belief, sorry. Bullseye Bracers, usually an option for that AB1 as well, but you simply need your gold-baited hook. You're a pirate. Another Codex. Played on out. Catch of the day. Now, this card's epic. This card looks great, and it doubles up on your Go Fish triggers. +2 doesn't sound great on a blue pump, but the fact that you can get even more options from your King Shark, he is going to be eating well today. What are we looking for in Kim's hand? Attacks right now.
You're going to find them. Command and Conquer. Enigma Chimera in the mix there. I do see a Fate Scene, but I believe it's a Miraging Metamorph in the back. No way of cleanly denying this Catch of the Day getting absolutely full value. And I want to commend Giulio. This is an understanding of the matchup. It's very tempting to grab something like Battering Bolt here, but alongside Catch of the Day, you're losing that value, you lose your Hammerhead value. It's significantly less damage, but also this on-hit is doing something very meaningful. It's shutting down any ability to go wide. In a spot where you're hoping to have an attack into an aura to make the most out of Reality Refractor, you need an attack. So if I Catch the Day them all away, you're not going to be able to do that. If your hand's all full of auras anyway, guess what? You're taking 12. I'm kind of fine with that exchange as well.
Not one activation of Gold-Baited Hook as of yet this game. Still a threat, and Giulio very regimented in ensuring that he doesn't get blown out, to respecting that his opponent could go above and beyond on this 12 block, and it looks like we are just going to be checking the grave to see how many death reacts and how many prevention effects are sitting around. Prevent the 1 with Ward 1, deal 11. Here's your 2 Goldfish triggers. So, King Shark Harpoon sees the CNC, the Enigma Chimera, the Miraging Metamorph, and that Fate Scene. 2 of those nabbed.
This is exactly where this catch of the day trigger comes. Not only is this gold so important, but Kim is forced to not use this Fate Foreseen because you need a hand that can do something on the way back. The way this matchup works, you can't give Marlynn all the breathing room. You need to be presenting meaningful pressure while she wants to keep all of her cards and doesn't want to block you. If you do nothing, including blocking with Fate Foreseen in that case and letting your opponent strand you with a card that's blank, you end up in a terrible spot. This way, you incentivize the opponent to leave you with the blue that looks like the non-functional attack. You benefit from the nourishing glow that comes out of your arsenal. You get to keep the Fate Foreseen for a later turn.
17, right? Arsenal.
Popping that in the arsenal, waiting for a potential blowout on a overcommittal on our gold-baited hook. But Marlynn transforming the gold, welding it down to a gold fin harpoon, playing out a cheating scoundrel sitting in the arsenal. Still need to find a way to load, and we find exactly that. Pitching a triple Dani, making a gold in the process, discarding the gold-baited hook to our big game trophy shot. Remember, +4 pump on this next attack. And we find the shark. We find what we need. On the other side of the board, though, not an attack in sight.
No, this is the other half of the coin here. It's, oh, you have no attacks? Fair enough. I guess I'm about to hit you with everything I've got. And this is a spot where gold-baited hook starts to make sense. We've made a gold this turn off of Reach of the Triple Blarney. The activation is pseudo-free.
17 overpower.
17 overpower is what is said at the table. You got your +3 from Cheating Scoundrel, your +4 from Big Game Trophy Shot, of course your +4 from Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon. And these harpoons, they are beefy 6 power attacks either way. So totals up to 17, and when Kim is only sitting at 20, that is a fair chunk of change. Only blocking 4, taking 13 in the process.
This is really interesting to me. With the shark being revealed, you'll see the hand at the same time. I love this from Kim. I think it's hard to not want to commit one of these Warlords to try not to have your head blown off by a harpoon and soak up some amount of damage. But Fleeing Starbreeze is in the mix here, and this is what we need to do. We need to rebuild to a point where the Fate Foreseen in our arsenal can cover up one of these turns and give us tempo back, all while attacking in the same during the same process here. So very, very happy to see this this line being taken. The Fate Foreseen can be used better. Stopping 4 damage on a harpoon that is still crushing you doesn't amount to very much.
Cracker from afar being pitched away. No need for the +1 pump. Instead, we simply want our go again. With that Tunic resource available to be used, not only were you planning to give it this Stardust Spike go again, we then have a second Illusionist Aura that simply turns into a 5 power weapon we can swing with our, notably, not once per turn effect of Reality Refractor.
Yep, just a static ability there. Means all your auras do have that effect if you can find some other ways of getting go again. It's what makes Fleeing Starbreeze such a powerful tool in this version of Ziggy Starlight.
What do we see in the hand here for our Marlynn player? And guess what? It's all blue. A strong majority of it blocks through. With the exception of that Caution to the Wind, Prevention Effect, I believe the only one that finds its way into the deck. Exception, of course, being that Shelter of the Storm. Looks to, well, reveal the top card of the deck, depending on the colour. Prevent that much. Here comes your next 5 as we float our Tunic. Going down to 0 resources, card parked in the arsenal, and swinging 5 more. Giulio does not have an easy way of swinging an attack here, but we are looking at a fat stack of gold to be able to crack into with our myriad of blues in the hand.
Well, Giulio's been the one that's sending these gigantic harpoons. I want to commend the way that Kim has played this game. As a result, these life totals are still startlingly close. A tire here being pitched away. Thankfully, no D-react in the hand, but that does make that Fate Foreseen a bit more of a problem child we have to consider. But 7 now plays 10, which is not where I expected to be, given some of the numbers we've seen on some of these harpoons.
Let's look at the hand. Bluefin, catch of the day, sunken treasure, and that red lure harpoon. We have a pump and we have 2 spare blues for us to be able to go further beyond should we need it. But got to take in consideration the fact there's Ward 2 on the board. These blue harpoons only shoot for 4, so without a buff from Hammerhead, without a buff from catch of the day, it's difficult for them to go higher and higher, but we're costing our defense reactions, our opponent's defense reactions cost 1 more due to this Authority of Attire, and looking to be sending 10 should we ship this entire hand. We would not then have an arsenal for the following turn, though.
The damage here is just restless. It is never-ending. The gold spins to put this together. I've been so impressed by how Giulio's navigated this game, using those harpoons to conserve cards as required, building the stockpile of gold to make turns like this function. Small detail that is easy to miss here. There was a catch of the day available in the hand alongside this harpoon, deeming this is not the one where that buff needs to go. I would love to clear out some of these auras with this harpoon, but I have overpower. I expect you to give me some amount of respect, and I'll take care of some of them. Authority of Attire should hopefully keep some amount of defense reactions in check. I'm going to need to break a different wall at a different time when I don't have access to Authority of Attire. Let me save my extra damage for that.
7 plays 10.
Then block 3. Yeah. Every action.
Blocking 3 right now. Defense reaction played from Arsenal, pitching away the CNC, simply not required this time around. So, viewing another Def React sitting on the top. Here comes your full block. Nothing on the line for Kim to win this time round.
Very happy to pitch that Command and Conquer away. When doing so is saving your Stardust Spike. Means you can just take the line we've seen time and again. It's about getting value from these auras before they get value for you. Pitch away a blue, send in 5 more damage. The inevitability of this is what will catch up with Giulio Monaco eventually. Resources have been carefully navigated, but needs another big harpoon turn here to really force the issue. Take cards away from Kim in the process.
Difficulty that we have right now is that while, yes, we do have gold, or yes, there is a harpoon in the hand, there is not one in the arsenal. And if we're going to be blocking 3 on this attack, it only takes us down to 2 cards that we're comfortable using as resources to pitch into the gold, hopefully go positive on resources to be able to ship the catch of the day and load into our arsenal. Remember, for you to be able to activate and shoot one of these 2-cost harpoons with the Hammerhead, you need 6 resources, 2 blues available to you.
Wouldn't be surprised to see us go spinning at some point, but it makes sense to play out this catch of the day first because, well, you can't load if there's a thing stuck in your arsenal.
Burdens of the Past drawn up. We do have a King Kraken and a Redfin harpoon. I believe the first Redfin that we've seen of this game so far.
I'm going to have to keep my eyes on that Burdens of the Past, you know. We're not quite in the end game yet.
Not yet.
But with life totals looking like this and every D-React in your deck being in the graveyard at some point, I just keep half an eye on it. That's what I'll say.
I presume it's a 3-of as well. We've seen a number of them at this point. One of them, of course, played out early on. Catch of the day, pitching away to this Hammerhead harpoon cannon. 12 overpowered, double go fish. Pescatarians, pretty happy with this one.
I would say so. 12 damage, obviously a pretty round number, but again, we're seeing the reward for having the control to hold on to that catch of the day last turn. This is the harpoon you care about making connect. It's bigger, it's red, it's fatter. Arguably, the go fish might be more important depending on the context of your opponent's hand. And in this case, non-attacks would be less of an issue, or a pile of instants available, but good, solid damage nonetheless.
12 damage is still 12 damage, though. It has to be prevented in some way. We have the Stardust Spike on the board for effectively an additional buffer on your HP. Defense reaction in hand. And 2 instants that can be played out. Again, for more of those ward, I believe we have a catch, a Restless Coalescence, harking all the way back from our Enigma days. Available to be played out for some of that ward, should we need it.
Yeah, tough one here, because you really want to hold on to enough resources to swing with an aura, which means you want to hold Restless Coalescence to kind of pay for the Stardust Spike to do its thing. Otherwise, you're a little light on options, but Very much depends on what that arsenal is. Might give us the flexibility to be a little more defensive with it and expend this ward on defense.
Block 3 is the call. Sink below committed. So with that +2 from our Stardust Spike ward, going to be taking 2. Double trigger on our King Kraken Harpoon. No dice. No NAAs. Does get to look at the hand twice, though. Once down, pick it back up. Once down again. There's a double go fist trigger. Got to make sure this is done correctly. Here we go. Spectral Shield going to be made. Finally cashing in. Lovely little Illusionist Arms. Just gives us an out once we need it.
Like this, want to get around to getting the value from your tunic again one more time this game if you can. Is almost certainly going to be expended to enable that calming gesture at some point. This gives you the ability to build up not only an extra point of ward on the board, but potentially a second aura as well, should one need to fall to keep you safe.
It was done very cleanly at the end of the last turn as well, right? Stardust Spike leaving the arena, so gaining that floating resource, and says, well, in your end step, I'm going to make a Spectral Shield, I'm going to slam it in your face for 5. We do finally get the equipment block. Sile Sarong, 1 and done. Listen, you activated it once and you block with 2. You are happy that that is the value you got from this leg piece. It's not pivotal, but it got him out of jail when he needed to clear that Spectra aura. Gold-baited hook still going to be around. Big game trophy shot. You've seen how dominant this card can be. What do we discard this time round? The Portside Exchange as that requirement for big game trophy shot. Pitching away another blue, taking us to 0 resources floating. You could have a red in your hand and still be able to ship this harpoon should there be one sitting in the arsenal.
A little bit of upside in the sequencing from Kim here as well. Choosing to take this line allows the Restless Coalescence to be established on board. More importantly, it has a Spectral Shield next to it, which means if you happen to find yourself with exactly Astral Etchings, you have some options available to you if your opponent doesn't knock the wall down with a gigantic harpoon. It's a lot to ask, but small sequencing details, some upside to be found in the line that was taken, and I like to appreciate that when it happens.
Bluefin Harpoon pitched away. Here is the first time we've seen it played, the Shallow Water Shark Harpoon. This one is looking to hunt down your arsenal, destroying it if you've activated a cannon this turn. And you've got to have a payoff for doing all that hard work. How about a gold for your troubles?
Is 13 overpower not enough of a payoff for you?
No, it's not. Unfortunately not.
Some of us are greedy, I guess.
Sage Legal, this card as well. Came out in Compendium of Wraith. Not that you see too many Marlyns inside of that format, but, well, if you could do 13 overpower, maybe you'll be running the house across all things. Well, notably, instant sitting in the arsenal, that being the Stardust Spike, so we are going to be able to deny at least this on-hit effect, but we are going to have to play out a number of ward prevention effects to be able to cover this. We are covering 10, taking 3. There's a fair chunk of damage. The on-hit from the gold-baited hook and from the big game trophy shot, nabbing us that cheeky little gold. Notably, should have nabbed the gold from Kim's side.
Very much so. Easy to forget in a matchup that doesn't generate gold.
So how do I have this thing? What's going on?
This was very much a need to survive here, but thankfully for Kim, the remaining cards in hand are another aura and a blue to facilitate it. Means we can continue to put the foot down on Giulio on the other side. If you ignore this one, all of a sudden it's 1 plays 1, and you might get caught by one of those dualities we see being pitched away. So it almost certainly needs to command some level of respect. You don't want to give it too much respect, otherwise you might find yourself unable to harpoon on the way back. Double sunken treasure in the hand here, fine on a resource base, but not what you're looking for to close the door.
Yeah, not ideal in this situation, but I suppose the benefit is that if we have enough yellows in both of these graveyards, we can go deeper and deeper into the deck with these cards in hand, digging for gold. We can go up to 4 here if we were to block with both.
Yeah, so no harpoon available here in hand. Gold available does mean you can make one with Marlynn if you're so inclined, but the temptation to go spinning when you have 4 gold and try and find a more impactful harpoon than the token counterpart, it's like the Green Goblin mask.
It is. It's just staring at me.
Scott.
You're going to activate it anyway because you want to make sure you have an out. You can now pitch with this tunic counter your 1 blue that you have in the hand to be able to crack a gold and then can continue going spinning. This time round, though, we aren't going to need it. We're just looking to use this catch of the day for a +2, float your tunic resource, and ladies and gents, guess what? Not only is this a free harpoon you can crack from your gold, it costs 0 to do so. We get the +2 from the pump, the +4 from the harpoon. We're up to 8 overpower on hit, death.
Yeah, with that last blue in hand being catch of the day, I like this line a lot. I think you just need the top card of your deck to be a blue, and it's very easy to send meaningful damage. Forces your opponent to interact, offer you more instant speed prevention effects. Worth noting that duality did arrive, by the way. If we had chosen to ignore that beautiful Stardust spike, we might actually have been in trouble. Quick count here. You see it's on the mind of Giulio. Fatigue a real factor. That's got to be maybe 12, 13 cards there in deck.
It looked like 10 to 13. It wasn't fully riffled out, but that is a slim old deck for a hero that is firing harpoons at you.
Gotta remember, Zyggy doesn't have a traditional weapon either. If you run them out of ward, you are nice and safe, and every gold token your Riches of Tropeldani makes means you do have a weapon if you find a way to draw a card.
It's your game. I can do 7.
Yeah, and that's just the concession there and then. Kim trying to crunch the numbers, look at the hand, work out, is there any way that I can fully cover all of this, especially with overpower? And it's not the case. The Seas of Wraith have a new commander for the time being, that being Giulio Monaco on Marlynn. Very, very cool to see this hero on stream. Doesn't get all that too much of love, overshadowed by our Necromancer pirate in Gravy Bones himself. But still a very potent deck, especially if you're playing against people who haven't got too much experience into it as well.
For sure, 100%. The surprise advantage definitely helps you out right now. I'm gonna back James White here, who said recently in an interview that the Marlynn card, the support card in Usurp the Shadow Throne, is his favorite in the set.
Whoa, hold on. I missed that he said this.
Yeah.
Holy, we're getting more Marlyn support.
Yeah,
That's great.
It's known, and I'll tell you that support's pretty good.
Have you seen it?
I'm a fan. I'm a
Oh,
believer.
this guy.
So you don't see too much Marlyn right now. Well, who knows how true that might be.
Okay. Do you know when it's being announced?
Why would I know that?
Oh, come on. You can't do that to a Ranger lover like me. I think I've realised this weekend I like too many classes. I still like 3 different classes. I love these cards. You know what? I love a bit of Flesh and Blood. And if you want to love a bit of Flesh and Blood, you can, potentially join us at one of our events, Scott. Maybe even on an early bird event if you want to get your tickets just before everybody else. Early bird weekends allow you to get a free side event voucher when you buy your package during that window. And guess what, Scott? One of those windows is right now. If you want to come to the World Championship in Paris, buy one of the packages this weekend. It's just more Flesh and Blood. It's free real estate, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, why would you not? If you know you're going to be coming, we saw what happened in Atlanta. The popularity is real.
Yes.
Things sell out real fast. You don't want to get disappointed and not find yourself with a ticket for an event if you can help it. You might as well pick up an extra silver voucher while you're in the process.
You know what? I haven't bought my ticket for Paris yet. I'm going to buy my ticket for Paris today.
It's an amateur move.
It is an
I
amateur
would
move.
sort that out. Go get your free voucher.
This is tactful. I was waiting for the early bird, Scott. Come on. Shannon, Wakefield, and Portland. Their early bird weekends are sneaking up on us as well, the 28th to the 30th of August. So if you are in any of these regions, hell, if you're sitting dead centre in the UK and want to come over to Wakefield, Scott, I feel like you're going to be there. I feel like I'm going to be there.
I will
Not
be
too
there.
sure in the capacities as of yet. I think Ethan just said, Mansan said he's going to be there as well.
He should
We're going
be.
to show him the sights of the lovely Wakefield.
That's going to be a fun one for me. I'm stepping out of the booth.
Ooh,
I'm going to
okay.
come and dance. I'm going to play some cards myself. So
Marlyn?
if you, maybe.
Okay.
We'll have to wait and see what gets revealed, won't we?
Early bird packages, of course, the one that are live right now is for World Championships Paris. And, well, I have glazed this art all weekend, and I will continue doing so. You can get some amazing promos, and, well, you can play in those side event promo events with your extra tokens should you need them. Calling Premium Package Early Bird is now live. Calling entry, bronze, silver. There are a ton of these. And some of the gorgeous cards for all of your shadow lovers, whether they're at the event or at home.
I'm going to be clear, this package rips.
Dude, it's hard.
I love this Open the Gate to Yarathiel promo. Like, I'm going to be playing Viserai. I'm going to need to secure 3 of these. The Gate promo is very cool. There's a bit of mystique around the Marvel version of this right now. Because if I'm not mistaken, the version we saw in Omens of the Third Age doesn't have Viserai in the artwork. But all of the artwork we've seen for the Gate since has Viserai walking through the Gate. It was kept very nice and secret from us. That artwork was updated live and in real time at Vegas, so it caught me off guard too.
Dude, what?
I'm wondering if the Marvel in the new set has Viserai or not. I don't know, but there's a charm to picking up this one from the package if you want the big bad purple boy in your art.
Does the Marvel from Omens have this?
He's not
so
there.
it's exclusive to Omens?
Yeah, at the moment, we don't know whether the Marvel in the new set will also not have this. It might be the same art. We'll have to wait and see.
But we know for sure the rainbow foil.
It's
there
right
he is.
You can see him on that one, and he's not in the Marvel. So definitely add some character all around.
Our 3 Shadow Realms joining the Shadow Realms that already exist. We've got Harvester, Reaper, and Harrower. This blue Harrower is a bit of a house, I feel, and I expect to be seeing it across the many formats of Wraith.
Let me tell you, people are sleeping on the Reaper as well. Being able to gain go again from your banner showing off a gate without needing any extra help from your hero ability, it's pretty snazzy. Of course, go again package will be available here as well if you're more inclined to chase those side events, chase those tickets, chase those prizes. You still get to pick yourself up an extra voucher in the process. Would highly recommend doing that while you have the opportunity. World Championship Paris should be a banger. I will be there. Don't know in what capacity I'll be there that time around. Might be playing, might be casting. We'll have to wait and find out. But I'll be there one way or the other. Hopefully you will be too.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully you can join us in Paris, but you can continue joining us now. Right now on the broadcast, because more games are coming your way here from the Calling in Hamburg. Listen, we could lose a hero this weekend, Scott, and it only makes sense that we give her the time in the sun and show her the support, just like MPW did. Kassai, going to be on your screens very, very soon. We'll see you after this short break.
In one corner, you have the Golden Girl on possibly her Sunset Tour. In the other, you have the new boy on the block, the Golden Boy in the form of Olympia, will be joining us in the feature match area as well. Maybe not the style of Olympia that you expected. Someone's getting decimated.
I hope it's not me.
I hope it's not me too. I'm safe for a distance over here out in the booth. But will be Kassai versus Olympia. This is a matchup we saw a little bit of yesterday outside of the feature match area. Kassai players feel like this is part of the rationale for playing the deck this weekend because you are the warrior that could theoretically outgrind Olympia, especially with a card like Raise an Army.
Yeah, Raise an Army is a beast to deal with. Getting all of those allies available to you on the board and being able to hit multiple times depending on how much resources you have available can be very tricky for Olympia to deal with.
How are your favorite friends doing at home? Well, I'm glad you asked. We'll check in real quick with our standings in the room. Quick update on how folks are going. The undefeated crown is gone. Enes falls last round to join the rest of the group at 9-1. If you are a Hala believer, Adam Urban is still going there. 9-1, looking very good for a top 8 berth this weekend. Tommaso Vasido, the Italian king of consistency, again just showing you why he keeps showing up and showing up at each of these events. Still in the conversation at 9-1 as well.
We're still seeing some warriors making the reigns here. We see Hala at 5th place and a Kassai still in the running here at 6th place. Love to see it. The Master Pack warrior packs have been proven to be very, very successful so far. But it's a tricky game to play against these Oscilios that are flooding in here in the top 8.
They are certainly becoming the villain as the event continues. Paul Van Heysel continuing to try and win another European calling there. Marionette in 12th place. Ben Westmore running strong on that fatigue version of Olympia as well. John Luigi Lea, the Betsy player, out in the room there. I believe it's a draw in John Luigi's case. It's more of an 8-1-1 record. Martin Hollick, friend of the broadcast, known for thinking about sleeping in airports at least. Happy to see him finding success this weekend too. A couple more 8-2s, just rounding us out at the bottom of this page. We have Matti, who will be our Olympia in the feature match this time around. I'm excited to see what he has to build in that list. But for the Marlynn fans at home, we just saw Giulio do it. 8-2, still in contention, can still very much make top 8 here this weekend.
And I love to see a Reinhard there sneaking in at 24th place as well. It's not out of the running just yet. We saw some bad variants on stream yesterday, but sometimes that variance can also go in your way, and that's where you end up.
You live by the brute, you die by the brute. That is very much the way that one works. Kassai Olympia, not a matchup I think too many people are well versed with. Do you have any expectations about who you think is going to come out on top in the end?
There's going to be a lot of hunt for gold on both ends of the table, I would assume. Raise an Army requires that gold set in order to develop as big of an army as humanly possible. I assume that Olympia is on the trusted decimator Great Axe and will try to get as much value out of his side of things as possible. We'll see how many D-reacts his pack is going to pack. We saw quite a lot on the Olympia players of yesterday, and decimator Great Axe provides you with a lot of defensive capabilities. I wouldn't expect no less.
Very much so. Well, sounds like we have a showdown in the deathmatch arena to enjoy. Will be the rematch. I mean, lore accurately anyway. Daniel Brockhage on that Kassai. I want to double down. This is the last Kassai in contention this weekend. If Daniel can keep the ship afloat, she has a chance of reaching Living Legend. If this one goes the way of the new kid on the block, she might live just a little bit longer. She's going to go first here. Not what I necessarily expected, but makes some sense to me. Gold generation, we kind of alluded to it a few times. Very, very important here. Matti Salmi on that Olympia deck. Looking forward to seeing how he feels about that when the game gets underway. Let's see how our players got here to our feature match area. Daniel started very strong. Didn't pick up a loss until the last round of day one. Fell to that gone in a flash Oscilio. Started this morning strong, taking down Dash.io before falling to the hands of Adam Urban's Hala. That's not a result I expected.
So a one hero that is combating the Kassai is at least the Hala. Then, as you mentioned, Hala doesn't really have the means to protect herself against a Raise an Army either. So very interesting to see that Adam was able to pick up a winner.
Couple big names on the block here as well. Bartosz Dabrowski in the mix. a nice scalp to take on your way to the feature match area. On the other side of things, Matti Salmi started a little rougher. Was an uphill battle to get here. Took a loss to Oscilio in the first round of the day, and then fell short in the Olympia mirror against Maximilian Klein, who I think was also playing that Decimator build. Makes sense that it was a hard-fought affair, but it's been all W since then. Got through Hala, got through RKO, got through Hala again. Arachne Huntsman in the mix. Definitely found the fair share of grindy gameplay this deck is looking to prey on over the course of the weekend.
It also looks like he has game into Oscilio, which is going to be very, very important as he is climbing the reins at the tail end of top 8 here.
So let's check in with these heroes. Kassai on her way to glory. 967 points right now. Could go over the line this weekend with a victory. She will make her swords free by drawing cards and can, of course, banish cards from the graveyard to generate gold tokens. Timing that correctly going to be a really big deal in this matchup. Need every gold you can get your hands on.
And Olympia on the other side of things, in mid-range aggressive deck could potentially attack very, very large with his wager attacks. Of course, Decimator Great Axe does not really like to wager that much. It's more of a value game plan, which is more leaning into the mid-range lover that we are aware of. And so, yeah, Olympia is going to try to create as much gold as possible to try to get some value, or extra block value rather, from his equipment suite. Being able to just refresh that from the get-go is going to be very powerful.
Got to watch that hero ability just a smidge, though. The kind of appeal to playing Olympia for this Decimator strategy, you get a few things. Sometimes it's, visit the Golden Anvil, this kind of thing. Something you always get, up the ante, which does play very well with the Decimator, makes it much bigger than you expected, and will trigger that hero ability in a pinch as well. It's gold v gold for all the glory. Let's get down there into the feature match area and see which way of the warrior will come out on top this weekend. Equipment suites being flipped over. Anything surprising standing out to you here, Erika?
Nothing super surprising. We do see the Crown of Dominion on the side of Kassai here, starting off with at least one gold generation from the get-go is always super powerful. Of course, try to generate as much gold as possible. On Matti's side of things, he's just gonna try to utilize his armor to block out as many of those potential on-hit generating gold as muchable and deny the gold generation.
Going to start things off with that Saber Swing off Unsheathed. Will enable Go Again on a Hot Streak swing to follow. Small detail, but one worth noting, I think, in this matchup. Choosing to go first, attacking on turn 0, you're meaningfully stripping cards away from your opponent. And if we do end up in a battle of attrition where every card counts, every card you took on turn 0 is a lot of free value.
Exactly, and I love that Daniel has the upside to going first and understanding that this match will go long. It will becoming a battle of fatigue. And as you mentioned, having the possibility to strip cards out of your opponent's hand is of course in your favor when you're going to be battling down to the last cards of the deck.
Definitely rewarded for the choice in more ways than one. Was 2 copies of Truce in the opening hand for Matti. Would have been very happy to pop one of those on the board to start the game as well, I imagine. Blunton going to jump on in alongside this Valiant Dynamo here to knock a card away. Takes care of a blue overpower. That is meaningful endgame damage. Happy to see that one on the way out as well. Provoke here will jump on in to try and force the issue, take an extra card away from Daniel and make the turn a little less impactful on the way back.
Provoke, as mentioned, it's forcing your opponent to block with extra card they probably didn't really want to do. So can sometimes be putting your opponent in a little bit of a pinch in terms of what they would love to do or like to do with their hand on the following turn.
Small ball hand here for Kassai this time around. Outland Skirmish will start things off alongside the Hot Streak. Copper will be generated by this if it finds its mark. How important is copper in this matchup? And should we be keeping our eyes out for blood on our hands?
I wouldn't say it's as important, but it of course can be another outlet of generating really, really big, powerful turns together with blood on your hands. For each copper that you provide, the blood on your hands is going to grow even bigger. You can have more go again, you can have more attack power, being able to attack more than once with your swords. It's going to be very, very difficult to deal with on the defending ends of things. So copper could be a potential factor, but gold is going to be the more important one.
Interesting turn there for Matti Salmi. Big card in Steelblade Shunt. You can combine all 9 of those over the course of the game. It's significantly less axe swings required to get things over and done, but finds himself with an all-red hand, finds himself with another one to follow. Double Oasis Respite, Sink Below. and another red in the mix there as well. Wasn't able to swing that Decimator Grey Axe, had to park a card in the arsenal and simply IP1. Will we draw swords on the way back here for Go Again coming in? Well, no Go Again right now, I should say, but Hot Streak no doubt looking to pick up that buff somewhere along the turn.
I believe that was 3 Oasis Respite that Matti had in hand. Really, really awkward, especially since Tunic is not on 3. So we cannot pay with Tunic for one of those Oasis Respites. Thankfully, Sync Below is going to help us out a little bit, being able to swap out one of those Oasis Respite. And we get a Fiddler's Green on the back end. Not looking super happy on Matti's side of things, but still able to convert it properly.
Slightly sheepish Command and Conquer. Thankfully, 1 cheaper than the Axe means that Tunic can stay around and we can park that Oasis in the arsenal to make good use of it in the near future. Got a spicy one coming out of the arsenal here for Daniel. Nice reactive piece, brand new from Mastery Pack Warrior. Blade Dance generated as a result. This token has a lot of potential in a deck like Kassai. Going to find itself in need of Go Again and defending while making the Blade Dance. It seems like a pretty good mix if you ask me.
Definitely, and I love all of these instant blocks for 2. 2 is not a super powerful number compared to the 3 block we typically generate, but the upside is that we get these tokens that enable our turn in a much better way. So it's a pretty great upside, especially when you can defend yourself properly without having D-reacts available, still come in a good pinch.
Speaking of Mastery Pack Warrior, the All-Star Raised Blades was heralded very early. It's an incredible piece of Kassai support. Great in other warriors too, but makes those sword swings free here for Daniel. Hot Streak for 5 Go Again will be met by Truce and Ripple Away on the other side. Happy to block 6 here, as the Sable will continue the turn. 2 for now.
I love the addition of Truce in this deck. In a pinch, you can just do a 1-card play and ask your opponent, are you willing to attack me or not?
In the swing, a good one to know about. This card kind of ebbs and flows in and out of some of these Kassai lists in various numbers as the meta adjusts to it. It's one of the rarer ways to be able to utilize your second swing to push extra damage. You see the reminder text on the copy on screen there. It's always a quirky thing to see. But often that second swing is a little more safe. It's not easy for it to get bigger if the Blade Flurry hasn't already happened, or so on and so forth. In the swing of punish that Matti is going to want to have on the radar as Decimator Great Axe makes its way in. Do want to acknowledge the Visit the Golden Anvil being pitched away for this. This does not appear in all of these Olympia lists. Well worth knowing that Daniel will have to work through a secondary fridge if he wants to get the job done here.
Yeah, we saw that generated to a great extent earlier, or yesterday rather, where our Olympia was able to connect 1 Visit the Golden Anvil in order to pop all of his golden armor and exchange that for a new fresh set and basically resetting his defensive capacity on his equipment.
Not surprised to see a reader here. Blade Rush coming on out for Kassai. Yellow is pretty premium when it comes to cards that make their way into this deck. Again, incidental Go Again, incidental damage. A surprising all-star on this one. Been very impressed by this from Daniel's deck list this weekend. Spectating some of his games in the tournament floor when he's not been on camera. This card's looked great.
I will pitch for Braveheart Bracers.
And it's looking really, really oppressive here. Able to generate a Viggo here for the grains of blood still.
Centauri Saber to follow here. 4 more damage coming through. Vigor token generated. Braveforge Bracers activated. Shelter from the Storm will keep the damage in check. Now, 32 plays 38. Daniel slightly behind at the moment, leveraging that life total to force defensive tools out of Matti's hand. Got to work through them all eventually. Steelblade Shunt there in the arsenal for Matti. Worth keeping an eye on as the turns progress as well. Until then, Command and Conquer numero 2 will be the claim. I believe it's Blood Follows Blade in the arsenal. That is not one you want to lose in this matchup, really. It is another way to generate those painful allies that command respect from the Axe, and so not surprised to see us defending it here. Blood on our hands will bite the dust alongside multiple pieces of equipment to keep that attack reaction safe.
Yeah, and I think Matti is very happy sending these Command and Conquers across the table rather than the Decimator Great Axe. Decimator Great Axe, 4 damage, typically something Daniel is happy to take, but with the Commander and Conquers on hit, it's gonna require Daniel to block with at least some equipment and drag cards out of his hand accordingly.
Daniel may be giving a little bit away here. Pitches, riches a triple Dani to a gold, makes a gold to draw a fresh card, and then sighs and goes, "That's a great hand." And I'm not entirely sure I believe him.
No. We can't really see what he has in his hand at the moment, but we will probably find out fairly soon. Overcrowded, hitting the table. A good defensive piece against the Arachne marionettes, playing the codexes, etc. We do see the Blood Follows Blade coming up, though.
This is definitely a bit of a punish here. Centauri Saber, of course, getting bigger from the attack being forced to block. Shelter from the Storm going to have to jump out to just over-defend this massively to make sure that extra sellsword is not generated by Blood Follows Blade.
And just making sure that he is covering all his bases using the defensive reaction that blocks 4 for Shelter from the Storm rather than using the instant ability that would be able to cover up the extra damage coming through here. But he wants to make sure that this Blood Follows Blade does not connect for any reason.
Will take the 2, happy to get tickled by Hot Streak. Does have to IP1 a card. That gold did not help to fix the grip. Back to Matti we go. We see lessons learned being pitched away. Another one to watch as this game continues on. It will be a war of attrition, and having extra attack reactions in the deck going to be very powerful when those life totals start to dwindle. This card, part of the reason we're seeing so many overpowers and the like in the deck in those blue bases, gives you reasonable targets to grab back as the game goes on.
Yeah, we typically see this as an anti-fatigue strategy where you're able to get more extra value out of your card, being able to rotate those attack reactions back into your deck to try and push some more extra damage forward. But I love this addition also on the fatigue side of things, but being able to convert 1 card into 2 cards, that is a 2-card plus for you. That's great.
Unsheathed will follow a Kassai hero ability activation, so this is 5 go again on the Centauri Saber. Will threaten a gold if it finds its mark. In the hand for Matti, looking at a cute one, a bit off the side, I believe. Cool axe piece of support from the expansion slot very recently. We'll see the tunic taken to pay for the steel blade shunt here to keep this in check. Blade Flurry threatens to bump it up and over the defensive capabilities of that card and force through that gold one way or the other.
This is very awkward for Matti. He doesn't have a proper way to cover this 1 extra damage nicely. He needs to commit that steel blade shunt and overblock massively on this turn in order to prevent the gold.
No hit so far. Coming in for 4.
A follow-up here with the Hot Streak is gonna come in for 4. We have 2 cards left at our disposal. Might see some equipment being utilized here unless we are afraid of another pump here from Daniel's side of things.
If I'm not mistaken, there is a golden company in the hand, which would be tempting with those 2 resources floating. Matti decides it is much better to hold that for when a reaction catches me off guard. Can't have something like a Blood Follows Blade getting me. That's how I lose the game. And there are worlds that I can create a gold when I find a spot to wager, or maybe my own riches if that's something I have in the deck. I can hold on to that one and hopefully play it for free at some point later down the line.
Yeah, and always parking a defensive reaction in Arsenal is super, super critical in order to just cover your bases whenever a sudden attack reaction is hitting your way. Since having the capability to deny your opponent the gold generation whenever that on-hit is online is super, super critical. So always packing a defense reaction extra is always nice to have.
Yellow slice and dice to start the turn here will mean it's Hot Streak for just 3 right now. Currently no go again. Gain that in a variety of ways if Matti decides to put an attack in front of it. It's staring at another Steel Blade Shunt, Shelter from the Storm in the hands of plenty of defensive tools. Looks like we are unfortunately shy of go again sources. So yeah, sure, Hot Streak can connect. You can make your vigor off of Grains of Blood Spill, but no second sword swing. Bit of a swing and a miss, ironically.
Yeah, whenever Kassai finds herself in a situation where she can't give her attacks go again, it gets a little bit mopey or difficult to convert her hand properly.
Command and Conquer number 3. Quickly met by 2 blues from the hand here from Daniel. Trollon going away. Glint as well. 2 sources of go again. Worth keeping an eye on how many of those remain as the game starts to spiral. We'll see. Oh, My favorite, high current currency rips the counters off the Findel Spring Tunic. Another gold found for Daniel, really big deal. Part of me wonders if you can get away without playing the Findel Spring Tunic in this matchup, but it seems like Matti is so reliant on these spare resources for Steel Blade Shunts and Oasis Respites that you really can't afford to give it up.
No, I think Findel Spring Tunic is way too important to Matti's disposal, and converting those into gold is not what you would like to see, but it's also a matter of an opportunity cost for your opponent whenever you have that tunic on 1 or 2, if you are able to convert your high current currency or not. So it's a risk that Matti is willing to take.
Cleave found here, utilized solely for damage to make the axe bigger. Fate Foreseen will keep it in check, but I do want to acknowledge that letting these be burnt for damage early is not entirely free. I don't think there's a world that you don't do it, but Cleave is definitely one of your best cards to clear out those cell swords if they start to spiral. So burning them now to push damage does mean they will not be available later on. Beautiful Marvel Tournament Pack Blade Runner jumping in alongside that hot streak here. We will find a way to get go again this time. Worth acknowledging that Raisin Army being pitched away. Sometimes this is a 2 of in the decks, not always a 3 of. Going to want to watch those copies as the gold begins to stockpile.
That's how that happens on stream.
I love the extended art, or Marvel rather, of these tournament pack cards popping up here on stream.
5.
Super, super
I'm
beautiful.
remembering the dice again.
Saber for 5. Pitches away Fate Foreseen. Always feel a bit painful in the matchup as you do not really want to be blocking 2 on a Decimator Great Axe with those, but they are often the best option available to you when that axe is bigger than 4.
And Matti does a really heads-up play here, is syncing the Fate Foreseen to match whenever that Raise an Army comes about, because it's really a matter of staying healthy whenever that Raise an Army pops up in order to start clearing those allies out, because if you find yourself on a too low a life total, that Raise an Army push can really push yourself over the edge in order to get yourself down to lethal really, really quickly. So having that extra defensive capability for later down the line is really, really important, and Matti is recognizing that accordingly.
Second lessons learned, pitched away. Decimator will come crunching on in. Sigil of Solace in the hand there. Visit the Golden Anvil as well. Not achieving very much right now. There's still plenty of block on those booties. Valiant Dynamo will continue to blunt the assault of the ever-powerful warrior weapon that has defined so many of the heroes in the class this weekend.
I will activate Kassai.
Back to our Kassai player. We'll see an activation. Eats 2 reds and 2 yellows. I would like to accrue more gold, please. Matti Salmi sees another sigil in the hand for our Decimator player. That one might be a bit of a liability on a turn like this if you're trying to keep the gold in check.
2 floating.
Now we're going all in on this attack now, trying to generate some gold. We have 2 cards left in hand. I'm not sure Matti has a lot in terms of defensive reactions here. I believe this Golden Company in Arsenal still hasn't been deployed yet. But this Centauri Saber for 3 should be quite easy to cover up. And Matti is having a think here on what combat tricks might be sitting on the other side of the table.
Definitely smells like something, as that Sharpened Senses was deployed and doesn't currently achieve very much. So Blade Flurry will do the dirty work. 5 go again now. Is there a retort to keep this gold at bay? No. 2 damage. Leaking through the block for 3. 4th gold generated for Brockhage. Figure made, and we'll see Hot Streak continuing to do good work here. We'll come in for 5 thanks to Sharpened Senses and the buff from Blade Flurry.
Recognizing that the next attack is going to come in for 5, you're going to be cleanly blocked by the Golden Company. So Matti is opting in for being more value efficient with his card turn this turn around. Probably.
Looks like another bit on the side. Sigil of Solace in the hand there as well for Matti. Happy to hold on to these to try and provide some semblance of pressure on the way back. It's now 25-26 as the Tunic goes to 3 and we make our way back to Olympia. A bit off the side will be the play. Love this card. Always expected it to see more play alongside the hatchets, and maybe we'll see that in the near future when the axes continue to get support. But until the end of the turn, your axes gaining, they discard a card. Pretty painful for those decks that require those 4 and 5 card hands to really get through your wall of defenses.
Any responses?
Nope.
So no responses here. We're just going to gain 3 and be a happy camper. But I love this addition, being able to utilize your axe for more than just sending offensive power that is really, really difficult to block. It's also sending, hey, I would like to discard cards from your hand if this hits as well. Can you please block this? And it's not really easy to block a Decimator Great Axe, considering the on-hit ability of reducing the defensive capabilities accordingly.
I just lost a card.
Daniel, I've been there. Played a Gorganian Tome. I just lost the card. Did not pan out the way we had hoped. Draw Swords will be the follow-up off the blue. Spins again to try and find something more impactful to do. Will find Spoils of War. Extra 2 damage. Threatens to generate some copper when it hits. 7.
Go ahead.
The number compared so far, and Matti will say, hey, can I just take a peek at your yard and decide how I'd like to block this, please? Thank you.
We have been going through quite a bit of the deck so far. I will say we're almost halfway there.
7. I leave the spoils here.
So the Spoils of War generating some copper on return,
It does.
threatening those Blood on their hands turns later down the line. But 7 can be quite awkward to block, that's for sure.
I admire the communication between these players. Have done their best to be very clear about what does have go again, what doesn't, making sure the opponent understands. Interesting ones here in the hand once more for Matti. All blue this time around. Up the ante, ripple away. See that visit the golden anvil in the mix again. No additional gold generated at the moment, and so that would just be cashing out the equipment for other things.
Yeah, I'm not super happy to block with these cards. I would love to keep this for later turn of the game, but we already saw a few of these one of these pitch decks earlier already, so we have one at least to cover our bases.
Ripple away here, arguably a little bit awkward. Does increase the damage value of that Centauri Saber if you choose to put it in front. Means you are more encouraged to burn cards you would prefer to keep in the deck. Things like Golden Anvil, up the ante. These are powerful late game tools. We'll have to see. Warmongers jumping in alongside up the ante. Those golden gauntlets will take care of the rest. Would like to deny the copper here and keep a future blood on her hands turn in check. 5 damage from the hot streak is the follow-up.
1 in hand, 1 in us.
Now, do we send more equipment to be able to cover this one up is the big question.
No reaction.
No blocks declared, no reactions. We will finally see that Golden Company jumping out of the arsenal to keep this one covered. Brand new shiny card for Olympia. Can cash in a gold to play it if you'd like, but has the ability to defend for 6 either way. We'll just see a Decimator swing as the retort for Matti. Salmi.
Kinda like this, so we'll take
I kinda like this, says Daniel. Just Valiant Dynamo on blocking duty. Now 22-29 in favor of Olympia, but a full barrel of damage that Daniel is happy to see. Starts with draw swords to find a fresh one and make those swords free.
You always love to draw those cards in order to generate some free value on your Centauri Sabers
Do I have another yellow in
and
there?
hot streak accordingly.
There's the sharpened senses, right? And then
Matti
there's
has drawn a Heart of Fiendal,
the take the lead.
so really trying to capitalize on some healing
I
capacity.
would like to attempt to hit you, sir.
Gonna see that Kassai activation for I would like to attempt to hit you, which is often how it feels. Trying to bust through the defenses of these Decimator Olympia decks. As you allude to, that Heart of Fiendal, again, a stellar card, a card you have to have in an archetype like this, but a card that proves to be a little bit of a liability if it's time to try and starve gold from Kassai. We'll see a block for 6, and the follow-up will be a Blade Runner for Daniel here. So happy to move on to the next sword swing. A little bit bigger, thanks to that Blade Runner. 5 on the hot streak. I believe that might be a blue Steel Blade Shunt, which is not quite big enough by itself to keep the hot streak in check.
It's a bit awkward here for Matti. It's going to have to overblock with the Golden Gates here.
I will go to 8.
But the Jagged Edge coming over clutch here.
Jagged Edge will force the issue. The damage prevention line, not so important here, but +3 is all we need. Golden Gate covering 2 of this. Could choose to cover up more with that Steel Blade Shunt. Decides it is simply not worth it. I would rather park the Shunt in my arsenal if it isn't keeping you off of a gold. So gold token number 5 now found by Daniel. That army is starting to get awfully raised.
Really heads-up play here by Matti. If this D-React does not plan or play into my game plan, I'd better just save it for when it actually does, making sure that we get the maximum amount of value of it as possible. Since if you're going for all of these fatigue games where every single card matters, you know this is the correct play.
Such a stark contrast from some of the other games we've seen this weekend. Less 4s, 3s, and 3s, more slow, methodic defending, weapon swings all the way as Ray's Blades gets to work. +3 from this one. We'll draw a card, sculpt the hand a little further for our Kassai player. Add a little bit of damage to the next swing that comes on through. We do see Sigil and some more chants in the hand for Matti Salmi. And we're going to... Okay, we are pressing the button.
We are going Tulsa. This is probably the biggest Centauri Sable I've seen all weekend. 11 is going to come on squinting by. Copper on hit.
The next hit still gets the copper. Yes.
It's confirming that the next hit will be the thing that generates the copper. So if you want to keep blood on her hands in check, you'll need to keep both of the weapons tamed this turn. Otherwise, all the damage getting front-loaded onto this Saber. 11 go again on hit, make some copper, is a very real threat. And when we see a hand that contains a Sigil of Solace and multiple Steel Blade Shunts, again, we know there's another Shunt in the arsenal. Going to be tough to accurately use all of these cards and keep denying that currency, as we need to do in a matchup like this one.
I love the addition of yellow shunts as well. Tells us that Matti is running every single rainbow variant of the card.
We'll decide to pitch away. Lessons learned. Another no block in the hand there to pay for double shunt. Will be a blue and a yellow, so blocking 9 currently. 2 damage coming over. We'll see copper generated as things stand. No reactions. So 17 now plays 21. Copper tokens and Vigor token will be made from the grains of Bloodspill. Enough resources left to utilize Braveforge Bracers along the way as well, which means this hot streak will be the follow-up after that copper has been made. See this coming in for 3 thanks to those bracers.
Or as Daniel said, just 3.
No blocks declared. 3rd Steel Blade Shunt will again ping Daniel. I feel like those shunts have done more damage this game than the Decimated Great Axe has. The clock is slowly becoming inevitable here. Life lead available for Matti, but only 16 health left for Daniel. You do some quick napkin math. That is just 4 axe swings. We do need to see an army arriving sooner rather than later.
Imagine trying to get your opponent's life total down on your turn and you're faced with this Steel Blade Shunts that hits you for 3 on the back of it. It's just very, very annoying for Daniel here trying to clutch back on this health total. We are 16 to 21 as 13 turns has passed in this game so far. So really at a halfway point here in the game.
I'm admiring the banter between these players. Just that, are you playing 9 on the Steel Blade Shunts? Maybe. Yeah, no, apt response. Blade Rush again coming on through here alongside Slice and Dice will mean we have go again on our first attack of the turn, and we'll utilize up to 4 value across our sword swings.
And coming in for 3, go
Centauri Saber to start. This one is just going to be coming in for 3. Gets +1 from the Slice and Dice, but does have access to go again if I'm not mistaken.
Gets +4, so the next one comes in for 6 currently.
Nothing out of the ordinary here. We're just looking at a 3, but we do have 2 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal. So this could easily be pumped, but we do have D-React to help us out if need be.
We'll see that Blade Flurry come out of the arsenal here. Turns this 3 into a 5. Like magic, 2 damage will find its mark. Now 19 health remaining for Olympia. We'll see Trot along pitched. Pays for grains, plays for Braveforge Bracers. Again, it's all about squeaking out every point of damage you can without spending real cards. Every time you get to utilize that equipment, you are one step closer to where you want to be.
Very effective utilization of the equipment, and of course Valiant Dynamo to boot, getting that extra blocking damage every single turn. You're able to swing both of your dagger, or both of your swords rather. Such a powerful equipment.
I have nothing floating. Sorry.
And it has no one hits.
No. It does
No
not.
on hits, nothing floating, confirmed by our players. Again, communication is key in these spots. Love to see it. That is a darn big dagger.
Half your life.
It's not even half your life, bro. Just block it, smile. Sink below. Follows a cleave on defense here. Means 2 of this will come through now. Life totals quickly evening up.
Sure.
Matti with a Warmongers Diplomacy, unsurprisingly, will be used to pay the bill on a Decimator Great Axe swing. 4 damage. Do you want to give me cards, or will we continue to play the game of dumping damage? Going to see a total block of 3 here as Shelter from the Storm does get halved. Valiant Dynamo covering a little bit of the excess damage there.
Decimator Great Axe being the decimator of D-reacts. Being able to block 4 is super, super powerful, but Decimator Great Axe just says no. Unless you give me another card to boot where the Decimator Great Axe ability is affected on it, those D-reacts are proven to be very, very poor.
Now the Blade Rush coming through as Centauri Saber will be the follow-up. Well worth knowing, as you allude to, wouldn't block an axe with a temper piece of equipment. That doesn't go the way you want it to.
No. We're just going to lose that equipment accordingly, since Decimator Great Axe is pushing that down below another defense point where Temper is going to say, you're going to break now.
Fiddler's Green in the hand here. Looks to be popped onto the combat chain. We see a Fate Foreseen, Overcrowded, and a Felling Swing in the hand for Matti. Did a good job of putting some of those back into the deck early on when they were pitched away. Felling Swings definitely help you close the door. We'll gain the 3 life from the Fiddler's Green when the combat chain closes. Means we're now 15 plays 20 in favor of Olympia, and it's time. Let's have an army entering the board. Raise an army, cashes out the gold, and a popular fast food chain enters the battlefield. 5 guys. Not sure who that top guy is, but I have an admiration for it. This is the sellsword that's attacking you, and it's got some character. Big fan.
That's a character for sure. I believe it's maybe one of his friends.
I'm not
I
going
would
to guess.
imagine.
I admire the range.
I bring my friends.
Some of these are signed, some of them are custom. There's a cold foil one in there. We got the whole band.
Some of them have names, it looks like.
I love it. Charming.
So 5 little dudes is about to hit the table. Remember, we need to have resources to be able to swing with these little dudes. Cost 1 per dude. And so, looking at this 1 card in hand, if that's a blue, we're looking at maybe 3 extra Centauri swings here. Let's see. It's a yellow, so we're going to see 2 more swings here. Closing at that life gap prominently here for Daniel.
We'll block with a Felling Swing to keep 3 of this in check, and we will see another swing come on in from our sellsword. 3 go again. Who would win, they ask? 5 sellswords in a trench coat or 1 Axie Boy?
1 card remaining here for Matti, debating if it's worth blocking out, but he also understands that he is now on Centauri cells for killing duty. He cannot let these dudes just go on by unaccounted for.
We have seen some of these Olympia decks in the past, loading cards like Enlightened Strike and similar extenders that give the ability to clear away allies. We've seen Matti packing copies of Cleave that would definitely go a long way in quickening the clock and taking care of this problem. But make no mistake, it's a problem. Got to do something about these sellswords, otherwise an extra 15 points of unadulterated damage will be cleaving into your skull every single turn. Hot streak to finish here, as no resources are required. 2 more for the trouble brings Matti down to 12. Barely any breathing room as the army begins bearing down on Olympia prize fighter.
And also saving that blood on her hands for a potential finisher. But as we are looking at the health of the decks and versus the health of the players, we are closing that life gap really, really shortly.
Free to prove me wrong.
Matti here, debating how to navigate this. Seems like we have a very real decision And I hope it's not just which of your named sellswords do I punch. Seems like a personal attack at that point.
I believe we have a Sigil of Solace in Arsenal still. So that at least gives us up a little bit more health. But it does not help us combat this army of Centauri sellswords effectively.
Can't quite catch the card in hand. I wonder if Matti is debating whether these sellswords are at all raceable.
Take your time.
Seems to be a very difficult decision tree.
Maybe you draw only red, so that's well.
I have a feeling
Still a lot of trees.
it's a
even with
red card in the hand based on what Matti is saying, which might mean that we're not clearing any sellswords after all. No, overcrowded. We're simply commenting on maybe you draw only reds the other way around. Thinks the line here is the only way that I get back into this game is if your hands suck, not the other way around. So sellsword 1 sinking down under, unfortunately for Matti. There is plenty of gas on the other side. Thankfully, it is mostly red. So we're going to see a yellow draw swords pitched away alongside an Outland Skirmish to facilitate another copy of Draw Swords in red. Does draw a copy of Shelter from the Storm that needs to be pitched away here. This is going to be a turn where these sellswords sit here on scenic duty.
Yeah, this is really, really sad from Daniel. He was really hoping to pick up a blue from that draw swords, and he did not connect it, unfortunately. So this means that that race and army is not going to come across the table this turn to Matti's relief.
Somehow, the fail rate is still 7 points of go again damage and another sword swing to boot. And your hand does contain a Fiddler's Green and another Steel Blade Shunt. That one, thankfully, can be paid for by the Tunic this time around.
I think that's better.
And it's a sellsword, a saber swing here, so that Steel Blade Shunt is going to send 1 damage across the table if it hits the table against the sword.
5, 6, 7 would be that. But you still get the
Small detail here, but Daniel did highlight it, and I admire that as well. The second sword swing will only be for 2, but on hit will be 2 copper. You might not be in a spot where you can afford to respect blood on your hands anymore, but it is something that needs to be on your radar. All of these swings, thanks to Spoils of War, capable of racking up those copper tokens.
enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Yeah. Like this,
Blocking, okay, this might be the wonkiest 7 block I have ever seen. Favor seen, Fiddler's Green, a pair of equipment jumping on in. Will be 3 life gain when the combat chain closes. For now, the hot streak will jump on through. 2 damage on hit, make 2 copper. Says, fine, you can have it. Gotta let you have your copper. I will fall back down to 10, gain 3 back up to 13. And hopefully continue lumping your army with my rather large axe.
Look at me, I'm a bot state hero.
Yeah, that axe will start.
Look at me, I'm a board state hero. I respect it.
Always has been.
16.
The axe will smack a friend. Sigil of Solace gains 3 life now, back to 16, trying desperately to keep enough breathing room and need those sellswords to stay away. Draw swords. The follow-up once more. Blue pitched away this time to pay for that one. Looks like a donkey drawn from it means we should have the army clattering on this time round.
So the other caveat with this race and army, you also need to have presented a sword with go again. And it doesn't look like we have go again.
That might be a very real dilemma. I have
Never
some
mind.
bad
We
news.
solved it.
It's maybe the best possible go again. Blood follows Blade here on this hot streak. It was coming in for, I believe, 4, courtesy of a yellow copy of Draw Swords. If there's a defense reaction, we're going to be rather happy about it. Steel Blade Shunt is available in the hand, but Matti really wanted to save that Tunic resource for the cleave. There's a cleaving grip here as well to take out multiple of these allies. Doesn't really want to be forced to spend it to stop another ally appearing.
But what are the odds that we had this perfect follow-up here?
Reactions?
Forced to pitch away the Shunt to facilitate the second one from the Arsenal. It works, but it's not clean. 1 damage comes back through here as Daniel continues to slowly drip down. And the sellswords will begin to do their thing. 3 damage connecting at least once. Maybe twice. Love to see this. The sellswords are named. Can't quite catch them, unfortunately.
Huete, or?
I want to get the one underneath. I'm curious. I want to know. I want to know what the sellswords are called. I want to know the story. Oasis Respite does make use of that secondary resource here. Gains a life as we are behind as the army does its work. Will close the chain, activate Kassai.
Ooh.
Try to make a gold off of this second sword swing. Pretty clear that Matti wasn't happy with the blocking situation he found himself in. Taking that social read, making the gold as a result. On the upside, it is time to get cleaving.
And that presents another threat of a second race and army, but the cleave is going to come on across the table.
Unfortunately, only another one.
Only another one is the truth. It doesn't clear the whole army, unfortunately, but when you hit an ally, you can essentially double dip on the damage. Cleave here, not a universal effect, just moves that damage over one more time. It's not sense weakness, unfortunately. Does mean that 2 of those sellswords are gone. There is 1 left standing for now. But as those 2 golds start to recoup, we have to remember there is more than 1 copy of Raise an Army in this deck. It might not be the final chunk of army we see this game.
We actually decide to draw from one of the golds here. Daniel is feeling firm in the driver's seat right now. That tells me a lot.
Riches breaks a goal, makes another goal, decides we need more tools to make this turn worthwhile. We find them on the way. Slice and dice, spoils of war, sharpened senses means we have another very potent blast of damage. Kassai activation here. I lied. I lied,
We didn't have
declared.
it.
Does not have enough reds and yellows mixed together to make another gold this turn. Sharpened senses, of course, going to be stuck in play until the end of the turn, and therefore does not count as a yellow you can banish.
But the sharpened senses that was on the stack, I think he missed it. Unfortunate. It's an easy thing to miss sometimes.
From this Saber. Of course, that 1 ally remaining, 2 more cards in hand for Daniel, and a tough decision for Matti. Only 9 life left to work with. We'd really like to keep cards to slay these allies, but we see it again. Oasis Respite with no tunic. Fiddler's Green that does not keep you alive until the combat chain closes. These powerful defensive tools that are otherwise slightly situational, slowly beginning to catch up with us.
Still have quite a lot of healing capacity with these Fiddler's Greens. Mage's Respites, the Heart of Yendal. So any account of incendiary damage can be recouped.
My guy for 3.
Copy of Drawing Dead pitched away to send in a sellsword for 3. Matti says, fine, down to 7, I will go. Hot Streak will be the follow-up. And if I'm not mistaken, the last card in hand there is another Blood Follows Blade.
That will be super impactful here. We only have 1 card left at our disposal. So this Hot Streak coming in for 6 is going to be super hard to cover for, if not impossible.
6. Go again. Quick Blade Flurry check. Will I die if I don't block this Hot Streak? A question I prefer to ask myself before the blocking is done.
I think you've seen R3. I didn't pitch him this game. Hit me last game.
Did we attack with the ally yet?
Yes, the attack already gone through on the sellsword there.
I do have this guy.
No, it's not. Doesn't kill me yet.
It doesn't kill me yet. Yeah, absolutely. Blood Follows Blade will make another ally. I do have this card, but I am not dead.
You have nothing.
Blocking 3 on the sword there. Of course, gaining 3 from our Fiddler's Green. So hand empty, resources expended. Matti Salmi only on 4 health. Gold available, 2 sellswords available. Going to be awfully hard to keep the cards required to clear them away now. As Daniel's deck still looking reasonably healthy. And more army to be found in theory. Gold will go away though. Blunton needs to be cashed out to find meaningful damage. Finds a go again source, which we also needed in this hand. Very regular pain point for these decks. Hit and run means this Saber will come in nice and clean.
No blocks.
Yeah, that's the quirk here. We need to find those cards that give us go again, and that's exactly what Daniel needed and exactly what Daniel got here from the hit and run. But this hand does not provide a lot of resources, a lot of reds, a lot of yellows.
These defense reactions not ideal to have this turn play out, but being able to convert them into damage thanks to those allies. Raisin Army pitched away for a rainy day. Steel Blade Shunt needs to cover up the final sword swing. Does put a point of damage through to Daniel, brings him down to 13, but now only 2 life remaining, and we know there are lessons learned in the deck for Matti Salmi. There are no blocks, there are golden companies that cost you resources. Blocking might not be quite as clean as you hope, as Hit and Run continues the assault. Hot Streak coming on through, 2 Cell Swords, no doubt swinging after. Shelter, Golden Company will cover, means there is nothing left in hand as the final Centauri Saber closes the door on the top 8 dream of Matti Salmi. It will be Daniel Brockhage and the dream of Kassai reaching Living Legend that remains alive with us in round 11 here in Hamburg.
I did not expect that to be such a great show as it was. We saw the army being raised and being attacking with accordingly. We see Daniel just mastering this Kassai deck at its full potential, even against a super, super difficult fatigue deck. And things just didn't work out for Matti. I think Matti did everything that he needed to do in order to close out this game in his favor, in order to maximize the value of his deck accordingly, making sure that he have his edges available to clear out the allies as much as possible. Unfortunately, it did not go his way in the end there, and Kassai making his way into...
Well, not top 8 yet.
Maybe not.
Still got some room
Maybe
to play
not.
yet. There's still room for things to go wrong, but still very much alive for now. I do think that game was a bit of a clinic. We kind of alluded to it at the start of the round, but people thought that Kassai was in a good position this weekend because of the expectation of these Decimator Warriors. It's a matchup you actively kind of wanted to see, and we see why. It's easy enough to leak through incidental damage if you're managing your resources correctly, build up to 4 or 5 gold, and then that is often insurmountable enough to give you the breathing room to raise another army if your opponent is able to cleave them away. I think it was pretty impressive all in all, and I'm kind of hopeful to see more from Kassai over the course of our event. Until then, we have something else to talk about. Brand new Mastery Pack on the way. This one, not quite as warrior-flavored as the previous incarnation, but...
Or at least not.
No, well, you know what? It seems a little unfair to not talk about Olympia, given that Olympia has been showing up and showing out this weekend, so why not do that? Armory deck Olympia, we've had coming on through, is out in stores for you now. If you want to get your hands on this deck and all the cards we've seen flowing over the course of the weekend, this is the best way for you to do that.
We have a lot of new goodies in this Olympia deck, so if you are certainly interested in this warrior deck, then you must make your way down to your local game store in order to pick up this Olympia deck. And as we have seen over the course of the weekend, Olympia's here to stay.
Very much so. Odds on favorite, I think a couple people are underestimating slightly because it doesn't quite fit into these Decimator builds right now. There's a sword attack for this one, so you do need to go a little bit further. But tutoring any card of your choice, if you can force through an attack, that's an effect that is very dangerous and one I prefer to keep my eyes on as deck building continues. Visit the prize room, a card I'm slowly enjoying. Great way to use those Vigor tokens if you're making them off Grains of Blood Spill. Great way to use your Tunic if you're so inclined as well. Makes you a Vigor token in return. Re-equips those prize Galeias, gives you more and more ways to wager as and when required. Heads Up, not one I'm quite so high on. How are you feeling about Heads Up?
I mean, it gives your attacks dominate, which sometimes can be very, very effective. It's a 1 cost, 3+ attack, and when this attacks, if it wagers, it gets dominate. So it needs a little bit more help in order to get that dominated effect. So it's not really typically a 1-card play together with your sword, but if you are heavily leaning into those wager cards alongside of it, it can prove itself a comfortable save.
Yeah, it's a great game ender. Certainly can't contest that. Beautiful golden equipment suite available in this deck as well. That EA version of Prize Galeia going to be a must-have for the Olympias that are re-equipping multiple of these from the bin. Also worth knowing, Prize-worn Pathfinders, not just a warrior piece. That might have some implications elsewhere in the future too.
Yeah, loving that this is a Guardian/Warrior equipment. You mean I can play this in Betsy?
You certainly could.
I would love to continue betting with this prize from Pathfinders in my Betsy deck to move on forward. So not only does the Olympia Warrior deck provide some extra value for Olympia itself, there's some goodies out there for other decks ahead.
Sweet product. Happy to see Olympia with brand new life being breathed into them, and I'm hopeful that maybe we will see Olympia somewhere more down the pipeline, despite our player last round not quite making the cut. Our next round will be coming up for you in just a few moments, folks, and we have a barn burner. You kind of expect it as we get to this stage of the calling, not just from players and heroes, but this is a real pedigree match. This is Table 1's Thomas Preyer, a Dash.io expert, just one of the best Dash players on the planet as far as I am concerned. On Dash.io, no surprises. Shockingly,
exciting,
sitting at 9
exciting.
and 2, we'll have the chance to hopefully play for that win and in as we make our way into the next round. On the other side of the table, the only person who currently has Living Legend points on Hala after taking down a Battleground before Mastery Pack Warrior released, it will be Adam Urban on Hala on the other side of the table. Don't you dare go anywhere.
rounds remain here at the Calling Hamburg in Swiss before we cut to a top 8. And a barn burner, as Scott likes to put it, is ready for you today. Thomas Preyer, the one, the only Dash.io, still pushing some damage down range, going up against Adam, the Blueprint Urban, on his Hala. Let's have a quick look at the standings to see who's still in that top contention for top 8. And you guess what? Our 4th and 5th place are soon to be going on stream. Have a quick run through all the way to, I would say honestly, around 16th, our X and 2s. What's jumping out with you, Erika?
I mean, the Oscilios are still trying to fight their way into this top 8, but the swirl of non-Oscilio heroes is really doing their best to push them out of here. We still have Enes, Findik and Thomas Visido sitting firmly there in 1st and 2nd place, sitting at 10 and 1. Wow. Oscilio is really proving himself very, very powerful this weekend.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what Enes ended up losing out to, of course, after winning and going 9-0 on our stream earlier on today. Only one Dash sits there right now inside of our top 16, but there's a Reiner and a Marlynn. Some of these fringe heroes still exist and can still put in some numbers at the top tables. Only 2 warriors join us inside of that top 16 right now, that being the Hala we're about to see, and Daniel on Kassai, looking to take her finally across the edge to Living Legend. Erika, I don't want to waste any more time. I want to get into this one because finally we have a Dash.io on stream and it's against the spanking new Hala and Adam, who's been able to navigate this hero to a day 2 conversion and looks to be one of the first people taking her to a top 8.
Amazing, amazing thing to see here. The support that we're getting from Master Pack Warrior is showing itself here for us today. And we are having a look with Thomas Preyer and his run. He has had a lot of Oscilios on the tail end of today, battling his way through all of the Oscilio competitors on his way here. Actually lost against Enes here on the last round going into this, but overall had a really, really good round over the weekend.
Look at that round 1 and 2. The 2 Auroras falling to the wayside, including one Finley Shepherd. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want coming into day 2. Oh, one Oscilio? I'll take that one. That's pretty good. 2? Sure. 3, 4, dear Lord, you are pretty damn happy. But going up against the immovable object of Enes in round number 11, you got to have a loss somewhere. And I suppose it's not too bad to do it now, considering it's a high percentage chance. If you make it past this one, you're going to be getting into that top 8 and there's going to be some Oscilios there. Get the bad one out of the way. But yeah, this hero has preyed on Oscilio for a long, long time, especially if you hark your mind back to Blast to Oblivion versions of that Oscilio list that was bouncing back a number of those sigils to give you ample amounts of instants to let your Gun the Flash combo go ballistic. One cheeky little card called No Time Zone that says, no, 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 no. You played your one Gun in the Flash, you're not allowed to pitch or play it from hand again. So let's see if that is going to be a factor in some of those future matchups. I wonder if that's going to play a factor into Hala, Adam, which I'm calling him Adam the Blueprint Urban. This guy is leading the charge on how Hala should be built, played and established post MPW.
He did not hit as many Oscilios moving up with this, but what he did hit is a lot of Arachne marionettes. 4 of them consecutively, was able to clutch most of them on the past round, but actually lost against Emad Kashi on the first turn, or the first round of yesterday, but managed to clap himself back really, really well here, battling himself against a Jarl, a Vincent, another Mario, making a comeback there, and also being able to beat the Oscilios, and also Valda at the tail end of it.
Why not?
Amazing.
Why not? Besting a Valda, getting it across the line. Erika, let's look at these 2 heroes. So Dash.io, bottom of your screen, 875 LL points. She is not long for this world, much to my dismay. It's the first time we're seeing a mech on stream this weekend. Let's give you a rundown of what her hero ability does. And it's a very, very interesting one. You can look at the top card of your deck whenever you want. You can get all of that information all the time. The reason you may need that is because once per turn, you may play a mech item with cost 0 or 1 from the top of your deck as though it were an instant. It costs an additional 1 to play. So a lot of those 0 cost items also have that keyword of crank, allowing you at instant speed, playing it off top of the deck, cranking it to remove one of those counters that it would come in with, and gaining a second action point. It's not just the Oscilios that like cheating out those action points from instant. Very, very close to LLing, and our last, of course, true victor on this hero, Leo Toulouse, who is in the room as well today. I believe just dropping out of that top 8 contention. We've seen Hala a couple of times this weekend, but give us a quick rundown of what we are looking at for the Bladesaint of the Vow.
I mean, she has a lot of offensive capability, but she plays more of a mid-range style, where she's looking to block with maybe 2 cards, and with the 2 cards that she has remaining, sharpen her sword, being able to push her sword across the table 2 times a turn in order to gain as much value as possible, and she has been proving very effective to do so. She's a bit more defensive on the tail end of it, so Dash.io is maybe going to have a little bit of a more tricky time, needs to make sure that those boom grenades connects as much as possible in order to get over the defenses of Hala, but they typically pack quite a lot of defense reactions, so it's not going to be a super easy time. But at the same time, Thomas Preyer has been proving themselves to be an extraordinaire on the Dash.io side of things, and been playing her for quite some time right now. It's going to be hell of a game.
He's quite simply the guy. Well, home turf advantage for Thomas Preyer. We're in Germany for the Calling Hamburg. Let's see what the German can do. Can he bloom up some of those grenades into Adam? Oh my goodness. Adam going to be going first this turn round, and already we're seeing information gain from Thomas peeking at the top card of that deck. What are we looking for equipment-wise here? Revenant Rear Brace is really the only thing that's kind of a point of contention here, but I suppose this is more of a consistency piece as long as a block 2.
I mean, it gets you an extra sharpen whenever you decide to deploy it, and so gives you a little bit more offensive capabilities if your opponent is not looking to block very well. Pushing over the beacon of steel perhaps can be proven very, very lethal.
3 block into the 3 hole as Zenith Blade does not get pumped this turn round. Purely a filter, arsenal and pass, while healing up 3 from the Sigil of Solace. And a quick look at Thomas's play here. Not too many options. Don't really want to be establishing a spark of genius early on without that draw effect, but that tells me everything I need to know about this game plan. That tells me we're pitching above and beyond. We need our plasma main lines. We need our Techlo pounders. We need to get online and establish that we're in for the long haul. Thomas is here for fatigue and needs to put additional counters on all of these threats for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and he's accepting to take these off turns because he also realized that Hala's offensive capability might be proven powerful, but he knows that he will have even more offensive capabilities if he manages to get this board state going. The Plasma Laners, the Techlo Pounders, Techlo Foundry Heart. I mean, there's going to be all of those key pieces that he's going to need in order to push these damages over the line. And so it might not look as a very effective turn right now, but trust me, Thomas knows what he's doing.
Nothing seen on top of the deck to be played at instant speed with those 2 floating resources. So we do just Arsenal, I believe another Techlo Pounder, and pass. Double sharpen from our Bringing Blade. Edict of Steel Red. Just having a quick read at some of these new cards. The red one only requires you to have 1 sharpen counter on your sword to be able to generate that flurry token, but why not have 3? And also, Adam Urban pitching away, if you spy that at the top of your screen, a lovely Battlegrounds Victor token. This tells you what he's been cooking up on this list.
He has been in here for quite some time, and this 6 go again also shows that I am able to convert my hand just fine, thank you for asking. And Adam making sure that he is pushing this 6 with go again. It's going to be probably with another 6 with this triple sharpen on this Zenith Blade. Coming off really, really powerful here with the flurry token as to boot.
I will create a Vigor.
Taking the 6. Vigor created with that 1 floating. There was a universe this could have just been a beck and steel sitting in the arsenal, ready and waiting to go just for that additional swing. But no, we are going to do it, I suppose, the fair way, the free way. We are going to be blocking this one out for 6, but it is going to be 2 relatively powerful reds going to that graveyard. Throttle and your Pulse Wave Harpoon. So keep a hold of the cards that we need. It's 2 reds in the hand as well. It was all mono-coloured this one round, but we do manage to establish ourselves a Tetlo Pounder. No Arsenal to speak of, but an extra counter to allow us to go not only 3 attacks wide on our Pounder for +2, but 4. Can't expect that we're looking to send a single attack before we establish all of these Pounders, though.
I mean, really unfortunate. Full red hand here from Thomas, not able to establish an arsenal and setting up for a big turn. No worries, we're just gonna have to be as efficient as we possibly can, blocking with those 2 cards in order to preserve some damage and asking our opponent, okay, how much damage can you deal again?
Ole, and again, pitched away for later in this game, just for some of those additional swings should we need it. Remember, an entire rules reprise on and again due to the fact it's a NAA that doesn't actually close the combat chain.
No, a really, really interesting addition. If you don't have a flurry token, don't worry. And again, can just proceed you to be able to swing with your sword a second time without the flurry token. So, all good.
Swinging for 8, go again. The +3 from the Swordmaster's Path. A double sharpen as well after activating Hala's ability. 2 floating, I spy here. Erika, what does this usually tell us?
That we're going to use some extra resources in order to follow up this with not another Zenith Blade. We're going to see some Sires on the safe harbor. A really, really clever addition, I believe, into this deck. Because if you don't have a flurry token generation, don't worry. We can still capitalize on that go again and still sending offensive power. I'm super, super impressed, but Adam has been able to convert his hand over and over again. And that just shows how well this deck has been built to ground out those turns whenever you might be in a clunky situation. Don't worry. We have different outs to play out our hand effectively.
No blocks on the 6 initially. No blocks on the 6 to follow up. Damage dealt. We are on turn 2, Erika, with 45 minutes remaining, and this 36 HP hero is down to 16. 20 done. Adam Urban looking stronger than when he started this one at 44.
Yeah, what you gotta do when you have so much life gain at your disposal. Thomas Preyer is really starting this on the back on it and has to climb a very, very tall mountain from this side of things. Fiddler's Green hitting the table, going to prove again that extra healing capacity that Adam has available to him.
Sending in the heist here. Fortunately, effectively textless here. This is a 2 for 5 boost card that says, on hit, you may put an item with cost 0 or 1 from any banished zone into the arena under your control. Very interesting, that wording. Very good in the mirror, I'll tell you that for free.
So it's really, really not doing what Thomas is hoping to do at this point in time, being already so far behind. He wants to be able to capitalize on his value as much as possible here.
Turn 3, Adam goes to starting HP, and as the combat chain closes, Fiddler's Green says, no, I'm going to go right above that again to 43. Thomas Preyer, you may look at this and think that we are out of it. So far down on HP, he's got to use all of his years of experience on this hero to be able to establish himself in this game.
And having that extra knowledge of looking at the top card of his deck will let him know and effectively use his knowledge in order to utilize his Crown of Providence as effectively as possible. Does he have something on top of deck that is more valuable than his arsenal, or is it more valuable to send 2 cards for blocking duty? It looks like Thomas might be considering just sending 2 cards over to block this time around. Yeah.
2 more threats being used.
I mean, you don't ever want to commit your powerful red cards on defense here. Tells me that Thomas's hand is not converting great, and we see why now.
Playing out a Boom Grenade, no crank, moving a counter over, so this red Boom Grenade will be around for this turn, the following, and the one after, giving us some windows of opportunity to work out when do we pull the trigger.
And IPs himself on the back of it. There's no arsenal available for him to pack that last card he had available to him. I mean, Thomas is just looking really, really grim at his deck right now. That is not doing him any favors.
We saw the red Now we see the blue Sirens of Safe Harbor, something we've seen already over this weekend in previous Hala lists. The fact that it's blue converts incredibly well, both into the hero ability and for some of those pumps as well. The 4 is taken down to 12. We heal up 1 to 44. We heal up 3 to 47. Adam is going to the moon, not on damage, but just on vigor, life in his veins. He's in this one for the long haul. Can Thomas say the same?
I would be so much in the blender if I was on Dash.io side of things right now. We are so far behind, but we have so much offensive capabilities available to us.
But look at Thomas. You mentioned that most people in this situation, not just yourself, would probably be in the blender. It's like, dear Lord, my opponent's on 47, I'm on 12. Stoic is Thomas. He knows that this was bound to happen. This is the game plan you have to play against. Set up the board, establish what you need, and then start that wry smile on your face when you can pull the trigger on all of these boost cards, both in arsenal and in hand. We are going to play the Cerebellum Processor. We are going to crank it, then move a counter over from the Plasma mainline. That's why it still has 2 tokens on it. We tick down now to 1 action point instead of the 2. Drawing up a card. Do we find another item to play out? A little bit of hesitation from Thomas there as we play on out this Expedite. It's going to be coming in for 5. Go again. On hit, Boom Grenade. On hit, put an item from your hand with cost 0 or 1 into the arena. Not stealing your action point.
Yeah, Adam is going to look at all ways possible in order to cover up as much damage as possible. That Boom Grenade with 1 extra counter on it, though, it means that this is going to be this, not only this turn, but also the next turn with the threat of an extra 4 damage coming on through here. So Adam, he has a puzzle to solve, that's for sure.
For a hero that can get the combat chain so damn wide in Dash.io, we do not have much combat chain space on the board. The items are overflowing. Here comes a new addition to these Dio lists, all the way from Compendium of Wraith, Teklo Trebuchet 2000. Hark back to Combustible Courier, of all things, that 2 for 4 boost card that gave +2 should it hit to the next boost card. How about I just give it to the next one, but only swing for 1 this time round?
Yeah, it's a really cool way in order to work around your opponent's blocks. It's not very effective typically to block for 1. And also the Valiant Dynamos is not on this turn. So there was no way for Adam to block this effectively, having to give the Sirens of Safe Harbor here on blocking duty.
We are moving the cards all over the place right now. The 0 to 60 deep in enemy territory. Coming in for 6. Go again. And it is going to get covered up by the Grains of Blood Spill and this sink below. It feels like Adam realizes that this turn could get out of hand depending on how deep Thomas wants to pressure. And here is a maximum velocity for 10. Your triple boost was enough. No wonder Thomas wanted to protect that arsenal. Boom Grenade will trigger on this one. It only cares about Mechanologist attack action cards. So we're blocking 3, we're taking 7, plus the 4. This life lead is not as deep as it initially looked.
Man, this is exactly what Thomas has been playing for all along. This maximum velocity is connecting this Boom Grenade, finally trying to close out a little bit of the life gap that Adam had presented to himself early on.
Cerebellum Processor. Thomas thinking about whether or not he wants to be arsenaling this card. Not the best of arsenals, but do you really want to be IPing, and especially not with an item in hand? So we're just going to draw back up, arsenaling that Sea Belly, and moving on to turn number 5. While it looks like only 3 damage has been done, you've got to bear in mind Adam's HP. I think we were, what, 47 at the start of last turn?
Indeed, and Adam does not have any cards to send back on his turn, which means that the Violent Dynamo is not going to get the counters off of them once again. So again, something that is going in Thomas's favor so far. But Adam is, of course, more than happy to try to block up as much power as possible, since Dash.io only has as much cards available at their disposal, since every single boost is going to discard 1 card from their deck into the banish zone. And so there's only so many turns that Dash.io can present offensive capacity, so going towards a fatigue deck style is very, very prominent against the Dash.io.
Mechanologist does have a number of anti-fatigue tech pieces, underloop, overloop, for example, but historically when you compare them to what mech cards usually present for a rate, they're under that. They're not where you want to be pitching your resources, just to be able to recycle a card back into your deck. Prismatic Lens was another card which has kind of snuck into some anti-fatigue list, allowing you to buy your items back from your banish zone, should you boost them away. Outside of that, though, not tons of options to make sure you don't just lose to no deck damage, effectively. Boosting away a outpace, a very powerful piece of the puzzle to be able to stop those armor blocks throughout this game. Instead, we're going to be leading with a classic. Here comes Throttle all the way from Arcane Rising. 8, go again.
And trying to weather the storm here. Technopounder still sits at 1 counter, has been dealing a ton of damage throughout this turn. We do see a Fiddler's Green hitting the table on defensives here, gonna provide some extra healing. And again, that outpace is gonna present itself on the offensive.
I believe this is the third and final outpace, blocked with 1 earlier on as well. So this is going to be coming in for 4 go again. Banish of the Fast and Furious, so trigger on the stack there as well, allowing us to put an additional counter on an item with Crank that we control. Cerebellum Processor is going to be that one. One thing I want to mention as well, we've seen 2 Fateful Scenes played out on this turn. The first one revealed a Swordmaster's Shine that Adam instantly put to the bottom of the deck. He knows now is not the time to see my power card.
No, we need all the defensive capabilities that we can get, and so digging through to get to those D-reacts is exactly what we want to do.
So it's quite a big decision about 1, whether or not you crank this, and 2, whether or not you put a counter from your Plasma mainline on, and you do. This would lead me to believe, oh, okay, yeah, even Thomas not sure about that one. Can he afford to wait for the rest of the Tetlo Pounders, should he be on 3, to come around?
Did you know if you put a counter? I think you have not.
Debating whether a counter was put on Symbiosis Shot or not. Whenever an item hits the table, you get a counter on your Symbiosis Shot, which converts into 2 damage. And again, Thomas is going to need any damage capacity as he can possibly get. Adam sitting again at 40 life at this point in the game. It's not looking amazingly here for Thomas. He really needs to juice out every single piece of damage out of his deck in order to close this one out.
There goes your first Tetlo Pounder. Sprocket Rocket not getting its triggered ability, not banishing an item. So only coming in for 5 go again. But we know the way that Flesh and Blood has adapted over the past year or so, 5 feels like the new breakpoint.
We've only seen 1 Boom Grenade so far. I'm curious to see if Thomas is actually packing more like the blue or the yellow variety. There are some decks that are debating on the effectiveness of the different variants inside of the deck. It might clutter your deck into having a little bit too many items. That is not typically what you want to draw up on. You always try to play those on top of your deck, but that also means that you can't play every single item available to you in the deck building process.
Notably, they all block 0 as well. So you are as fragile as some of our instant wielders, such as Zyggy and Oscilio in that regard. We're going to be getting 5 block on the 5 Sprocket Rockets here. Sirens of Safe Harbor trigger again. We're up to 41. Drawing a card here from Cerebellum Processor. Activating the Achilles Accelerator to be able to regain our action point. Now is the right moment to do it. Thomas has something in mind, and I believe it has to do with whatever is sitting in this arsenal. Tetlo Foundry Heart activated. Paying the resource, gaining 2 more because 2 mech cards were banished from it. We're up to 4 floating.
3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. What can we do to get some damage across the board here onto our opponent?
Red Zipper hit, gorgeous Tournament Pack Marvel. Banishing a Red Zipper hit, glorious Tournament Pack Marvel. 5 go again on this one. Remember, Dash IO has not been activated this turn, so we are digging to continue see if we can find items. I'm below 40, says Adam. Finally, we get there. Pulse Wave Harpoon. 4 go again, must reveal 2 cards from hand. If they block 2 or less, Thomas can choose to put them on the combat chain. This is Beck and Steel, blocking 3, and notably the only card in Adam's hand, which looks like he just commits to the combat chain either way. Taking 1 down to 38, a card in hand, a card sitting in Arsenal. And if my maths are right, Erika, we boosted 3 times.
Which means can only be one thing.
Oh
but
my
is
God.
this the commitment that Thomas would like to do at this point?
I thought he was about to flick his hood up as he did it then, honestly.
Extra power move.
Is now the right time? I mean, armor's dented. Card in Arsenal for the Crown of Providence. It looks like now is the right moment. It is going to be covered by a Shelter from the Storm, but that's still going to be 6 damage over the top. MV, we're now down to simply just 1 in deck. Should we be running 3 of them?
I'm obviously going to pass.
There's also the chance of backup protocol being able to recur those maximum velocities from graveyard if
Absolutely.
need be. We haven't seen a backup protocol just yet, but that is also an extra outlet in order to capitalize on those max V turns. Of course, it's not the easiest thing in the world in order to get those 3 boost cards, having the resources available to execute on the maximum velocity, but that is an option.
Cards drawn up for Thomas here. Tetlo Core, Tetlo Pounder, Fast and Furious, and a yellow zipper hit. I believe, if my eyes don't betray me, there is a Fast and Furious in the Arsenal as well. Most likely going to be pitching this Tetlo Core away as we pitch to our zipper hit just to do a 1 for 4 go again.
For offensive capability.
Wow.
Is what we like to see. Adam is not taking any chances if there is a random boom grenade on top. I do not want to get hit by it.
How big is it to lose Reverend Rear Brace there?
I mean, we're not looking to kill our opponent by attacking them at this point. I believe we are looking to just deck out our opponent at this point. And so having the blocking capacity extra here from the Reverend Rembrandts, it's totally fine.
3 go again. Soon to be bumped up to 4 go again. Now that instant speed, we have cranked an item, that being the backup protocol red. Like you said, we hadn't seen one as of yet. Now we see one off the top. Cranking it, regaining our action point, giving +1 to our Fast and Furious. No boom grenades here, but still wanted to be protective of our HP is Adam. As we chuck our 3rd and final Fate Foreseen, those lovely promos from Pro Tour Vegas right in front of it.
Choosing to crank it, giving us an extra action point to work with. Gonna be able to utilize that either to draw a card or sending extra symbiosis shots for that extra action points available to us. Still looking decently healthy.
29, Own cards. 32.
I've never seen someone count cards so fast.
29 to 32 cards left in deck. That is not as far apart as I thought this would be.
Not at all. But at the same time, there's a lot of items in that deck as well that doesn't oppose either defensive capability or offensive capability, unless you're a Tetlo Pounder, of course, or a Boom Grenade. But those cards don't attack, and so you're only limited to as many attacks available in the deck currently.
Remember, you can't boost if you don't have any cards in deck as well.
That's
so,
difficult, yep.
Every single boost is going to be getting rid of additional cards, so those numbers are close at this point in the game, turn number 8, but Thomas will be moving through his deck at twice the pace, well, even quicker if he keeps Foundry Hearting to be able to gain additional resources than Adam. 29 minus 2, we make that 27 round here.
Interesting decisions here. Knew it was a red boom grenade on top, but he said, you know what, I'm not going to get any value out of this boom grenade at this point in time. So I am looking to utilize the extra resources instead.
It is interesting because there was the choice to Cerebellum there as well, right, with it being directly on top, but instead prefers this one. Which
never mind, we already used the dash ability to play out the backup protocol, right?
We did, but we could have drawn it from the Cerebellum. Looks like we value sending more damage right now with this 0 to 60. But
last red boom grenade.
That's the last one gone. Now we need recursion effects for items like that prismatic lens we were talking about later it's not something we've seen so far.
That's my block, that's it.
And again, hitting the combat chain here, easily covering up this 3 coming from the 0 to 60.
Sacrifice this, sure.
What are we getting? It's the max V, it's the play we just talked about.
It makes sense. Sending the 10.
Block 4, take 6.
This is identical to the previous turn as well. The maximum velocity is getting the damage over the line, but being blocked out by a shelter. So only 6 being dealt, and Thomas goes digging through Adam's grave to see how many defense reactions are left. What are the threats that have been committed so far? Are we looking for? We're looking for Fiddler's Green, for healers as well, right?
Yeah, how many Fiddler's Green have you seen? How much healing capacity is left in the deck that I need to take into account? Because I need to convert that into damage on my end if Adam decides to, or is able to pull that off on his side of things, and I'm not able to close it out earlier than that. 26 plays 12 here. Adam is healthy in the lead still, and we have committed quite a lot on our end so far.
Adam Urban went to 47 HP, and that was after dropping down to 40 once before. Thomas has done more than it looks at this point. He's brought the health totals between a manageable level. This is what you would expect the HP totals to be like, maybe turn 8, turn 9, coming into an aggro versus defensive deck. But the fact that he's gone above and beyond on all of this damage with the assistance of boom grenades, your plasma mainline, your tech load pounders, and those maximum velocities means that this so far has been a Herculean effort, not just one you would expect from an aggro deck.
We see the yellow boom grenade hitting the table here, cranking it for an extra action point here for Dash.io. 6 counters on Symbiosis shot. Still 3 cards available in hand, 1 in arsenal. Seeing how can we hopefully connect this boom grenade. We need all of the damage available to us at this point. We haven't committed the Braces of Belief yet either.
Convection Amplifier. There goes your way of going tall and sorting out Dominate on one of these very important boom grenade turns. Usual lists only on one of these, but we'll see as we dig on through Thomas's deck. Does he find another? Not right now. Grabbing the Cerebellum Processor, X equals 0 on that Spark of Genius. Because we boosted this turn as well, we're going to be drawing a card. Do we crank it? Yes, we do. And we move the counter over. We maintain our second action point. We're going to be drawing up another card from that Sea Belly at some point this turn.
And Thomas is shuffling his deck. It's looking mightily thin at this point. Just having an extra look, making sure that he has made the right decision here on the Cerebellum Processor before shuffling back.
It's a threat density count as well, right? Like, so
too.
many reds were committed early on. Shuffle from both sides. There's not many cards there. Make sure they're in that random order. The draw from Spark of Genius. Hard to see, but I do believe it was another blue throttle.
Okay. So we do have still 2 action points available to us, meaning we can draw a card from this Cerebellum Processor, still being 1 action point remaining.
I don't think so. No.
But I think the Plasma mainline has been doing a ton of work this game, just utilizing that extra offensive capability on Tech Pounder and getting the Cerebellum Processor across the board and having those live for extra turn, just eking out extra value turn over turn. So that first turn feels like more of an off turn to get that Plasma Leyland out has been proving itself extremely valuable.
No more Spark of Genius in the deck now, though. 1 was banished, 1 played early,
3 floating.
1 just played off the back of that as well. 3 floating and losing another one of those threats. Third and final red Marvel Zipper hit hits the banish zone. Drawing a card from our Cerebellum Processor. What do we get? Can we see it? BIOS update, it looks like.
We can go tall. If we boost an item, can get it out. So it's very effective for that.
16 cards remaining in deck now, Erika. This is why Thomas is taking so long, right?
So we're looking at maybe 3 effective turns after this one. And 26 lives still to go.
Thomas knew what he was revealing, of course. Dash allowing you to look at the top of the deck. Effectively gives you +2 whenever you need it. And a heist here is very important. Some of those key items that we could draw back have been banished in this game. And it's going to be drawing all of the blocks. No true attack reactions live in Dash.io, especially when you've already activated your hero ability. So this is as heads up as it can be. 7 gets that block covered.
And also the yellow boom grenade still on board, so Adam is trying everything to make sure that he is keeping himself covered in order to not take that extra damage as well.
I believe that was only boost 2 of the turn. You had the one before the Spark of Genius, now the one after the Spark of Genius with that Braces of Belief. So while we do play out this backup protocol red, we are not going to be able to go and grab a maximum velocity, but instead we are going to nab that exact same heist back around. We're boosting away to hit the boom grenade off the BIOS update.
No way!
There are not enough cards left to cover this heist. We can get an item. We can go deeper into this game, into this deck. Thomas has played around what he needed to, forcing the heavier blocks on that first heist and then above and beyond on the next one. This is 2 BIOS update yellows, notably, for +3/+3 on hit. We're coming in for 8 with our buff from BIOS.
Wow, this is really heading Thomas's way right now. This is exactly what he needed to close that life gap that is still present here for Adam. 26 plays 12, 1 card in Adam's hand, no counter, or there is a counter on Valiant Dynamo, so he's not able to block with it. There's only the Crown of Providence with the 2 block available, but this heist, he's coming in for 8. There's no way to cover it.
Thomas having to scroll through his grave. He continues. Again, you've got to be so close at this point of the game. Monitor your threat density. We saw reds blocked with early. We've seen a number of them banished as well. Is there enough damage left in the deck at this point, even with this absolutely insane banish with BIOS update on this boom grenade, to be able to get us to 26?
If we decide to cover 5, we're going to take 9 with the 2 yellow boom grenades.
Okay, so we're doing 14?
Taking it all. Taking the 14. So heist trigger here as well. What do we grab?
Now this is going to be an interesting decision here for Thomas.
See what we can see, what he's looking at. Red boom grenade is
tempting.
What seems to be the tempting, most obvious choice, but there are other options there as well. Do you want Dominate? Do you want the Convention Amplifier to be able to get over these final 12 pieces of HP? And I say that because Thomas hasn't taken damage for so many turns. He went so low early on in this game, setting up for the right moment, and he hasn't let his foot off the gas for a beat. We get the boom grenade, we crank it, we put the counter on it to keep it around for a following turn, and now we send 3 symbiosis shots with our 3 floating AP. Adam Urban, the architect of this Hala list, goes down to 6. The first time in this game he has sub his opponent's HP.
Wow, wow, wow. Thomas is doing his absolutely best, and it shows. I believe that boom grenade was the absolutely correct decision, considering that his opponent does not have much blocking capacity left on his equipment. Trying to tail out those attacks that is going to come across the way is going to be proven even more difficult.
Saw how big these BIOS updates can be. They usually come in pairs, and it's a Teklo pounder from the top.
5 go again. Wow.
BIOS update into the Teklo Pounder is gonna hit the field right here, and Adam is shaking his head. What is going on, Thomas? You are just hitting it every single time you need it to.
I will crown. Okay.
Crown of Providence. Get rid of that arsenal. What do we find? Another provoke, another 3-block. But remember, because the BIOS update, the trigger on Teklo Pounder does not apply to the first swing. It's in and ready. It's the first time you boost when it is in play, not the first time you boost each turn. So this next boost attack is going to get the +2 from Pounder. Yeah. We've still got this red boom grenade on board, which is more than 50% of Adam's HP.
Yeah. First attack is blocked, though. We have 11 cards remaining for Thomas Prayer. And he's literally living on a prayer right now. He needs to clutch in that last 6 health point. Can you do it?
Oh, the downside here, though. 2 cards in hand, no, both of them items. The Teklo Core and the Teklo Pounder that sits in Arsenal. Our boom grenade will not be triggering.
Just passes on the turn.
The Zenith Blade for 3.
Man, this just turned into a very, very grim, but we do have EQ available to us, so this is going to be able to maybe help us out. Crown of Providence hitting the table. We are going to commit the Arsenal back into hand. Get a new card fresh into hand.
Oh, I think he just drew a Fast and Furious. He would have loved to have seen that a little bit later. Provoke.
Provoke.
Adam does a little dance just to provoke Thomas IRL as well. What are we going to be ripping? And this is a big decision. So we look to the banish. We check the cards in deck once again.
16 minutes left on the clock. I feel like we have plenty of time to figure out our ways through the final turns here, as Thomas is living on his last deck count.
The benefit of Teklo Core now being established on the board, though, is that we can go pitchless on this turn. The downside is that we go pitchless on this turn, and we don't bring more cards back into the deck. What are we looking at?
Are we? Oh, that is.
So no time zone, a heist. I believe a yellow 0 to 60, the final maximum velocity, and a couple other choice cards, which we can't get eyes on right now. Fast and Furious, yeah, that's sitting there as well. We do have enough cards to go to 3 boost, but we've got to commit one of these onto the combat chain, and it is the literal worst card Commerce could have played against him. He wants to keep this entire hand because I'm pretty confident with this pitch cycle, you can do an MV. That would most likely confirm you the game. Every single maximum velocity that's been played out so far has been covered by a single defense reaction, and you take 6. Adam does not have that opportunity this time round because he's only on 6.
I mean, this provoke is hitting so hard right now. As mentioned, Thomas needs every single bit of utility in order to get over the edge, and Adam is so close on clutching himself back with this provoke right now. But what are we getting? What are we getting from this provoke? That's the question. What can Thomas do with the cards remaining, considering one needs to go on the combat chain right now?
The onus is on Thomas. He counts the deck once again. I believe we're at 10 now. Was counted as 11, then we Crown of Providence. Well, actually, that would recycle it. We're still at 11.
What are we looking to do, Thomas?
It looks like no time zone might be going on. But if my maths are right, that doesn't leave us with enough resources
to send the max V.
To send the max V with this current hand. We would need to find an item on top of the deck to be able to crank it into play, gaining the resource, cracking your cerebellum processor to find a blue. So many hoops will need to be jumped through for Thomas to get this one to convert the way he could have, provided that pesky provoke was not there. 1 damage dealt, no time zone in the grave, 11 plays 6, and the turn just passes on over.
This might be the last chance here for Thomas. in order to push things through here. Teklo Pounder is still on the board, +2 on the next boosted attack. 5 counters on Symbiosis shot. Cerebellum Processor still in play. Teklo Core giving us 2 resources. 4 cards to work with.
There's like a legitimately big decision about what you send first. It looks like the Fast and Furious is going to be coming in here as it still represents a breakpoint of 5. Could go up to 6 should we see an item on top of this deck. And, well, we are only going to be blocking 5. Do we see an item? The fact that Thomas is thinking about this one leads me to believe no, we will not push it beyond what is currently presented.
The Shelter of the Storm in hand. He's going to be able to cover up quite a lot of it. Thomas is having a think here.
He's just trying to work out what's left in deck at this point, surely. He can see what's on top, but what are those other 9 cards?
He has at least track on some of the cards on the bottom for his pitch deck considered, but he has shuffled his deck fairly
Kill
recently.
the one. Oh my god, Foundry Hearting this late in the game.
Yeah, this is the last turn.
He's digging through his deck to see if he can find an item with Crank on top, and he can!
It's the backup protocol red.
It gives him another It gives him another option. We've activated Dio with 2 action points and Cerebellum on the board. We can draw up should we find that blue that we've been hunting for. Cerebellum gets activated, and it is the blue. It is a blue throttle in the hand. The resource is flush. It's exactly what he needs.
Adam is
right
shaking.
now, look at him.
He is not happy with how things are playing out, but Thomas has been working incredibly hard to get to this point, making sure that he's pushing damage turn over turn, but still making sure that he has enough power left in deck to push the last bits across the board, because you need so many puzzle pieces in order to make this work. As mentioned earlier, for maximum velocity to crack, you need those resources. You need to boost 3 times. That is a lot of resources that you need, but also Cerebellum Processor and Backup Protocol is helping us out in such a big way right now.
2 cards in deck. And that in of itself is the problem. You can only boost twice. Thankfully, only 2 more boosts is what we need for this MV, but it's not as simple as that. Adam sits at 7. Every MV this game so far has been blocked with a defense reaction solely, and then 6 has been taken. Last turn, that would have been enough. Now with that Sirens of Safe Harbor block, it is no longer enough. Boosting, banishing, 1 card left. The 3 is covered with a 3. The Heist is sent as a 5, and there goes your final card, your final item, that Teklo Pounder. The question is, Adam, do you full cover this?
Do have a defense reaction in hand.
One in Arsenal believe I believe.
But it's not going to cover the Heist unless we commit. Oh,
the shelter as well to cover it up.
Of course.
But let me run the numbers. The 10, the final card in deck. He's going to be taking 9. He's got no blocks.
Enough.
It was the last card in his deck. And Thomas, the ever potent -IO player, gets it across the line using the entire 80. My God, you will not see a better -IO player against a fatigue-style deck. Thomas Prayer, what the hell have you just shown us?
Man, what a legend. That looked so grim in the beginning. It did not look at anything was walking Thomas's way. But man, is he a man of his word. He shows everybody that it takes guts to play -IO, and you need to have a plan in every single situation. And that is all proven for us today. And oh my God, I am so impressed.
I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. We see 1 -IO on stream this weekend, and arguably it's the GOAT at this point. You cannot point to many other players in the entire realm of Flesh and Blood that could navigate a game to perfection. Pitch perfect, deck perfect, perfection. Every choice led to that final moment where the final card, the final action point, the final pitch led to a maximum velocity for 10 with only 9, which is with enough going over the top.
Man, I need a breather after that one. That was intense. But what a game.
What a game.
What a lovely game of Flesh and Blood.
People are going to watch this one back. And if you are an aspiring Dash.io player, watch that one back. Mech may not be long for this world when it comes down to Dash.io's lifeline. She's really pretty damn close to living legend, and Thomas might be able to take her over the line, at least a little bit closer at this event. But we take a breather, we take a breath, and we remember there was a Hala in that game as well. Let's have a look at some of the cards that she was presenting in that game by tapping into Mastery Pack Warrior, which is, of course, out now at your LGSs. Go get it. Go grab some cards and crack, shuffle, and play this brand new kind of expansion format in Mastery Pack.
I mean, the Master Pack Warrior sold out pretty quickly on the prize fall over here this weekend. People are hyped for all of the gorgeous marvels that are available to us in this pack. This Dawnblade, look at it.
I need to see one of these IRL. Was it? I believe it was Scott who was saying that one of his locals pulled this one,
so
which is yeah, I'm very jealous. I'm also jealous if anyone pulls this goddamn Zenith Blade. The fresh art on this card on the rear as well is gorgeous. Hala spec, and well, we didn't see it swung too many times in that previous game, but when it did swing, God, did it come with some heft. Golden Grail has been absent from the stream this weekend. It's been Decimator Great Axe across all of the Olympias, but this card is nothing to shrug your shoulders at. Not only can you pay 2 to swing it for 3, and then if it wagers gets +1, but you can also just destroy a gold. Who needs pitching cards in modern day Flesh and Blood? And honestly, I'm looking at the fruit on the right hand side of that Golden Grail. It's making me a bit peckish. I'm not gonna lie. 2 Hala Marvels come in this set as well. The young one with the introduction of young Hala in Mastery Pack Warrior for all of you Silver Age heads, and of course the Marvel version for all of you Classic Constructed gamers. Out now, make sure you go and grab some of these along with our brand new Majestic Durandal, which I did pull one of these. Unfortunately, not a Marvel. Not as cool as that. But this card, very interesting, as you get a +1 counter. Well, if it has a +1 counter, reaction card gets -1. Talk about Mirror Breaker. All of the Warrior cards are basically attack reactions, so very cool to see this one as well. Lessons learned, all in, Point of Escalation. 2 of those cards we've not seen too much of this weekend, but lessons learned, basically worming its way into every single Warrior that exists, including Fang, who had a pretty decent representation, even some top players like Brody Spurlock on that list this weekend. So Remembrance at home, no. This one's slightly better for your Warrior players. Point of Escalation, awesome card. Someone will make a Bolton deck that is broken with this. I'm calling it now. It's yellow, it has to fit, surely.
I can see it.
Few more cards. Raised Blaze. This one was getting talks of the town with Kassai, and well, if she continues doing well across this weekend and even winning the event, it won't be long that she'll be able to play this one, as she will LL today. But Raised Blades, incredibly strong. We're seeing it work its way into Dorinthia decks across the weekend as well. Overwhelming swing right back to other powerhouses. Should you need to grab more equipment, re-equip that, or just go over the top for so damn much. I saw an overwhelming swing give +10 to a sword once. So yeah, that it's kind of crazy. It's like tenacity, but at an attack reaction speed. So really cool. I'm excited to see more brews along this one. And of course, your alt art reprints. I didn't have any of these cards. I'm going to need them now. I'm going to need all of these if I want to play my Warrior. Some of them are hard to get. Valiant Dynamo and Brave Forward Bracers, very old packs for those ones. Even Grain of Bloodsteel back in Heavy Hitters. Yeah. Hard to get hold of those packs now. So we reprinted them. There you go. Just for you. Fancy new art for everyone at home. Blade Dance and Flurry. God.
Love them. Love them so much. I mean, we managed to pick up double Flurry Marvels when we picked up our 6 Master Pack.
We got a Blade Dance one.
Yeah, I traded one of my Flurries for one of Marvel Blade Dance with my local, so I'm kidded, that's for sure. And I love the art on this one. They are absolutely amazing. Together with the Marvel swords across the board, amazing set. Go pick yourself up with some Master Pack Warrior as soon as possible. They're selling out quickly. Go get them.
Yes, go now. Okay, right. Another game coming up for you today here at Calling Hamburg. If my calculations are correct, this might even be the final round that we've got in Swiss, and it's a winning in. We saw a Marlynn on stream earlier, and they return, along with Enes, Findik. are Oscilio that we saw at the very beginning of today, who was flawless going into round number 10, has dropped a couple games and now goes 10-2. It's the 10-2 show-off. Marlynn versus Oscilio. Who's going to make it to the top 8? There's only one way to find out. After this short break, we will return and see who joins us for that push towards $5,000. See you soon. "13 rounds of Classic Constructed comes down to this. You've played over 13 hours, sometimes even 14, 15. Some of these games go a long old time, Scott. Well, you come down to this point. A win and in between Marlynn and Oscilio, but this term is thrown around a lot, especially when it comes down to broadcast and watching events. What does that mean? Give us a run through the standings with us.
Sure. I've been out there doing a little bit of napkin math on this one. It's a bit of a slightly complicated top 8 to figure out. You'll see that we have a total of 9 players who are sitting at 10-2 or better. Most of these games are kind of guaranteed to be a lock. The question marks are going to be between a Oscilio mirror match and the match that we're choosing to watch with Giulio, Monaco and Enes here, who is in second. Long story short, Giulio probably has to get the job done one way or the other. Otherwise, we have another Oscilio from the mirror match making their way in.
So the reason behind that is because of the breakers and when these people would have lost their games
Correct,
as well,
yeah,
right?
100%.
So Enes going flawless coming into, well, even the first round of today, going 9-0. And I don't know when the 10th game was won. We'll see in a few moments. But if it was these final 2 rounds that was lost and then going 10-0 to 10-2, you are in a pretty dominant force when it comes down to breakers top 8, right?
For sure, yeah. So it's one of those things. The math you're looking at here is like maybe we might have 5 Oscilios in the top 8. We might have 3.
Oh my God.
We might have 3 depending on how this breaks out because it's an Oscilio mirror and an Oscilio versus Marlynn. So those are the 2 matches you want to be paying attention to. They're the ones that are going to change when it comes to how our result structure breaks out.
So with that in mind, is there a chance that, as we're looking at this standings right now, that Thomas Preyer or Daniel don't make it in?
No, as far as I'm concerned, they'll be the ones that make it in if they happen to lose this round. They're the ones who are high enough in the seeding. They had the wins nice and early. They're going to be in good form one way or the other, which means that we have Kassai on form to hopefully end her story this weekend. And Tom Preyer, of course, should be fine after what was frankly a bit of a masterclass on camera just there. So I'm excited to hopefully see more of Tom in the feature match area. But yes, the matches to focus on here, Oscilio Marlynn, Oscilio, those are the ones that are going to change the structure of our top 8.
Oh, dear Lord. I'm glad you did the napkin math because my brain's still a little bit fried from that Dio game. But we've got more Flesh and Blood action coming for you now. And as I mentioned, Marlynn was on stream earlier. We have Enes on stream earlier. You know what? Let's combine them. Let's smack them together and let's play for all the marbles of top 8. Who can get there? We'll have to wait and see. Marlynn Oscilio, a relatively polarizing matchup. You know what, Scott? Let's just jump straight into the wins and losses of both of these players. I don't want to wait much longer.
Yeah, I want to talk about Giulio. We've had Giulio on camera already earlier against Zyggy. It was actually a fantastic game, well worth watching. The thing you might not be aware of is the last loss for our Marlynn player here was back in round 5. It's actually the only loss because there was a draw back in round number 2 as well. It's been all W's since round 6, and today very much has been a case of working through Kassai's, working through another Oscilio. It's been a pretty good matchup for the most part for our Marlynn this weekend, and unsurprisingly, going to be crossing his fingers that it's a similar story here.
Yeah, doesn't want another draw to another Oscilio this time round. Dear Lord, it's the last time you want it. Let's have a look at Enes. We already kind of touched on this, and well, we got our answer to when that loss was, and the very first one came not only, well, not the first game of the day, but the second game of the day. Round number 10 in that Oscilio mirror. Said that this matchup in of itself is polarizing. I suppose the Oscilio mirror is exactly that. One of you can just storm off and win that game. Thomas Preyer actually fell prey to Enes Findik as well in round number 11. So that takes us to round 12. Better breakers for Enes here, but certainly not confirmed in top 8 yet. He needs to win this one.
Oh, he should be fine. We think Enes is going to be okay one way or the other. It's our other Oscilio mirror we're worried about. It's more whether or not our Marlynn gets to join us in the mix. There's way higher stakes for our Marlynn player this time around than there is for Enes. As you said, the breakers are so strong. With our last undefeated player, it still gets to sit in Swiss in second place just behind Tommaso Vicido. You have seen both of these heroes at this point. Don't want to spend too much time dwelling on their hero abilities. We have been there.
I want to get in.
I do want to talk about just one detail on this before we go down. It's not the 21 points. It is the awaiting their first champion. We have the opportunity to have a Marlynn treasure hunter in our top 8, and Giulio Monaco has a shot to become the first ever World Tour champion on this hero. Let's make our way down into that feature match area and see if that's the story that we will get to tell.
That is an equipment suite and a half for Marlynn. Omnis Ward, Bullseye Bracers, Arcanite Skullcap. I'm counting AB5 should Arcanite Skullcap be online, and let's not forget the Enchanted Quiver as well. But the damage already begins being thrown. Here comes a discarded Echo Flash for 1.
Giulio Monaco came ready for this matchup, came ready for whatever version of Oscilio might be on the other side of the table. Arcanite Skullcap is my pick for the most impactful card you can put into a number of decks to improve your Oscilio matchup, because it allows you to hedge your bets against both versions. And sometimes it really is at its best against these comic collisions and stuff in the late game, because even if you're against these aggressive versions with meteoric impacts and comic collisions, it means you have the ability to keep these tall arcane spells in check regardless of version of Oscilio. It's really potent. Blocks like a trooper. Gotta love having it in the deck here.
I suppose right now the only downside is that you were not lower HP than 36. Oscilio getting that small buff from actually, weirdly enough, starting on less HP. So only the AB2 available. We do AB2 and we take the lion's share of that damage from the meteoric impact pumped by our Volzar. We are going to be activating Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon. Currently no load, as we've seen. Going second, usually not best for Marlynn, but hey, it worked out in that Zyggy game.
It did. Unfortunately, this is the old zero harpoon hand, and of course, the only downside for playing something like Arcanite Skullcap, you give up Crown of Dominion. You cannot grab a gold and refire the clip, even if there was an arrow there. So this is unfortunately going to be the old IP1, pitch my catch of the days away and try again. Gives full permission over to Enes Findik on Oscilio to just push damage while he can.
Blistering Charge, 0 for 4 if you play an instant this combat chain. Sorry, the chain link, of course. Very importantly, this chain link. Gets go again. Sunken Treasure, going to be making that gold. There goes the downside of not running Crown of Dominion. Being able to defensively ensure that you get that gold as well. So, Consigned to Cosmo Shock. The shock side, of course, going to be played on out here. Not only for the one ping, but also to give our Blistering Charge go again to continue our turn.
Yeah, minor punish there for Oscilioing away. That Consigned to Cosmos. I mean, there was a yellow available for Sunken Treasure to take advantage of. Second copy here will be looking to grant go again to the Flittering Charge. And we're seeing Giulio taking a very defensive stance in this matchup so far. Some of that will be hands that don't necessarily just rip the cord, but I get the impression off the equipment suite alone that this more trap-heavy, trap-dense version of Marlynn can just play this slow, stoic game, find the window for harpoons to come through. When you don't have big numbers, you have big prevention.
No block structure.
I have no reaction.
Saw Giulio as well earlier on in the game. Boulder Trap, very, very nice. Don't see this one too often. I don't think we saw this in our Riptide game yesterday. This, when it defends an attack, I believe with go again, -1 on a piece of equipment that your opponent controls. Those, that bodge. That bodge gets -1.
Significantly worse. Call this a hot take. I think this card is massively underplayed in Marlynn. I think the amount of equipment blocks required to shut down some of your harpoons on occasion, having this inbuilt defensive tool that says your counterplay to overpower just got significantly worse, card I'm a really big fan of.
Used to play in Lexi against Dorinthias because that matchup was incredibly hard. So, you know what? For the exact same reason, let's make sure we're putting -1 counters on things. So, Boulder Trap gone.
I just passed.
The turn passes on over. Something to touch on quite early on here. We're never getting those HP totals very effectively. We're going just below your opponent, so your Skullcap's online, but not too far below that the game gets out of hand. And there's options here in the end step of Giulio discarding an Astral Bridge off of the Oscilio, drawing up. No Starfall trigger this time round, but as we saw earlier on from Enes, filtering through this deck, milling as quick as you can, get to your Gone in the Flash for your combo.
Something you do have to be mindful of in this matchup, especially when we've seen these extra defensive tools from Giulio. Marlynn can fatigue you, especially with access to AB5. There's a ton of blue block 3s in this deck. So every Oscilio activation, yes, it's getting us closer to the big combo turn we want to find. It's improving our hands, creating meaningful offense. It is also slowly burning the candle. And we have to be at least a little bit mindful of how much candle we have left.
Do you suspect that Enes has done a lot of dedicated sideboard planning and space for Marlynn? Because I would think not.
No, that would be my assumption too. It's not exactly a matchup you expect to be playing your winning in at a calling level against right now. Maybe you should be, and it's something that people have been underestimating, and maybe it will be going forward as well. For now, we'll have to either rely on the existing practice and the knowledge of this deck, or figure it out more on the fly.
Four go again. Fusing that Flittering Charge, of course. OG Oscilio, Constella Intelligence, still has access to these elemental cards.
Twilighting definitely part of why. Let's check in with this in a moment. King Kraken Harpoon on defense here.
Yeah, not tons of non-attack actions in the deck, but a number of them that we do need to be concerned about. Comet Storm Shock being one of them. Consigned to Cosmos, because one half of it is a non-attack action, is great. Lightning Press on this Lightning attack to be able to not only give us go again, but also the +3, the most efficient use of Flickering Charge.
Second strike for 4.
Worth knowing it's a number of meaningful red harpoons being forced on defense here should tell you a decent amount about what Giulio expects to be doing in this matchup.
I'd be lying to you if I said that these 3 cards on the combat chain right now being turned sideways aren't some of the key pieces that you need as a Marlynn to be able to get damage across the line. That was 2 of your big boy harpoons along with a big game trophy shot, your +4 pump that lets you effectively load an arrows should you need to get out of jail.
Giulio just says, sure, pass again. He's just very happy to play this slow game. There is no need to be the one who snaps to offense here.
7.
He strike for 7. 3 cards in hand for Enes here. Constella uplift. Discharge. And gone in a flash.
I blocked 9, 7, 9.
Yeah, I was about to say. Well,
Blocking 9 on the 7.
And then Arsenal.
Enes is just saying pass. Like, this is enough. Like, realizes that does need to slow down a little bit before we mill deeper into our deck.
Yeah, no, I think I actually love this line. I think this is incredibly smart. Giulio has made it very clear what the plan is. I am here to soak up the heat. So Enes has a turn that could have played a fair bit wider, could have made use of those instants alongside the Enlightened Strike. Says, actually, if I park this going in a flash, I might be able to find myself a couple more instants, turn together a big combo turn nice and early. And clearly, I am going to need the biggest of combo turns in order to play this. And we see it again. This was, I drew a second going in a flash. 4. I'll draw 1 card. I understand what I need to do to get through the wall, and this is why we're seeing so much just continual passing for these players. They understand what matters in the matchup. All I care about is your combo turn. If I can fade it, I'm fine. We're just blocking Scar for a Scar with 2 copies of 3 of a kind.
What on earth? You know the game plans are locked and loaded here. Enes, it's got to set off alarm bells when your opponent chooses to do Gone in a Flash, pass. Scar for a Scar, pass. You know there's one around, and look at this hand.
Astral Bridge going to be a big part of making this big enough. We reach for Oscilio to start the turn here. Maybe not content with, I guess, Constella uplift. It's the lowest impact instant of the bunch in this hand. Does reach for it to discard. Wants something more impactful. Finds a strike twice. Not an instant in this case.
Can be played at instant speed, but of course is not an instant, so will not work on trigger with Gone in the Flash.
Seeing a hand of Gone in a Flash, Astral Bridge, 3 other instants, it's so hard to have some semblance of self-control and not just fire the cannon. Clearly, Enes does not believe the instants that were available were good enough.
Ping myself for 2. Pardon? Excuse me?
Okay, we have got some shenanigans. Okay. My only thought process on this is you want to turn the skull cap off.
We're a far way from that.
Yeah. But if you send 2 Arcane at your opponent and they go, I'm a 25, you're even further away.
Where does this go?
Cap off.
4 to myself.
4 to myself?
I told you, this is the plan. I cannot have your Arcanite skull cap on when I go. I'm going to deal 5 arcane damage to me, and then I am going to pass back to you. Enjoy your defensively slanted hand. You continue to want to just filter through.
The gall on Enes to say, I will shoot myself not once, not twice, but a strike twice for 3 chunks of arcane. Dude, what is going on? He is trying to get it low, but I've never seen an Oscilio be happy to do this.
This might be the first time in history I have seen a player Volzar and blast themselves.
Another strike twice in the hand. I mean, if my maths is correct, this would bring them to parity.
Scar for a Scar in the grip as well, another card that would benefit from having access to go again. A strange game to say the least, but evidently, Enes has a plan.
Oscilio to discard the Constella Contemplation. Let's listen.
Myself for 4.
Yep.
Down
myself for 4
to 26. So far, we have dealt 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 arcane damage in the last 2 turns. Surprisingly, none of it went at the opponent.
he passed. He dealt 4 to himself and passed. And he's given
10 overpower.
Giulio an opportunity. 10 overpower, and there is a Gone in a Flash that's been sitting in this hand for God knows how long. How many defensive tools do you see in this hand for Oscilio right now, Scott?
I'm not sure how many defensive tools I see in the deck for Oscilio, let alone in the hand. Astral Bridge, Gone in a Flash, Scar for a Scar,
My
Ravenous
God.
Rabble. Staring down King Shark Harpoon that threatens to rip that Gone in a Flash out of here. Talk about a change of direction. This was, I'm fine playing the defensive role. I'm fine soaking up your damage. What's that? You've done 9 damage to yourself. What if I simply send a gigantic shark in your general direction?
Taking the 10 reveals the hand. Remember, King Shark is looking for attack action cards. There are 3 of them. There goes your second Gone in the Flash.
If you have
Yeah, no, that's fine.
No reaction in the end step. We just pass on over. Enes, Rabble, hits a red. 4 go again. Astral Bridge, Electrostatic Discharge, and a Scar for a Scar available to them on this turn.
Well, the good news is the skull cap is off. Oscilio, discarding that Astral Bridge, happy to draw that Enlightened Strike, will now fire the Electromagnetic Discharge. A change of plan here, evidently, as well. We were more than happy to try and sculpt the perfect Gone in a Flash turn. Our opponent decided to juke us by throwing a gigantic harpoon in our direction, and we went, oh, okay, well, maybe we can't do that anymore. Need to convert some semblance of meaningful damage. Would expect Giulio to pivot back somewhat.
I'm fine with hitting myself, provided you aren't hitting me as well. I'll hit myself, don't you do it. Is effectively the way that Enes has positioned this game so far.
In fairness, it takes an incredibly high IQ to understand the nuances of Oscilio.
Stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself.
activate Marlynn. And sorry.
Marlynn activation here will go and fetch up a Golfin Harpoon.
Crack a gold, draw a card, load the Golfin. What do we see?
6 overpower.
6 overpower. No one hit on this one, but it's overpower. And as you correctly pointed out earlier, Scott, not many defensive tools in these lists. One card which may and has historically found its way into decks like this is Sink Below, just allowing you to be able to dig a little bit deeper through your deck to get to those Gone in the Flashes, but Enes doesn't need to go that much deeper for those now. He's already committed a hell of a lot of Gone in the Flashes to the grave.
Yep.
2 sitting there, 1 left in deck, provided he's on 3.
Erika Flash doing its thing on the way through. We've got a moment of consideration about this Constella uplift. Makes a lot of sense. There's obviously a few tricks you can do with this. You can hold priority, respond to it before the staff has amped. You can wait for it to resolve and then have it untap and amp something else. There's a few ways to sequence this. Looks like we're going with the I will hold priority route. So you're dealing 1 arcane from the uplift and stacking extra arcane onto the Echo Flash makes it do 3. It's just harder to prevent that way.
Pretty decent offensive-leaning hand here for Enes. Ravenous Rabble, Scar for a Scar. 2-0 for 3 pumps here. 1 pre, 1 during the attack. In that discharge and the lightning press.
And it's down to 10 after all the debauchery is done.
Revealing a yellow is sub-ideal here. So Ravenous Rabble, 3 go again. The definition of a head jab.
Echo Flash on top is like not the best piece of information to have either. It's a card that now both players are aware of. We'll just sequence it into the next turn. Not something you want to Oscilio to draw right now either. This current turn isn't getting any better. Really unideal in a number of ways.
We're going to be holding this Electrostatic Discharge as well. That's bound for the Arsenal, bound for a larger turn at hand. We lightning press up 3. We go to 7, go again. Of course, as we know, no attacks and no additional damage is going to be able to be dealt right now.
Yeah, it's good. I think
Players just confirming life totals here. Makes some sense. Damage has been coming from strange sources this game, and so making sure that we're sure where we are is not a bad place to be.
Discharge to the Arsenal. Draws up the hand. No Gone in the Flash found as of yet. Blocks okay.
play big game trophy shot. Draw discard.
Again, trophy shot, draw discard. That was off the back of cracking that gold for Marlynn to be able to make himself basically a free pitch outlet 2 floating here, playing the cheating scoundrel as well. We're getting the +4 from our big game trophy shot. We're getting a +4 from a Arrowhead Harpoon Cannon, the +3 from Cheating Scoundrel, and guess what? Shallow Water Shark Harpoon is a 2/4/5. Looking at the hand of Enes, this does not do much on the blocking department, especially when overpower is on the line. We look at the hand, we see 2 instants, we see a 2 block and a 3 block. What on earth do we do here? I think, if my maths is right, you may just pass away.
Exploding is a valid game action, if you're so inclined, but not one I would recommend when playing the final round of Swiss at a calling. This is 16 points of damage. There is still 1 on the balance. Old Knocker does have 1 on it as well. It's not exactly the intended use of that card, but it will cover a base in a pinch.
Covering 6. The -1 from earlier.
Yeah.
It actually came into effect.
The bowler.
Oh my god. Shallow Water Shark Harpoon, the newest harpoon in Marlynn. There he goes. Marlynn goes to the top 8, round number 13. Scott, I need to do some thinking. I think this might be the first Marlynn at a calling top 8.
I can't confirm that, not 100% sure, but it wouldn't surprise me in any way whatsoever. We've been slowly seeing the believers of the Pirates come to fruition, and finally they get validated somewhat. All it takes is for lightning to strike twice in the wrong direction.
Literally just smacking yourself in the face. It was a lot of self-damage. Honestly, the thinking was probably correct there with your kind of analysis around it as well.
You know what?
But hey, our Marlynn player, Giulio, saw the opportunity and said, I will also do this. I like it when you take damage. I'm going to do some of this as well. So we pushed that damage down range. And honestly, that King Shark Harpoon on that turn, in retaliation to the ping, you know what? Have a shark. Yeah.
Yeah, I think as strange as that game looked, and it looked plenty strange, let me assure you, I think it's fair to say that that wasn't the game plan from our Marlynn player. The plan was to sit there and play the defensive role. We saw it turn after turn after turn. You need to pick a point where it's time to do something, and we just, I mean, Enes, I think the mentality makes sense. I don't know how much I would do it in practice. It's a brave decision, but clearly felt confident enough to go for it, to turn the skull cap off, thought it was needed to be done. And I want to commend Giulio for going, I see what you want to do because of what I want to do.
Yeah.
What if we change the nature of the game?
Absolutely.
I just love seeing that on the highest level.
Yeah, very, very cool. Decisions being made on the matrix of our feature max. There and there, we saw it with our very eyes. How about we see our confirmed top 8 for the calling in Hamburg? He goes 12-1. Tommaso Vasido makes it at the top table.
Certainly does. Tommaso Vasido is just the king of consistency here in Europe. You see it time and again. Not an assassin this time, but a 12-1 record is hard to turn your nose up at. Looking at how this shook out, we have a few stories to follow. The just Dio Dynamo that is Thomas Prayer, no longer living on a prayer, definitely in our top 8. Second seed, huge deal here. There are 5 copies of Oscilio in this top cut. Ooh. That is a good thing for Dash.io. That is where you want to be. Tom has to be happy about that. Some huge names here. We, of course, have our first Marlynn top 8. Beautiful stuff. Enes still with us. We see Bogdan-Andrei Oros. We see Philip Van Donzelaar, Andrea Mengucci sneaking into another calling top 8 there. I did see him tweet. He thought he was 9th. Just about manages to get into the mix. And perhaps the biggest story of the weekend, our number 7 seed, Daniel Brockhage, is still alive to bring an end to the story of Kassai of the Golden Sand.
Thomas Prayer had to dig deep in that game against Hala to be able to get it across the line. And if my napkin math is right, I believe he will be versus Kassai. It's 2 versus 7. It's another warrior he'll have to deal with, and he'll need to dig even deeper to see if he can stop this hero from LLing. I have a feeling there's a few Kassai fans who like playing this hero at their LGS might be rooting for a Dash.io today.
Certainly very possible. When all is said and done, it's 5 Oscilio, 1 Kassai, one Dash.io and one Marlynn that joined us in the top cut here in Hamburg. I think some folks might have predicted some amount of that heading into the weekend, but definitely not all of it. Do want to shout out Andreas in 9th here, coming up ever so slightly shy. No Arachne Marionette in this top cut, but there almost was.
Yeah, so close yet so far. Bubbling at 9th. Those breakers must have been brutal. Let's have a look through the rest of our top 20. Remember, everyone within 1st to 32nd has cashed at a calling, and that in of itself is something to be happy about. Something that jumps out at me. Two things, actually. It's more warrior pilled once again. Benjamin Westmore just missing out on that top 8, a 10-3 Olympia deck. Commiserations to him and the architect himself, the blueprint, Adam Urban, going 9-4. The breaks falling off at the very end, unfortunately for him. But if you want a place to be able to, I suppose, develop a Hala list, this is the person you should be looking towards. So. Top 16, Zyggy and a Huntsman snuck on in.
Yeah, happy to see this. We said at the start of the weekend, Huntsman's the deck I would have brought. I think it is surprisingly well positioned into the room. Adam, I'm going to say Tusek, had a phenomenal run here. Didn't have the chance to see them on camera at any point, but goes to show that deck still has plenty of gravitas in the current game. We saw Kim on camera. Great showing for Zyggy, a deck that is arguably still a little underexplored. A little further down on this one, we have Simon Nielsen, one of my caster picks, coming up ever so slightly shy when the lights were turned off. But a huge result here for Eric Kyborg. Reinar Reckless Rampage locking up 22nd place.
Yeah, hats off to you. Reinar is a hero who you either win the game with or you lose the game with, and sometimes it's as simple as that, and it can come down to a dice roll. If I'm not mistaken, was this our Reinar player that we saw on stream who rolled a 1 after above Brush Bellows?
I don't believe so.
Okay, well, I wouldn't wish that on any
They
Reinar.
all do blend together after a while. Francesco Giorgio, 2-time calling champion there, also on Arachne Marionette. Want to shout out Hanno Lunser, the Riptide, the 38th place. Not a result people were expecting heading into this weekend either. Yorick Short on Katsu. We see Filippo Barbani on Jarl. Plenty of other variety just underneath the surface here, coming up 1 or 2 wins short of getting the job done. For these players, though, it's still money, it's still cash, it's a good weekend at the office. Hard to complain about that.
No, absolutely. We were saying it earlier when I was talking to Erika, even if you come 32nd place, hey, that's probably paid for most of your weekend here. So I hope you enjoyed a free calling, effectively, here in Hamburg. So congratulations to all of them. But of course, they would have liked to push towards that top 8. Looking at these names, I don't recognise anyone that I put in my caster picks. I recognise a couple from yours, though, Scott.
Strange that. I have a knack for this. My caster picks always end up running pure. Someone always ends up in the top 8. So at this point, it just pays to befriend me, I find. Tommaso Vasido, 12-1, our #1 seed after Swiss. I believed from the beginning. I continue to believe now. Simon Nielsen, strong result. Will have a nice dinner this evening, probably at the expense of himself. But Oscilio there, 9-4. Great showing. Very happy how my troopers carried me through the weekend.
Let's have a look at Erika's. Erika, how did your top picks perform?
Hello. Well, we did not make top 8, unfortunate, but we did have some good scorers along the board. We had Paul van Geisel on 10-3, together with Jon Luigi, who is finishing up 8-5. Some cash being brought up over there. Jacob Trussing, unfortunately, had a really bad day in the office, turning himself into a couple of gravies early on in the day that he fell slightly short of, unfortunately. But hey, still had a very fun run throughout the whole day, so nothing comes by him as of yet.
Well, let's have a look at my ones, because obviously this is going to be a page full of top 8ers, right? And,
well, there's some 8s on there.
There's definitely some 8s, all right. Leo Toulouse having a rough day of it on day 2. Not the Dio that could get it across the line. Ryan Debling, a very similar story after a hell of a run on day 1. Alex Chitu dropping yesterday. And, well, I think I've learnt something here, Scott. It's my first calling I've casted. Don't put fabtcg as your caster picks, because it's not going to go well. Finley Shepherd, Callum Young bowed out on day 1. So
I could have told you that. You should have asked.
Well, listen. We make content. We don't need to be good at the game, okay?
Oh, that hits me in my bones. Oh, dear.
Ethan?
Nah, that's okay.
No? You're not doing yours?
Nah, it's okay.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. There's a sin for what I'm feeling right now, right? Like, sloth. That's pretty good. I just want to go to bed, man. This did not pan out well for me. But speaking of going to bed, at 9 p.m. local time, there will be a spoiler. That's all I'm going to use with my time.
What?
I got my spoiler coming out at 9 p.m.
He
That's all I'm gonna
does.
say.
He
I don't wanna talk about
does.
what's in front of me.
Ethan's got a spoiler on the
Plugging
way.
on main broadcast is wild.
Speaking of spoilers, though, like to be fair, it's not long now until we get ours. Everyone in chat keeps asking me for a hint. So when I step out of the booth next, I'll get on my feet and I'll try and figure out when that spoiler will be arriving for folks at home. How does that sound?
See what you've done there.
Do you?
I've seen what you've done there.
Very strange.
Yeah. Very, very good. Very, very good. Well, I mean, we've gone through caster picks. We've had a look at our top 8. We've had a look at everyone who has cashed on this one as well. And if you have enjoyed watching the calling thus far, there's still more calling action for you today, but also in the next couple weeks as well. The World Tour continues. $2 million on the line for every single one of you at home should you turn up to a World Tour event. Scott, how many on this page are you going to?
Not as many as I wish. Somehow it is only 3, which
only 3 out of 5.
Sounds like I'm being a little bit selfish, but I am still debating the last minute to flight to Kansas City. I'm not going to lie. I do what I want to compete for those final set of quick dodge flexes so bad. And if TCG player are listening, oh yes, hook a brother up. That's all I'm saying on that front. Okay, but I will be in Seoul. Very excited to be there, bringing you the world premiere of Usurp the Shadow Throne. I will be in Bilbao and abusing the knowledge I found at the world premiere to try and win myself a calling.
Bear in mind, Bilbao, because the calling is limited, it's actually going to be the showdown that is broadcast, from my understanding, which is going to be Silver Age. So that's going to be great to see some of our top competitors across the world join us for a Silver Age event that's streamed.
100%. Big show in Atlanta, of course. The 100th calling there features the Living Legend Championship and a dose of Classic Constructed in the calling. And then you will have the calling in Kyoto as the final step on the road to the World Championship there in November. Of course, Mexico City deserves a shout before we get there.
It sneaks on in.
You know what? It's an event I've been on the bucket list for a while. Mexico City is a location I've never had the chance to go to. I would like to get around to it, but given that Paris is so close to it, might be a bit of a push for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. World Championship Paris is coming up. If you are illustrious enough, skillful enough to have qualified for the World Championships, congratulations. Enjoy playing that with all the cool promos that come with it. If not, and you still want to play some high-tier competitive Flesh and Blood, the calling and the showdown is there for you, along with some amazing Silver Age side events and side events across every aspect of Flesh and Blood. After Worlds, though, if you're still not fabbed out, because why would you be? You want to keep playing. Shenzhen is coming up, and a place that I've always wanted to visit as well, Scott. Wakefield, 11th to the 13th of December. Me and Scott will almost certainly be there. Who knows in what capacity at this point, but I wouldn't mind getting a cheeky little Dash.io out if she's, still there. I mean she's pretty close to being LL at this point.
That's where I'm winning my Circlet of Eternal End, so you probably should.
Well, it'll be you and me in the final, so I see you there.
That sounds like a story in the making.
Absolutely.
I accept.
Portland are, I believe, is it potentially our final event of the year?
It is
it 18th to the 20th, and then we break, of course, for the holidays. It's double Silver Age at that one, the calling and the showdown. So get your Silver Age full before you, fill yourself up on Christmas pud, I suppose.
Worth noting that will, of course, be the newer version of Silver Age post Usurp the Shadow Throne. So the bans you have in September going to be a really big deal if you're making your way out to that event.
Next year. Oh, I'm hyped for it to return once again, Scott. It's Pro Tour London. The Big Ben bells are ringing for everyone to come back home. Well, at least to mine and Scott's home in the UK. Scott, you did very, very well at the last Pro Tour in London. So I'm excited to see what you can bring to the table when it comes down to playing at this event, 25th to the 28th. If, of course, you are playing and not there in another capacity.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that happens somewhere down the pipeline. I'll let the seniors make the decision on that. I was very lucky to cast my first Pro Tour in Vegas, had a wonderful time doing so. If they want me back, if you want me back, I'll do my best to be in the booth. If you don't, I'll just win.
You'll play the Pro Tour and you'll win it.
I'll just win. That's it. It's entirely fine. I'll have a great weekend in London either way.
Yes, make sure you, honestly, book a com now if you plan on going. London's a lovely, lovely city, but just check up on exactly how to traverse the London Underground. It's not easy for everyone. It's not even easy for me.
The most important part of the London Underground is that you can't get lost, and I mean that when I say it to people. It is so well connected. If you ever end up somewhere you don't understand, you simply get on a train, go in the other direction, and you go back to where you started.
You've not met Cup of TCG on the Underground, I'll tell you that for free.
I have concerns.
Well, we talked a little bit about Usurp the Shadow Throne, of course. Seoul is going to be coming up, and this world premiere package is fantastic. Not only do you get a chance to be able to get this gorgeous mat, which I suppose maps out the history of Chain there and then. He's gone. He's dead. It's over and done with for him. But these alt art promos for Malice and her goons. Oh, dude, these are so sick. The K-pop promos. People are going to be feasting for these ones.
They're just stylish, and I know full well that I will be picking up every single one that I can get my grips on, because I know even if I don't end up playing Malice in the end, there'll be plenty of folks back in Europe who are going to want to get their hands on these as well. If I'm lucky enough to get my hands on the Marvel Malice, though, I'm going to be keeping my hands on that one.
As you should.
The To Die For signature, the bling, the shebang, like, it's stylish. It just vibes with me. I want the playmat. I want the... Maybe I shouldn't be working this event.
You just want to play as many events as possible. You just want as many of these packs to be able to roll the chart. Flesh and Blood is great. Someone much more talented than myself and Scott, I'm going to throw you under the bus here as well. God. As Scott, someone needs to make like a K-pop inspired song around Malice. Do it. Do it. Make some content out of it. That will be great to see, especially with this world premiere sneaking on up. Souvenir package for World's Championship in Paris. Look at these amazing promos. Not only do you get the Leviah, Shadowborn Abomination, Cold Foil Marvel, you get the playmat with her face on it, and these promos. I've been harking on about this all event. I need these. Give me these damn cards, Jimmy White, please. Shadow Throne, usurp the Shadow Throne booster box for that as well. Listen, it's just worth doing, honestly, if you're me. If you like cracking products, if you love a cool promo, grab yourself a souvenir package. I believe, are they available now with early?
As far as I'm aware, yeah, they're up alongside the early bird access. I'm reliably informed that Ethan intends on grabbing as many of these Leviah Marvels as possible and using them in the back of sleeves of the deck. So until he's got like, 60, 80, whatever for the backs of the Dragon Shields, it won't be enough. So when you see those show matches coming up on the channel in the near future, you can expect 80 Marvel Leviahs after like somewhere in November.
Just have a clear sleeve and turn it backwards?
On the back.
Ethan, you have lost the plot, but fair enough, it's going to look absolutely stylish. Calling premium package here. We talked about some of these promos and how gorgeous they look, but this is for whether or not you want to play in the Calling and get all these promos along with a couple of side events. What if, I was going to say, what if you don't want to play the Calling? But you can get a Go Again package as well, but these lay low promos as well, you can grab a hold of. We are promoing it up all over the place right now when it comes down to Usurp the Shadow Throne. This promo is not just going to be available at the World Championships, but throughout the World Tour during the Usurp the Shadow Throne season, which does last a little bit of time. So you have a little bit of time to grab these. Don't miss out on some of these side events.
Yeah, we've seen promos like this before. The Razor Reflexes, the Pummels, that kind of thing. It's very much the side event promo. This one has seen play in both formats. The artwork is incredible. Big fan of it. Well worth going and getting your hands on.
And well, we've talked about it. Today is one of two final chances to get your quick dodge flexers Calling Champion alt art Marvel double-sided gold foil, everything you can name, it is there. This one and Kansas City coming on up.
Scott, quite the story.
Look at this page. Look at this page and tell me you don't want to get on a flight on probably the 26th of August. Fly on out there. Reset your sleep schedule on the 27th. Get there for the 28th. Do some side events. Then the 29th comes around. The Calling starts. You qualify for day 2 on the 30th. You make it to the top 8. This could be yours. Or it could be yours at home if you are able to best Scott, the HowlingMines, at CC. But that is then soon replaced with something that you're going to feast your eyes on for a very first time in Seoul. The gorgeous Circlet of Eternal End. New legendary headpiece.
Gotta get my word in on this one. I've seen a few people being like, it's not quite the same caliber as a Crown of Providence or a Quick Dodge Flexes. Let me tell you, not only is the backside of this just absolutely stunning, but you are going to murder the dreams of so many of your shadow opponents and Katsus, and many of your shadow opponents along the way by blocking with this. It is the kind of card you want in your collection, regardless of whichever version you want, but trust me, this is going to see a similar level of play to those iconic generics we've known to come and love. It is just back-breaking when you're trying to set up those big shadowy plays.
I didn't even think about the Katsu implications of this one. Dear Lord, God, he's already dead. Leave him alone. We don't need to be turning his search card face down, but I suppose we could. Guys, this 13 rounds of Swiss have been absolutely fantastic, but they could only lead to one place, and that is our top 8. We love Dash so much, we're going to give him a cheeky little return, and we know that it's going to be up against Kassai. This isn't just for lifeline inside of the calling Hamburg top 8. This is potential lifeline on the line for Kassai. If she wins this, followed by 2 more games, she will hit Living Legend. If Dash gets it across the line, she goes one step closer to LL herself. This game has a lot of implications for Flesh and Blood. We're going to chuck it to a very, very short break. When we return, it's Dash.io versus Kassai. You aren't going to want to miss this one. Lock in, chat. We'll see you soon.
I'm watching you, chat. I see some of you are picking up what I'm putting down. I see your takes about our upcoming spoiler card, and let me tell you, I'm dead. I'm absolutely dead. Erika, welcome back to the booth. Quarterfinals time for single elimination rounds to start kicking in, and we couldn't pick any other game, let's be completely honest. We saw what Tom Prayer was able to do in the face of a warrior and has the ability to usurp the new class on the way through alongside Dash.io, but we also have a story to tell at the hands of Kassai of the Golden Sand. It might be her final weekend if Daniel Brockhage is able to keep the story going. If you have to pick a horse in the race, which horse are you taking?
Oh, this is a difficult one. One part of me feels like Kassai has seen her shining light of day and it's time for her last ride. But at the same time, Thomas, he has shown himself so powerful this weekend, and I am here for it to see if he has what it takes to clutch it back in the end.
It's really hard to bet against a player like Tom Prayer, but I'm sure some of you out there are doing exactly that. Let's see who else is with us in the top 8 and how their matchups are shaking out. Our 1v8 and our 3v6 are lamp-offs. You see Tommaso Vasido against Andrea Mengucci. The two Italians will be forced to make their way into the semis through each other. The mirror match, notoriously tumultuous at the best of times. Hard for me to bet against Tommaso given how he's been running in our Swiss so far. Philippe Van Dontelaar and Enes, we just saw an incredible line taken by Enes in the Marlynn matchup that was maybe a bit unconventional, so I believe they're a strong thinker. Will find their footing based on what's happening in the matchup, but those two sides of this bracket, really hard to call without a little bit of luck on your side.
I mean, this top 8 looks very interesting because we have 5 Oscilios, but 2 of these will forcefully be knocked out in the first round here, as we have 2 mirrors coming up against each other here in the quarters. It's very, very strong players. It's going to be extremely interesting to see how all of this is going to play out. I love that we have these rogue decks in form of Marlynn and Kassai. Kassai maybe not as much of a rogue deck, but still making a reigns here amongst these masses of wizard decks.
It's a huge result for Giulio Monaco on that Marlynn Treasure Hunter. We believe it's the first calling top 8 for that hero. I have no doubt it's the first of many as more cards make their way down the pipeline for that deck. But the story of the event is simple. Will Kassai be with us when the weekend is over? The Living Legend leaderboard here, nice and simple. Dash.io not too far away herself. Couple calling victories could seal the deal for that hero too. But Kassai is, simply put, 1 victory away.
Only one last ride here needed for a calling win in order to get across the finish line. And it's going to be super exciting to see the last ride with this also new cast that came in with the Master Pack Warrior recently released, and seeing how she is going to deal with all of the forces coming her way.
It's incredible stuff. I cannot wait to see if Daniel is capable of doing it. At the same time, Tom Prayer, I mean, I said it at the start of the last Warrior game, just one of the best Dash.io players on the planet, very much underappreciated, especially for his finesse into the fatigue matchups. If there is anyone who is going to be able to make their way through a recurring Valiant Dynamo, I believe that it can be him. On a high level, though, this matchup has a lot more moving pieces than that. Have you got particular cards we should be keeping our eyes open for, maybe things we should be thinking about as the game goes on?
I mean, it's going to be a very, very aggressive stance here from Mr. Thomas, who's going to try to connect all of those boom grenades, trying to connect all of those max Vs. It's going to take a little bit of puzzling in order to get those pieces together, as we've already seen displayed against the Hala game earlier today. But on Kassai's end of things, she has a lot of capabilities and a little bit easier ways for her to recur her Valiant Dynamos triggers in order to get that extra little squeeze of value. And that might be the last piece that we need in order to get our defenses up against this Dash.io deck. But only time will tell as we are going to approach it.
I'm definitely kind of curious about how much of a fatigue stance we see Daniel take from the beginning of the game. There's a bit of, I guess, dispute as to exactly how you're supposed to play this matchup. Are you supposed to put your cards sideways from the beginning? Do you need to nickel and dime, play these smaller hands, utilize cards like Raised Blades to play on small numbers? I think both takes have appeal, depending on how your Dash.io opponent decides to approach the game as well, but we'll have to wait and see exactly which one Daniel chooses to enact as we go on. We were just talking briefly before you came back to join me, Erika, about all the events that are coming up on the near horizon in the World Tour, where people can find us along the World Tour stops. Is there anywhere people are lucky enough to find you in the near future?
I am definitely heading to Seoul, my second visit to Asia this year, apart from Pro Tour Yokohama earlier this year. I am so excited to see Seoul for the first time as a city, traveling around a bit before the actual world premiere that is happening in the city. And yeah, if you can find me there, please say hi. It's going to be a very, very exciting weekend. I'm going to be playing. I'm going to be on the floor, sharing the decks with you all. And I love the first day when we are sitting down at the tables and cracking the packs for the first time, and you just hear the roars going down across the tables, across the whole hallway as people are opening something really, really juicy. And you're sitting there and you're like, what did you open? I want to see. You want to see all the goodies that everyone is opening. It's such a vibe, and I highly recommend it.
World premieres are just the best. They are my favorite event of the calendar year, and I look forward to seeing you there one way or the other. Now, we understand that the folks at home have an agenda when it comes to the top 8 of our callings. They want to take the deck list they see, and they want to go and find success at their own local game store, their own pro quests that aren't that far away now. Thankfully, we have you covered. I'm not just going to look at the deck list for the match that we are showing you on camera. No, no, no. We have all 8 deck lists from our top 8 competitors. So if you want any of these, now is the time to take notes, grab your screenshots as we work through the cards and start trying to explain anything that stands out to us as we go. Going to start things off with Tommaso Vasido, who is staring down the Oscilio mirror match in this top 8. Anything in this deck looking particularly unique to you, Erika? Anything that stands out as being important in the mirror match?
I mean, nothing really stands out to me. It looks like a very, very stock spell Oscilio list, and it's going to be interesting to see what the variance is going to be comparing, like how many spell Oscilio versions are making it versus the Gonna Flash Oscilio. We're going to make that route as we go through all of the top 8 decks here today. But again, we're going to try to send as much damage as possible across the table, and we can of course do so with the likes of a Snapback and all of the instants that we're able to send insidial damage on our opponents on their turn and our turn exactly, but nothing really stands out to me at this point.
No, I got a couple of cards that stand out to me. Maybe not so much specifically for this matchup, but a few things I wasn't necessarily expecting. First of all, we didn't know Tommaso was Arcane Oscilio. Hasn't been on camera, so we now have that question answered one way or the other. The other couple of copies of Stir the Aether Winds, which are very good at helping you go taller on those Aether Flare turns in those more grindy matchups. But we also have a single copy of Tap Lessons Past and a single copy of Ominous Excavation, because it's the ability to be even more recursive when we need to have extra reach. It's not just save the thought that we're relying on here, extra gasoline in that tank for Tommaso's deck list. All in all, a lot of what we've come to expect from Arcane Oscilio, but some unique tech choices to help some of the more expected popular matchups this weekend. His opponent on the other side of this one will, of course, be Andrea Mengucci. We have seen Andrea on camera this weekend falling to Paul Van Heysel nice and early on, so we knew it was going to be gone in a flash, Oscilio. Anything surprising to you here?
Nothing really surprising. I love the inclusion of Thunderous Retort here, being able to bring in that Arcane Barrier 3 in a pinch and also gaining that go again on your turn as it pops at the beginning of your turn, giving you some extra reach and also some extra defensive capabilities in case you draw a little bit of an awkward hand in order to cover yourself up a little bit, which can be sometimes a little bit awkward as you're not packing as much Arcane Barrier in this slot. Of course, we have the Spell Void 2 that is going to help us a lot here with the Shock Charmers in the top right there, together with the Lightning Greaves on Arcane Barrier 1, but as you can see, there's not that many blues to go around here, so we are really relying on that Spell Void in order to cover up our health points here.
Do you want to acknowledge the 3 copies of Cloud Cover here? They are normally in the deck list, but they are particularly good in this matchup. If you ever get the chance to shut off an Aether Flare because you had access to Cloud Cover, it can be a game-winning decision. All right. Enough for Tommaso and Andrea. We've seen our 2 Oscilios. Let's take a closer look at Tom Preyer's Dash.io deck from the match that we will be watching. This one looked very impressive on camera. A little hybridization between those maximum velocity lists, the stuff you see from Plasma Mainline that gives you this extra angle to take in those slower matchups. Any shocking cards for you here?
Not really. Dash.io has been around for quite some time, so this is a very, very stock list. Of course, we see the inclusion of Treklo Trebuchet 2000 that made its way into a pen that most recently, that was of course an auto-include as of since, but we saw a huge, huge push being made here by the Plasma mainline, making headlines for itself in the last rounds that made Thomas able to secure his way into the top 8 earlier, and it's going to be exciting to see first game in the top 8, how he's going to execute again against the Kassai.
Do want to acknowledge a tweet from Tom at the end of day 1 yesterday. Simply started with the words, "I love Sprocket Rocket," which should tell you everything you need to know about how this one has shooken out so far. If Tom wants to continue his journey through this top 8, he'll need to get through Kassai. Let's take a look at what Daniel Brockhage has on the other side of the table here. This list looking very smooth. A lot of the expected equipment. Some brand new cards from Mastery Pack Warrior just smattered all the way through. We saw some real standouts on camera. Things like Take the Lead and Blade Rush, not cards people were expecting to see. They've looked great. Drawing Dead, not one we've had the chance to dabble with so much yet.
Not yet, but I'm expecting to see a lot more going into this matchup. I'm also taking note of all the defense reactions that we have available to us. We are not looking as much as we did against Hala earlier, who is packing quite a lot more, and Olympia even more than that. And Drawing Dead is always a great inclusion into this matchup as well. But I believe that it is defensive capabilities that is going to be the most important part here.
Absolutely. Do want to acknowledge that 3 copies of Fate Foreseen, 3 Shelter, 1 Sink Below. Those are definitely going to be some of the more important pieces of making that one come together. All right, another deck list coming up for you. We have Philip van Dontelaar, I believe former national champion here, who we have not seen their Oscilio on camera either. This is another one of those aggressively slanted, gone in a flash versions of the deck, but a lot of different things going on here. We got some extra reach in cards like Meteoric Impact and Flashbolt. Erika, talk to me about even bigger than that.
God, I love this card, and it's some of those cards that we saw a lot played in Katsu back in the day, but I love that this was included inside the Oscilio decks, as the knowledge of what is on top of your deck becomes even more important as you're able to discard a card from hand in order to draw a card for Oscilio's ability. Having that knowledge what's on top of your deck is extra important, so even bigger than that does exactly that for us. Being able to leak some damage in order to play this as an instant and reveal or look at the top 3 cards of your deck, put them back in any order, reveal that and get a quicken token on return, and knowing exactly what you're going to draw into, hopefully drawing that extra card, and also knowing what's beneath that in order to draw into that with your Oscilio ability. It's going to be able to fix your hands really, really well.
Okay, sounds very impressive to me. On the other side of this matchup, we saw it on camera a few times. Enes, Findik, we see this again, just kind of haberdashery of the 2 styles. It's this more expected version of Oscilio, the Gone in a Flash style, but we're seeing the extra reach of arcane effects be very prominent in getting to the end games against those more fatigue-centric strategies. Meteoric Impacts here, Strike Twices, Flash Bolts, the maximum number of Kindles. A really cute one that might come up if we see the Spell Oscilio a little later on. Copies of Arcane Polarity in Classic Constructed?
I mean, I just had this discussion with my boyfriend the other day. Why don't we play Arcane Polarity in CC? It looks like a Donkers card in Sage, and it is baking banks here inside the top 8 of calling Hamburg, and I love to see this card added.
Card I'm a big fan of as well. Happy to see people coming around to the idea of playing it in other formats. But yeah, not all that much that I'm unexpected by here. I like to see the smattering of arcane people choosing these decks. Sometimes it's just Flashbolts, sometimes it's just Strike Twice, sometimes it's both. Big fan of the Meteoric Impacts this weekend. We saw plenty of decimated Olympias and stuff. These kind of matchups you definitely want those tools available for. Alrighty, so we have 2 more deck lists for us to go, and this might be the most hotly contested one of the top 8. Giulio Monaco in our 4th seed is on Marlynn Treasure Hunter. It is the first ever top 8 for this hero, and we kind of allude to it during the game. A much more defensive stance on the deck, has access to things like Take Cover, Boulder Drop, and what looks to be an impressive pair of Burdens of the Past.
Burns of the Past.
Yes.
God, I'm blanking.
You got it? I'm familiar with, but I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Burdens of the Past, not a card that everyone has seen before. It did some good work earlier on. Target hero can't play defense reactions with the same name as a card in their graveyard. If you want to use those shelters, those sinks against Marlynn, you might find yourself struggling if you've already used one. Little cool fact, this list has way more D-Reacts in it, and so you can occasionally target yourself and draw a card if you happen to have 10 D-Reacts in the graveyard. So a multimodal blue that usually just loads your Harpoon cannon, but it looked very cool on camera, one to keep an eye on in those grindier matchups if we find ourselves against Kassai or something down the pipeline. All in all, those traps looked very impressive. Defensive tools look very impressive. Just the one battering bolt, though, something that surprises me just a little bit. It's one of those better cards into Oscilio, typically. A bit shocked to only see the one copy. 3 copies of Endless Arrow are going to do fantastic work into a matchup like Gravy. Anything else standing out to you about this deck list?
Yeah, again, Pill for the Tomb is great against Gravy. Unfortunately, not a single Gravy made it into this top 8. That's not going to do much use for us here. Authority of Ataya also included. A lovely Fable that makes your opponent having to pitch an extra resource in order to play those defense reactions. I believe this deck is really, really powerful against those defensive decks that has been ravaging through this weekend. All of the Warriors packing a ton of defense reaction, making things a little bit more awkward for them with the Authority of Ataya, but also with Burdens of the Past and other tools in their toolkit to make it a little bit more difficult to deal with.
One other card to note here, and we saw it on camera in the feature match area, the Arcanite Skull Cap, something that you need to watch if we have so much Oscilio dancing around. That it is Oscilio that we are seeing on the other side of the table here for Bogdan-Andrei Oros. Taking a peek, we are looking at an Arcane list this time around, so pretty evenly split across the top 8 for the most part. Some standout cards here that appeal to me. 2 Amulet of Echoes, not going to be at their best in this matchup, but if you find yourself staring down those Gone in the Flash Oscilios later in the top 8, that is a godsend to have.
It's a little bit back and forth again with this Amulet of Echoes. Some people love it, some people hate it. It's a bit awkward to play for most decks, but against the Gone in a Flash Oscilio specifically, it can be proved as really, really powerful. Of course, there are counterplays against this Amulet of Echoes. As I said, Gone in a Flash Oscilio, you can hopefully play around it as the best of your capacity. But again, it's a very, very powerful card against that deck, so I'd like to see it included here from Bogdan.
Couldn't agree more. No other big surprises here. Very much what we've come to expect from the Arcane Oscilio archetype. Happy to see so much variety among those lists, despite 5 copies of Oscilio in the top 8. I'm very happy to see Marlynn joining us in her first ever CC calling top. Despite, I think it was World previously, a Living Legend she showed up, but a CC for the first time, that's good news as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, super excited to see some Rangers making a pack for themselves. We saw a couple of Riptides trying to make their way into top 8 today, but not bringing short of what Marlynn could do, and she had the tools to make it, proving herself that she is the Ranger to go for this meta in particularly. And so I'm super excited to see if she has what it takes to clutch out this top 8 as well.
Okay then, can Thomas Preyer continue to show his dominance over Warriors, invalidate those Valiant Dynamos, and rush forth with Dash.io? Or will the story continue for Daniel Brockhage's Kassai of the Golden Sand? Will we see a Living Legend with this weekend? It all starts in our quarterfinals. So let's make our way down into the feature match area and see which of these 2 players will be able to topple the other. Daniel Brockhage on Kassai of the Golden Sands, Thomas Preyer on Dash.io. Choosing to go first because had the choice thanks to that Swiss seating. Not all that surprising to see that from Dash in this matchup. It's very much about setting up the Teklo Pounders, I would think, no?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you're gonna have a lot of flexibility with the cards or the items that we choose to deploy as early on. It's gonna be interesting to see what Thomas chooses if he manages to deploy any early items from on top of his deck, or if he's able to set up something really, really powerful, or how he's going to decide to play this one out. But I'm expecting him to try to counter the fatigue capacity that Kassai is able to present and act accordingly.
Let's see how we got here. In the end, it was a loss to the Arcane Oscilio of Tommaso Vicido for Daniel, but otherwise it was Adam Urban and, wow, another Oscilio there in round 8. That's Enes is joining us in our top 8 as well. Looks like Oscilio has been the problem this weekend. Both times it was faced, it unfortunately caused a loss. That cannot be good news for Daniel in this top 8.
Yeah, I don't think Daniel was super happy to see the turnaround into this top 8, but hopefully excited to see that the Oscilio is not in front of him against him in the quarterfinals here right now. So hopefully he has some tricks up his sleeve in order to deal with the Dash.io. He hasn't seemed to face a single one yet. Oh yeah, there's Samo Planish in the round of 9 that he has taken a victory against. So he has already have a little bit of a dab in this matchup already.
And on the other side of the equation, Tom Preyer had a harder route to get here. It was a loss in round 3 to Dorinthia after making his way through 2 Auroras to start the day. Then had a murderer's row of Oscilio between round 8 and 11. Did eventually take a loss to Enes at the end of that streak. Thankfully managed to right the ship, I should say, have that phenomenal feature match where he got through Adam Urban, and then unfortunately had to commit team kill on his table 1 teammate Francesco Giorgio to actually make it into our top 8.
Wow, wow, wow. 75% win rate against Oscilio, going into a bracket with 5 Oscilios in them. Man, I'd be pretty happy with that.
Not a whole lot more you can ask for there. If you're unfamiliar with these heroes at this point, I don't know what to tell you. Where have you been? Watching the show all day, I hope. Kassai doing a fantastic job at converting drawn cards into free sword swings, looking to make some gold to facilitate those sword swings down the pipeline. We're expecting more of a defensive stance in this matchup. Not sure how much the hero ability will come into play, but being able to swing your swords on small hands, definitely a very big deal.
Definitely, and on Dash.io side of things, we want to go aggressive. We want to utilize our whole deck in order to push as much damage as possible. Having the possibility to play items on top of our deck is super, super potent. Being a combo deck, we're trying to puzzle our pieces together as good as we can. Some items are better than others in some situations, and I don't expect anything less from Thomas Preyer in this quarterfinals.
Just one number I'm watching here on this screen. It's 967 points for Kassai of the Golden Sand. Will it be more than 1,000 in a few hours' time? Let's get down into the game and find out. Equipment suite's flipped over here. Any surprises to you?
Not really. I'm loving seeing the balance of justice on this side of Daniel here, expecting Thomas Preyer to be drawing cards from the Cerebellum processors this turn. And I'm curious to see if Thomas is going to decide to try and play around this a little bit, maybe not trying to draw 2 cards on his turn as much as he can, try to play around that a little bit.
Looks like a very sheepish turn 1 for Thomas. Simply says Arsenal pass, no item found, and cannot afford to expend cards to boost, looking for one against a deck like Kassai. The retort is going to be draw swords into a copy of Spoils of War here to start for Daniel. Centauri Saber, the first weapon swing of the game here, threatening to make copper if it finds its mark.
I'm curious to see how Thomas will value the block on this card. Does he care about a potential for a big blood on their hands turn in the future? In that case, are we looking to block this? How is the blocking capacity looking at our end? And they are acting like that accordingly. But as we know, Dash.io loves to be an aggressor. And so I believe, most likely, that Thomas is looking to play aggressive whenever he has the chance.
Reaches for that Teklo Foundry heart immediately here. Does not seem interested in providing the copper. Definitely an aspect of this game I want to talk about. Blood on her hands is the more dangerous one here, typically in this matchup. Raise an army too slow. No need for the gold generation. But blood on her hands leads to some very, very powerful turns. Wouldn't surprise me if copper denial was somewhat on the mind. Here, Thomas is simply more than happy to be getting value out of the Foundry heart. Says, I'm happy with the hand that I have. I need to keep these cards. I want to use my armor to soak up the heat when I'm less happy to block.
Looking at the second swing here by the hot streak, gonna come in for 2. Spoils of War still active, will try to produce more copper, but Thomas, he is saying no, even downing a card from his hand in order to fix up his hand a little bit better.
So we will make our way back over to the mechanologist, who is cached in that equipment to do as much as possible with the hand that we are currently looking at. Looks to contain Teklo Trebuchet, Spark of Genius, Fast and Furious, and what amounts to a pair of zipper hits, 1 in hand, 1 in the arsenal. Very potent, aggressive turn here for Dash.io. 0 to 60 into the Banished Zone as the boosting finally begins.
Beautiful, beautiful tournament pack marvel here. I believe Thomas Preyer has picked up every single copy possible to bling out his deck, giving Dash.io his last hurrah before going into Living Legend as she's fastly approaching.
Shelter from the Storm will cover up the other 4 points of damage. The Valiant Dynamo did not check here. No need to risk a grenade in this spot. We will see a Dash.io activation. Finds a Cerebellum processor off the top. We'll need to decide if this is getting its crank on or no. And it seems to be quite a tough choice here for Thomas. Took a peek at the top card. Doesn't have an immediately obvious answer.
Depends if he's like trying to bring up a card this turn, or if he might try to set up an even bigger turn next turn. It's all a matter of, do I want to keep the Cerebellum Processor around for an extra turn or not? Or have I possibility to utilize the extra action point? We only gonna have one counter on Symbiosis Shot after the Cerebellum Processor has done its job, hitting the table.
Gotta tell you, a spot like this that causes pause for a player like Tom Preyer is one you have to go back and look at again. I'm not joking when I say I think this man might have played more games of Dash.io than I've played Flesh and Blood. And so if it's a situation he's unfamiliar with, let me tell you, it's not one that comes up commonly. And I love the fact we're seeing the pause. Did see the moment of appreciation, decides it is correct to crank that processor, gets the second action point, leaves only one Steam counter on it for now.
We'll never see any greed coming here for Thomas, making sure that he has all covered, all his bases covered before making any hastily decisions here. As we saw in the last game against Hala, that really came down to the last physical point of damage. And I expect nothing less coming out of this game as well.
We'll see Spark of Genius for, I believe, 0 declared. Definitely telling of a different stance than we saw into Hala. Thomas less interested in this Plasma mainline Teklo Pounder setup. Thinks it's just about playing hands that are powerful and potent right now. Has the freedom to grab Teklo Core here because of the extra action point from cranking that Cerebellum Processor. Doesn't want to be pitching when it's time to put foot to gas.
And also, if you're drawing a full red hand, that Teklo Core can really, really be super helpful. As we saw in the last round against Hala again, Thomas Preyer, I believe, had 2 hands that were full red that had to go on a little bit of blocking duty in order to get some value out of it. So getting that extra out is always nice to have.
Takes a peek at the top card, trying to see what was drawn from our Spark. It's another Zipper hit. Can't quite tell the color. Those marbles are stunning, but difficult to catch the color from a distance, unfortunately. Teklo Foundry Heart will be reached for here to continue the flow of cards. Loses a backup protocol red in the process. One to watch that we will no longer quite have access to as many copies of.
But some items hitting the banner zone here, always nice to have an outlet for those heists coming up later in this game, hopefully.
Fast and Furious banishing a red boom grenade. Definitely one that Heist will be interested in grabbing back at some point. 4 points to go again. Damage have cranked, and therefore we'll see Sharpened Senses jumping in front of this. Currently soaking up 3 points of damage. Zipper hit yellow to continue. Pulse Wave Harpoon going into the Banished Zone this time. It's 4 more damage to consider for Brockhage.
And Daniel is just looking to get some valuable blocks here in order to cover his bases as well as possible. Always trying to maybe keep a blue in hand in order to reset that Violent Dynamos to get as much value as possible.
Now the Zipper hits, very flashy. Daniel more than happy to continue committing cards to these and soaking up the damage as best possible. Closing the chain, will happily draw a card from Cerebellum Processor to park in the arsenal. Found something Thomas liked. And we'll make our way back over to Daniel, who does have a Vigor token, I should say, in play. We'll make the resource, no doubt, fund a sword swing. Centauri Saber is the choice here, just 2 for now.
But it feels like Daniel has a solidified game plan here. He's definitely going for the full fatigue game strat, trying to run Thomas out of his cards. As we know, every single boost attack is going to require an extra card from deck, so he's going to run out of cards a lot faster than any other decks in the format. So that's a very reliable ways of working for Daniel.
Interested to see how Preyer navigates this hand. Does have a copy of Teklo Pounder available. Thankfully, resources provided by Teklo Core means we can play another turn before establishing that, if we're so inclined. 0 to 60 in the grip there, Teklo Trebuchet as well. See another Zipper hit going into the Banished Zone there. Looks like a yellow copy this time, but still more meaningful damage. The boosts at the moment. Shelter from the Storm will meet the 0 to 60 head-on.
All of the defense reaction is going to be super, super useful here. And there's a boom grenade on top here.
Big deal for Preyer. If this gets cranked or otherwise, will be very telling about his belief as to what this turn can achieve. Says, yes, I need the action point. Might be for Cerebellum Processor. Might be because you think you're forcing open the fridge.
Yeah, trying to push some extra damage this early on is just trying to get that fridge out and away, so Daniel has less capability to defend on upcoming turns. But that needs to prevent some on-hits, and the boom grenade is doing exactly that.
Definitely felt like the processor draw was the important part of that equation. Might be giving up this grenade somewhat to provide that second action point, which has been expended to draw a card. Fast and Furious boosting away a Teklo core. This will now be coming in for 4 as well, because we have cranked this turn. Reaching for that balance of justice to keep this one in check. Draw swords underneath means 5 on 4. No grenade exploding yet.
And also a great combo here with Fast and Furious. If you crank this turn, gets +1, so squeaking out that extra bit of value.
Daniel rewarded for putting that balance of justice on an earlier chain link. Outpace had the potential to punish what was happening here. Instead has the ability to keep this covered in theory, but no, doesn't have the ability to do so. The hand does not cooperate. We see draw swords on defense only. The red grenade will find its mark.
Yeah, Daniel just accepting the extra bit of damage here. I mean, we're still at a healthy 31 life here. So it's all okay to take a little bit of damage here and there in order to get that extra or maximum value out of your hand, because in the end, that is all that's going to matter.
Yeah, totally fair to say. We saw just a moment ago that it is a prevention effect that is in the hand for Daniel. Worth holding on to that to prevent more than just a single point of damage, given there are still 3 cards remaining here for Preya. Was almost certainly going to force that grenade through. Unfortunately, another red grenade going into the balance zone. That's all 3 of them accounted for. Only one of them went off as things stand. Going to need to get our heist on if we want a little bit of luck in pulling them back. And thankfully, we can do exactly that. The heist is held in the arsenal, and it might well be the heist of Hamburg, as these items in the banish zone suddenly much more of a problem for Daniel to consider.
And 7 is a really, really awkward thing to block here when you only have 4 or 6 prevention or blocking capacity available to you. So Daniel is going to cut his losses right here and let this heist through.
Do make a blade dance for the trouble, but Preya gets his wishes. The turn breaks how he intended. Now the question will be, which of these items is the correct pick for this heist? Backup protocol red, red boom grenade, or a copy of Teklo core?
We only have 1 counter left on a Teklo core on board, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him just using up a little bit more with the more Teklo core. But as we mentioned, the boom grenades has come and gone, and we only need to rely on the yellow boom grenades moving forward. It's actually the backup protocol that is the more appetizing option for Thomas here.
This has some cute considerations. If we wanted to Foundry Heart right now, we could theoretically crack this for something else. But just cranking it on the way in means that a second action point will be available. Will at the very least be an extra gunshot if the damage is what matters. Symbiosis shot to start does take one of those action points. Looks like we're happy to spend them both here. Incredibly well navigated turn from Preya. Found a way to smoke screen that heist at the end after a Teklo Trebuchet. 21 now plays 30 as Brockhage is found without a hand after all that damage is coming on through. So we have a moment of consultation with the table judge about exactly how this is going to carry on. Fanning through the yard, taking a peek.
Just double checking what we have expanded. And both of these players are German, so of course they're speaking German to each other.
Yeah, my best guess there was just a consideration about resources spent, whether or not the symbiosis shot was fired a second time, how many counters were supposed to be on this.
Right.
Perhaps most importantly, did I put a counter back on from the backup protocol red coming in from the heist would be my guess. So can't be entirely sure, but that would make sense to me. Sometimes the gun counters are the trickiest parts to keep track of when you are blasting and dashing.
Don't forget your triggers, folks. But it's not the easiest thing when you have a lot of million things on the line here. And it's been a long day with 5 rounds going into the 6th now in the quarterfinals. It's been a long and huge tournament this weekend.
Preya will decide to break back up Protocol Red at the end of Kassai's turn to make the most of it before it expires at the beginning of his. We'll reach for 0 to 60. Pop that back into the grip. It's a blue throttle on the bottom. More than happy for Kassai, who will refill the hand. And we'll make our way back to Dash. Cerebellum, Processor, and Teklo Core both expiring. The latter making 2 resources on the way out.
So only, in quotes, 4-card hand this turn. But as we know, Dash.io can make a lot of things happen with a 4-card hand. Being able to play items from the top of deck is also a very potent possibility in order to extend your turns. So never underestimate a 4-card Dash.
Expedite finding a Fast and Furious on top of the deck, but sadly no item underneath it. To make the most of that trigger will be met by Jagged Edge. 0 to 60 is the follow-up. It's Blade Flurry jumping in front of that one. And while there are 2 resources floating, there is no item to be found, no grenade to punish the underblock on 0 to 60. Now 30 plays 20 as that single point of damage comes through. 2 more cards available in hand for Prayer. It's Sprocket Rocket, quickly met by Slice and Dice.
Yeah, Daniel understands completely what he needs to do. Those cards are better at blocking duty than they are on offensive duty. We're not taking any chances of bleeding damage as much as possible, of course. But we're saving our equipment for whenever a boom grenade threatens even more damage. So taking this incendiary 1 or 2 damage is completely fine at this point in time.
Seeing both players analyzing the banish and the graveyard of Dash.io. Do need to consider how many grenades are remaining, how many items you have to worry about, and to some extent, how many of those red boost attacks have you lost in the process of playing the game? Finally, where are the max Vs? Where are your maximum velocities? They will be your big damage sinks with all of those red grenades accounted for.
I believe Thomas is considering if he wants to keep this card in Arsenal or if he wants to commit it. And speaking of which...
The fact we had any pause at all there is so interesting to me. I think 95% of players just jam their foot on the gas and put maximum velocity on the combat chain. Tom sits there and goes, do I need to find a turn where I have a grenade in play where this will be the deal breaker, where it will force the grenade through, and debates not playing out maximum velocity despite having boosted 3 times.
And I also believe that Thomas Prayer has spotted that Daniel has been keeping that arsenal for quite some time now. He's not deployed any defense reactions at his disposal. If he was able to do so, he probably would have done it at this point to cover up some extra damage. And this is basically forcing Daniel into a situation where he can't even clear out that arsenal because he probably needs a card in order to pitch out that card in arsenal in order to free it up for a potential D-react in the future. So I think Thomas is really, really playing this really, really expertly.
You can see now that it's time for the math to happen on Prayer's side. He needs to evaluate which of these cards remain and how to most successfully deal 13 more points of damage, as that is currently where the benchmark lies.
I mean, he tried to push 37 damage when we were in this situation a couple of games ago, so I don't think the damage is going to be a problem. But yet, Kassai still has a lot of defensive capabilities on her side of things. And so if Thomas decides to take an off turn, that might become a little bit awkward.
Safe to call that somewhat of an off turn. Double backup protocol red. Teklo Core Spark of Genius. Not exactly what Prayer would have had in mind as an ideal 4-card hand. Plays 1 copy of protocol red, breaks it immediately. Curious to see what will be joining the grip of the other item in the hand.
Curious to see how he's going to play this one out. If he's just going to drag out some sort of attack in order to get the Spark of Genius and get the card draw to have some sort of turn, or if he's just going to commit everything on a setup turn this turn around to save some resources for a following turn. Because we still have 30 life to work with here, so I don't think taking an off turn here is going to propose some kind of problem at this point in time, but it's definitely an awkward hand to try and play around.
Yeah, you definitely get the impression that Prayer, not entirely sure what the correct choice is either, decides to settle on Heist. A little worse when it's known about for sure, but we know there are some incredibly powerful items stocked away there in the Banished Zone. Pulse Wave Harpoon joining it as the Heist makes its way onto the combat chain. 5 go again. Spark of Genius, the last card in the grip.
Showing off here exactly what is going to potentially hit the table if this heist connects. Daniel, sitting with a full hand, is probably going to try to block this as best as he can.
Will reach for Braveforge Braces to keep the breakpoint in check. Draw swords alongside it, 5 on 5. Very unlikely to see tricks from Dash.io, not something that's normally in her wheelhouse in terms of increasing power of cards. Every now and then penetration script makes its way in, but we know it is not in Preyer's deck list for this weekend.
Did not find an item off the top, it seems like.
Gunshot only. We will hide that Spark of Genius down in the arsenal for a more impactful turn. Daniel says, I don't want to take any damage at all. I will give you a card on Symbiosis Shot as well. I'd like to stay at 13, please.
We are activating the Kassai here, so Daniel is looking to produce some gold this turn.
Players confirming that is in fact 2 reds, 2 yellows, which it very much is. Kassai active. Next time a weapon you control hits a hero this turn, gold token will be made. It's hot streak to start, telling, because many of the cards that are likely to get in front of this are attack actions, and so we'll see that Blade Dance available there, which has maybe been forgotten by our players, actually. There we go. Players is confirming that should not be there anymore. Blade Runner happening anyway, because we would like to confer that damage onto another sword swing. Thomas very happy to take a hot streak for 2. Does not change the plan in any meaningful way. It's 5 damage from the Centauri Saber to follow after the gold token is generated.
Yeah, Thomas' hand is probably a lot better on the offensive than it is on the defense, so he's happy to take any damage at this point. He is staying at a healthy life total regardless.
Dynamo reset is a big deal. Basically an extra point of life somewhere in this game. Final card in hand goes into the arsenal for Brockhage. Over to Preyer, we'll start things off with 0 to 60. Another zip hit going into the banish zone here. 4 go again from the premium red attack. Valiant Dynamo joins Spoils of War to block that one out.
Making sure to cash out the value on the Valiant Dynamo as soon as possible in order to recur that value on the following turn whenever we go again on our sword, or swing our sword twice as rather. Seeing the Spark of Genius, what are we getting here now, Thomas?
Does declare 0 again. Will not be reaching for a pounder or anything of the ilk. While Stumming Cerebellum Processor to the front of the deck is taking a moment to reconsider. Does decide a big old brain bank is the way to go here. Does crank it on the way in, puts a counter on the gun. We'll have that action point remaining. And a card drawn from Spark of Genius to keep the turn going. I have an admiration for any player who is able to shuffle their deck quite so smoothly, especially when it's as blinged out as Tom's is.
Yeah, we don't care. We're playing with our cards to play with them, right? So I mean,
Cardboard is meant to be played with.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Draw from Spark. New card found, new card on top of the deck. We'll take a look. Let's see what we find. No dash activation so far this turn, so that option is still available to Preyer if an item makes itself known.
It's looking like a very red-heavy hand this time around.
See if we can't get a peek.
Oh,
Red
there's some
Zipper,
blue.
red BIOS, red Pulse Wave. Thankfully, blue Throttle at the back does mean the bill is a little less steep. Another outpace going into the banish zone. Not ideal. That one is kind of at its best at dodging dynamos in the late game. Braveforge Braces reach for here. Defense reaction from the Arsenal in the form of Fate Foreseen helps to keep this 5 power attack away from Kassai's face.
Still looking at a 4-card hand here. Thomas is having his 2 cards available to send. Taking a little bit of a deck count, seeing how many turns we have left, how many cards do we have left.
These are things you need to consider. in a spot this tense. Breyer has one chance to make it into the semi-finals of the calling here in Hamburg. We are 5 turns deep. Multiple pieces of premium action expended, getting Daniel Brockhage down to 13, but those final 13 points of life are ultimately the ones that matter. Side of the Golden Stand, standing on the other side of the table, making a charge for Living Legends. Cerebellum Processor drawing the card that is found on top of the deck. Looks to be an outpace. I think it's a Teklo core on top of the deck, which is arguably a little unfortunate. Preya here going to have to cash in the Achilles to get the action point back.
Achilles coming in clutch here, being able to recur that action point.
Balance of Justice cracked in response to this BIOS update. Would like more cards to defend with, please. Outpace will do a good job, though, at boosting on through, spending a resource, and dumping that Teklo core directly into the arena. More counters on the gun, plenty of spare resources for the following turns. For now, it is 7 points of damage, which cannot be defended by equipment. Worth noting, dash has not been used here yet. If there is a grenade lurking, it'll certainly come exploding.
It feels like Thomas is always hitting on these bias updates. I am flabbergasted every single time. It feels like Thomas is your psychic and knows this is coming. I can feel it. Bias update hits again every time. Needed to commit 2 cards here on the outpace. But the Symbiosis shot, we are not super happy to commit a 3-block card on this one. But we do what we gotta do.
Only 12 health left to play with for Daniel. Does need to be mindful of those Symbiosis shot counters. Will like to close the gap in those life totals with the remaining trot along in hand. Breaks the goal, tries to find something that will provide go again, to go a little bit wider. If I'm not mistaken, that was Blood Follows Blade, which might be about as good as it gets.
Yeah, don't forget to turn on Kassai if able.
Nope.
Deciding not.
Got to think there is not enough yellows in the bin there to make the Kassai ability functional. It is Blood Follows Blade that comes off the top. This was 5 that now makes a Centauri Sellsword. We'll get to swing in with that one this turn and end on Centauri Saber. The gold being broken makes that weapon free as well. Very impressive 1-card hand from Daniel here. Something only Kassai can do.
So much value from drawing that gold, or drawing a card from that gold rather. Turning this 1 blue into 9. No, sorry. What is it? 7 damage?
Kassai activation, once that Blood Follows Blade is finally in the graveyard, means there is enough yellows to enable that hero ability. Means this second Saber will have a gold available on hit. More than happy to accept that is Tom. He knows every card remaining might well be needed to get up and through the defenses of Kassai. 12 now plays 16. Teklo core ticking down, resources made, and a full 5 cards to work with. Turn starting on Expedite, heading directly into the Sellsword here. This one is simply a hit trigger, so if there is an item in the hand for Preya, it might well jump into play. Cerebellum Processor is the name of the game. Second action point made. Will have the ability to draw a card off of that one. Pretty much perfect.
I was just going to say, I was wondering if Thomas would like to take care of this Centauri Sellsword or not, considering the life totals. Pushing damage phase is a little bit more prominent, but having these on-hit effects, of course we want to send that for free. I mean, the Centauri Sellsword is just giving us an on-hit available to us, and this Cerebellum Processor is just coming in clutch here, making our hand a little bit more effective.
Processor number 1, drawing a card. Finds one we like on top of the deck. We'll see if the second one gets a window to use itself this turn as well, if Dash is able to find more goodies. For now, Preya looking at a hand that contains Throttle, Maximum Velocity, and Teklo Pounder. That's second Max V now, making itself available on a Teklo core turn, normally somewhere you are happy to be. The question is, where's that third boost, and is it in the arsenal?
I haven't seen a single Teklo pounder yet.
Yeah, we've seen one pitched away. There's one back in the hand now for Preya. Might be the only one in the matchup. When you're going first, it certainly doesn't hurt to start with it in the grip. Throttle is the choice. Teklo Trebuchet boosted away. 6 go again. Daniel pretty happy to meet that one in the middle. We'll see Pulse Wave Harpoon, which means it is all up and active. 2 more cards being shown. It is Fate Foreseen and Unsheathed. 2 resources left remaining here. It's 4 go again, and we know Maximum Velocity is waiting in the wings for Tom Preya. Will be able to send that 10 ball at the end of this turn if he is so inclined. Finds a item for Dash to play. Yellow boom grenade. We did choose to block 4 on the Pulse Wave Harpoon. The Teklo Foundry Heart pretty well happy to take care of the resource need of this Maximum Velocity. At the moment, 2 action points remaining means that something else might even be coming off this Cerebellum processor. Gigantic turn here for Preya.
Amazing, amazing to see here. Thomas just thinking a little bit harder on this one. We do have 2 action points available to us. Is the card on top something he is willing to draw?
Something to watch as the life totals dwindle. Braces of Belief. Extra damage for this deck. Hiding in the equipment suite. Tom will always know the top card of the deck. Should be able to guarantee 2 value from it at some point. Might be make or break if it forces a grenade through. Second processor will draw the card on top of the deck, spends the action point to do it, throws the Maximum Velocity here. Just confirming that we have boosted 3 times this turn. The Expedite, of course, went at a sellsword, so easy to forget that one. But yep, the big old Buster comes on through. We block 6 here on the Max V. Up to the bottom with Fate Foreseen means that 4, 5, 6, 7 will leak through. Kassai the Golden Sand here down to 5.
Not a lot of the offensive capabilities left here for Thomas. That deck is looking very, very thin right now, but we are set up with the card in Arsenal, and we do have the Teklo core available to us. Cerebellum processors, Unocom is going to be left at our disposal on our coming turn. Just want to take a think if we want to deploy something on our opponent's turn before passing here completely, but no, decides to take it on over.
At a guess, I think it's about 14, 15 cards remaining in deck there for Preya. Little bit of juice in the tank, hopefully more than enough for him if he's hoping to continue his journey through our top 8. Will find backup Protocol Red off the top of the deck with those Teklo core resources to start the turn. Happy to crank that one. Can theoretically enable another Maximum Velocity turn to come into fruition. Let's see the hand for Preya. Yellow Grenade, red Throttle in the mix there. Yellow Zippo hit as well.
This is looking really, really potent here for Thomas. We are going to activate the Braces of Belief. Decided not to break the Braces of Belief on the last turn. We knew that the max velocity was going to connect. We know it's a red on top, of course. We also had the ability to watch what we're doing.
Expedite is a pretty good one to draw if you intend on slamming a 10 power attack down your opponent's face. 0 to 60. Boosted away. It's 3 go again on hit. Take an item. Extra damage, of course, from that Braces of Belief. Going to be commanding a whole extra card if we want to deny a potential item jumping into play. And we know there is a Boom Grenade in the grip. Will command respect from Brockhage. Says no. No Expedite for you. Still full 4 cards and an arsenal here to work with for Preya. Plenty of opportunities to find the damage required to send Kassai into another week of gameplay.
Cerebellum processor really doing work here, enabling us to draw extra cards. We love drawing extra cards. It's just extra power on our offensive capabilities. Of course, we're drawing our decks really, really tightly, but we have enough damage to probably, hopefully, cross the finish line here. Question is, do we have enough resources to do so? I believe we do.
Another throttle will boost away Convection Amplifier here. It's a blue one, so it's just the 4 damage, quickly covered by Grains of Blood Spill and a copy of Provoke. The chain will close. And again, Prayer, running on limited fumes, needs to use this final tank of gas to get up and over the line. With the chain being closed, it is time for red throttle to continue here. Boosts away maximum velocity. Daniel down to 2. We break the protocol. The writing is on the wall. We will reach for the max V, send it over the line, and Thomas Prayer vanquishes yet another warrior. There is no sword in the way of Dash.io that can keep this man out of the top 4 in Hamburg.
Yeah, Dash.io is looking really, really promising this weekend, having a great round against all of the Oscilios, against all of the warriors, as it may seem. We've seen him beating both the Hala and the Kassai right here, right now. Is there anything stopping Thomas at this point?
Look, I'm clearly a fan of the man on a personal level. I think he's a fantastic human being. I'm a fan of Dash.io. We did see his record there on the way into the match. Has taken a loss to Oscilio at some point this weekend. It's 3-1 currently, but it's clearly not impossible to see how that one shakes out. We have an updated bracket. Let's see who else might be joining us in the semi-final rounds of this event. It is unfortunately the end of Marlynn for the fans of the Ranger. It will be Dash.io against the world as 3 copies of Oscilio stand between it and a brand new calling champion.
A bit unfortunate for me, I think, seeing the Marlynn falling a bit short here against the masses of Oscilio. But huge congratulations to Bogdan-Andrei, who's making his way forward here against Andrea Mengucci in the first part of the semifinals. Thomas Prayer is going to find himself against Enes Findik, who I believe was his only Oscilio loss.
You would be correct. Enes was the one that took Prayer down last time, and it makes a lot of sense for that to be our feature match as we make our way into the finals. Do want to give a shout out there to Andrea Mengucci, vanquished Tommaso Vicido, who was 12-1 going into that first seed in Swiss. That curse, man, that curse just strikes again. 8th seed, far too strong. Depending on who you ask, there's something else that's far too strong, but I'm not quite sure I agree. The Assassin class has got some goodies coming down the pipeline in the near future in the form of Mastery Pack Assassin. We'll see a facelift for heroes like Azuri, who have not been seen since they won a Pro Tour back in Amsterdam, and bring us joy with a brand new shiny face in Dr. Mortimer, joining us in this Mastery Pack as well. Arachne will still feature. I'm sure there'll be plenty of good cards for both Arachne Slip Through the Cracks and Arachne Huntsman down the pipeline, but all 3 of these heroes are going to be the main event of Mastery Pack Assassin.
I'm excited to see what Usuri is going to get out of this pack. We haven't seen a lot from her since Shoma Yamamura took her home from a Pro Tour not too long ago, but since then has fallen a little bit out of flavor compared to her counterparts assassins over the past couple of years. But now is the time to shine, maybe, with the new Master Pack Assassin.
Big fan of Azuri traditionally. I like those more tempered assassins. I'll say the pivotal game plans back and forth, sometimes a little more defensive, sometimes a little more aggressive. Dr. Mortimer looking to be a similar story. Some really sweet cards revealed from this set so far. Mutually Assured Destruction, more contract support that cares about having an infected opponent. Of course, Dr. Mortimer very capable of that, but so are many of our other assassins who like to play a Codex of Frailty or 2. This affects both of you. If you want to play reactions on a chain link, either you or your opponent, you will get a Blood Rot Pox each and banish the top card of each player's deck. You will fulfill your contracts in the process, but you might leave a little bit of a sting when your opponent plays a Sink Below.
Really, really interesting addition here. I love the 2 for 6s and 2 for 6s with heavy text on them. Sign me up. He's also a contracted card that is going to play really, really well into Huntsman, I believe. And so, yeah, more goodies coming for our assassin players.
Remember the Mist, a card that I also want to talk about. The artwork rocks here. I love paying homage to Azuri's roots back in Mysteria. This one is going to take my blue from my hand, and my turn is not going to function. That is something that's going to happen more than I care to admit. Prey on Insecurity, I think just a sweet, sweet design for Arachne slip through the cracks. Give this one go again, and all of a sudden, any card in your hand, a spare defense reaction, something that doesn't quite fit the mold, can just be an attack reaction anywhere along your turn. This one gets really nasty with creep. All of a sudden, it's like, which attack do you intend on reacting on, and which of the on-hits am I most concerned about?
I mean, Assassins are packing quite a lot of reactions and on-hit events, and I expect nothing less coming out of Master Pack Assassin. Dr. Mortimer being the newest assassin on the block is gonna come in a young variety as well for all of you Silver Age enjoyers out there. Uzuri combining her as well, and Dr. Mortimer Adult, of course, joining the fray.
Big fan of all these marvels. The adult Mortimer looking incredible. The Uzuri really standing out to me as well. Again, the homage to the Mysteria frame back from her past before she became a member of the Pits. Just stellar stuff. Very excited to get my hands on this set. Will be in stores November 13th with an early chance to get your hands on it at the World Championship in Paris. So if you want to get ahead of the crew, you definitely should. Make sure you come and join us at that event over there. Oscilio, Dash. It will be one of those 4 players, one of those 2 heroes that is joining us in the finals. We have quite the feature match to look forward to, and I imagine not super long now until we start spoiling cards from Usurp the Shadow Throne. So if you're interested in either of those things, make sure you stay with us. Semi-finals coming up next.
after looking through all of our top 8 decks and after, well, having our first quarter-final game, we move on to the semis. Welcome back, ladies and gents, boys and girls, to the Calling Hamburg. And, well, I get the privilege of being here with Erika Forslöf.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Pleasure to be here.
We get another Dash game to watch.
Yay!
I'm excited for this one. Dash.io, Thomas Preyer. I'm really excited to see what he can do. Let's have a look at the bracket, though. Just give you a breakdown of kind of everything that's been going on inside of this top 8. Quarterfinals done and dusted. Andrea Mengucci moves on to those semi-finals. That 8th place continues being incredibly strong for people moving up here.
I mean, Gone in a Flash version of Oscilio seems to be the stronger version against the spell version in this bracket today, but I think that both of the sides of the Oscilio is having a blast on who is more favored in that matchup, considering their deck choices accordingly, or which flavor they might personally like to prefer either way. But again, Oscilio is going to crack on through.
It was a 3-2 split, wasn't it, between these Oscilio builds, 3 being on the Flash, 2 being Spell. And Andrea Mengucci got another Oscilio to deal with. And on the other side of the bracket, of course, we've just seen on stream, Thomas Preyer preying on another warrior. Honestly, the reason that I wouldn't have brought Dio to this event was because there's warriors in the room. But when you're just built that different, Thomas, it does not matter if you're unfavored. You're going to be able to get it across the line. A German versus German mirror match in the semis here. Thomas Preyer versus Enes Findik, who came into day 1 being one of our 8-0s and then besting our gravy as well to go 9-0. Then the wheels started falling off a little bit, but we've been able to convert it either way to a top 8 and now a semi-finals appearance. It's going to be, I'm going to be honest with you, a little bit of an uphill battle for our Oscilio. Dio was one of the reasons that Oscilio was kind of kept down inside of those ProQuest seasons for a little while. A number of cards that just kind of allow you to hit face and not much your opponent can do about it. But wait and see about that. I mean, Scott was teasing something earlier, and we're going to continue teasing you a little bit more. You might want to stay around after this game. There might be, I don't know, something to spoil. Who knows? Wait and see. Save for the games. You got to watch some Flesh and Blood. Let's get into this one. Cool. Semi-final numero 1. Let's get this over and done with. Calling Hamburg. Thomas Preyer being our highest seed. Chose to go first. I'm not surprised one bit.
I mean, going first in this matchup against a deck that can produce a lot of instants and a lot of arcane on any person's turn, I would also probably pick to go first in that case in order to secure myself a little bit in case I don't bring that much AB, which I don't expect Thomas Preyer to do. But who cares when you have a deck that produces a shit ton of damage when you're facing an opponent that doesn't really block that well. All of those instant doesn't block for nothing. And so I believe that Thomas is going to hit the gas and hit it hard.
Let's have a look on the run here for Enes, and well, do we see any Dio? We see 2, and it's actually the one Thomas Preyer that he was able to cleave to the wayside in round number 11. Not losing to the Mechanologist as of yet, and actually beating all 3 mechs that Enes has played throughout this weekend. It's been a fantastic run. Again, a little bit slow towards the end, losing those final 2 games, but the fact that day 1 all the way up until round number 10 was flawless, what a showing from this Oscilio pilot.
Yeah, really showing how he has put strength into this deck and being able to masterfully pilot this throughout this day to calling 13 rounds across these 2 days. It's been a marathon, to say the least. But playing Oscilio, typically a little bit of a quicker games, have been facing a plethora of different heroes throughout the weekend and only winning against Thomas Preyer previously. And maybe Thomas can get his range.
Yeah, I wonder how that matchup went. Not one that we were privy to. Well, let's flip over to the other side and see what Thomas has been preying upon across these 13 rounds. And well, it's a lot of lightning heroes. Cheeky little selfie on the stream. That's cool. Love to see that. It's a lot of lightning heroes that have been absolutely clapped here by Thomas. You got David and Finley up front on Aurora, and then it was Oscilio in a row from round 8 to 11. And look at that one loss towards the end of the day. That was, of course, Enes that he sees facing across from him. What has he learnt from that matchup? I suppose now, deck list being open for both players to be able to see, we know that this is a Gone in the Flash list. We know that you probably won't be bringing in your Visiatronics or your any form of AB, with maybe the exception of your Achilles Accelerator, purely because I like an action point every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, Achilles Accelerator is such a powerful card. Having that extra AB is just a bonus at this point. We're going to run those boots regardless. Having a 75% win rate across this weekend, pretty solid showing here for Thomas, and I believe that he is looking for revenge here against Enes.
Absolutely. Well, Kassai players rejoice. You get to play her for another week because this Dash.io moved her to the side. Oscilio still joins us here and is creeping ever closer to living legend themselves. Remember that last time we saw an Oscilio getting all the way to the finals was just a couple weeks ago at Pro Tour Vegas. 771 points, he's not long for this world, and this, a win here could get him across, get him closer to the line, not across the line. Dio would be, basically there at this point with 1.5 points. All right. That's enough vamping. Let's get into this one. I want to see more mech. I want to see more Oscilio. It's semi-finals time here at the Cooling Hamburg. And it's equipment suites that we expect to see. Starting off very, very quickly, Thomas Preyer leads with a 0 to 60 yellow.
We are heading off strong here. We are capitalizing on our opponent not maybe having that much blocking capacity at his disposal, hoping that our opponent has scrapped a lot of instants in his hand on this starting turn, seeing if we can leak some points of damage on this turn around.
I see 2 instants in the hand for Enes here, and wow, what a start. A Cerebellum processor cranked on off the top. I was a little bit concerned as to why we weren't getting that backup protocol out early, but I suppose if you're able to see 2 items back to back like that and grab the Sea Belly, you are going to be in a great spot. Cranking, going up to 2 AP, we can draw a card, still... I believe still a resource floating here as well, because we only pitched to the Cerebellum processor. Yeah, we're going to be able to just kind of hit for the moon here. Enes, looking at the hand, that's only 1 card that blocks.
Indeed, and Thomas is looking to send more damage over, cracking that Cerebellum processor, getting that extra action point in order to send more damage across, being able to draw a card from the Cerebellum processor for that action point, even activating the Techno Foundry here. Making sure that his opponent gets priority before we do anything too hastily.
You have a window,
Yeah. Can be sometimes hard to forget when you're facing against a wizard who can play instants on instant speed.
So we do lose another red boom grenade, but we are just trying to ship as much damage downrange as possible. Pulse wave harpoon. This is boost 1. We close the combat chain, so only have to reveal 1 card, and it does have to have a defensive value for you to be able to select it. So we do reveal the electrostatic discharge from the hand, or we do draw another instant in Constella Contemplation. Flashbolt going to be played out, following by a Kindle. I believe that this is all before blocks have been declared.
I believe so.
On the attack layer, right? So this is like cards have been revealed, and now there's still a priority window for Enes to be able to block here. But this is 5 arcane from a flashbolt, and Thomas just says, look at 2 cards in my hand, 1 floating, I could AB. Nah, I'm fine. I know you've only got 1 thing here. Are we blocking this 4 and going down to 0 cards with a Gone in a Flash? It looks like we are.
Thomas must be super happy here, seeing that Gone in a Flash committed 2 blocks here on turn 1. It's a really, really, really golden opportunity here for Thomas, alleviating 1 big threat from his opponent this early on.
4 go again. Another boom grenade gone. And Enes just postures, I've got nothing in my hand, so I'll show you that instead. Taking a clean 4 damage here and leading with a Symbiosis shot. This leaves us with a throttle in the arsenal, setting up for a 5-card hand, and your opponent low already. What a great start here for Thomas.
Absolutely amazing. I also want to commend Enes for maximizing his offensive capability with those instant, being able to push 5 damage across on the starting turn here. Of course, taking a lot of damage on the back end of it, but what can you do?
I believe HP total still to be updated on Enes' side, so it's just a few brief moments for that to be updated on stream. Should be a little bit lower than that. Either way, We now move to the aggro Oscilio as he leads with, honestly, one of my all-time favorite cards in a lot of these elemental lightning-leaning decks. 4 go again from our Entwine Lightning Revealing. Consigned to Cosmos Shock. You know there's going to be at least one ping coming this turn now. Thomas, how do you care about this?
I imagine that Thomas wants to commit his equipment quite early to make sure that he is staying outside of arcane range as much as possible, considering that we only have 1 AB to go about it. We don't want to get too low too quickly, so committing those blocking values as early as possible is probably in our best interest here. But this hand is looking a little bit interesting. We don't like to see that many items inside of our hand, but at least they are blue, so we can pitch for them.
Yeah, we got options, especially with that throttle sitting in the arsenal. We are going to dig into the deck and grab a zipper here. Unsure on the colour. Most likely assume that we bottomed one of those 2 blue items. Yeah, it looks like that Tetlo core is gone to the bottom of the deck. Comic Collision for 5. 5 Arcane. Thomas, do you have any prevention effects that you want to play on out here? I assume no.
I have a hard time seeing that we're committing any cards to prevent 1 incident of arcane that we can with the Arcane Barrier 1 on our boots here. So happy to take the 5 here and just pass it on to my turn, because I would like to send some damage your way, sir.
Still with a Cerebellum on board. The Achilles Accelerator is there to allow us to extend for basically free. No item to crank right now. Well, we could play the Cerebellum from hand, but considering the cost curve of this one, the zipper hit sitting in the hand, the throttle available as well, well, never mind. Thomas Preyer surprising us all once again with this type of play. We crank, we play. Here's a Fast and Furious for 4. Does not need more than 3 resources to do what he needs to do on this turn.
I mean, getting the extra value from the +1 thanks to the cranking earlier on, again, shows Thomas is perfectly unaware or fully aware of how to play out his deck to his full capacity. Expecting no less from Thomas as we've seen so far. There's a reason he's made 2nd place into this top 8, or 2nd seed into this top 8.
Taking the 4, no blocks from Enes. Crack Cerebellum here, then follow up with the Achilles, now that the Achilles is online to be able to get that additional card from the top of the deck. Or do we look?
Depends on what we find there on top of deck. It's something we're able to deploy.
Known information to Thomas right now, not to us. What do we ship? We send this throttle down, and I actually believe it's a blue zipper hit, so that's why we're happy to play out the Cerebellum Processor. Fast and Furious trigger, of course. It's always there. They always have it. 6 go again, putting a counter on our brand newly equipped Cerebellum Processor. Peeking at Enes's hand. What are we seeing at the top of your screen right now? Sidra Solace, Scar for a Scar.
Constella?
Yeah, it could be Constella Intelligence. Sorry, Constella Contemplation. Yeah, Sidra Brilliance. Yeah, Constella Contemplation. What do we draw? Anything that blocks? No, just say Constella Uplift this time round. No reactions. Called on out. A Fate Foreseen. We were talking about some of the defensive leaning tools that Oscilios can run. Leaving this one on the top. Usually there to be able to dig a little bit deeper to your Gone in the Flashes, but Enes liked what he saw, so kept that up there. Takes the 2. Remember, Dash.io has not been activated as of yet, so it looks like we're going to be closing the combat chain.
We're also looking to go down in life totals here against our opponent, so we can deploy that Scar for a Scar with go again, so comfortably going below Thomas's here.
While not slipping too far away to be out of reach. Thomas, a pretty big decision here. Hasn't activated Dash.io's ability as of yet. Could activate Foundry Heart to dig 2 cards deeper to see if we can find an item on top. After he does so, goes up to 2 resources. Do we see one on top? That is now the question. Thomas hasn't played it out instantly. Leads us to believe that Probably not.
Or-
Oh, Dash IO off the top. Another yellow boom grenade. He just keeps finding them, cranking up to 2 AP, ticking up the symbiosis shot. Now we have reach to grab cards with this Cerebellum processor.
Love to see it, getting that extra value out of your Cerebellum processor. Sometimes it can be really tricky getting that extra action point in order to draw a card. Of course, you can always end your turn with drawing a card so that you can have an item or an action for your next turn. But having these types of plays is what makes this deck hum a lot more.
Blocking value of Enes's hand. Very difficult fab math for you. 0, 0, +2, 0.
We can heal 3 though. Covering up some health point here, but looking down this 5 + 3 on here is not like we want to see.
Yeah, we're going to have to commit the Scar for a Scar from hand here as well to be able to fully cover up this zipper hit if we want to commit all of our equipment. Looks like Enes is considering, is that the play I want to make?
Considering Thomas has 1 card left in hand, he doesn't have any resources available. But if it's something like a 0 to 60 or something that he could deploy, that is always intimidating. So I think Enes is correct here on making sure that he is keeping his offensive capabilities instead of committing them to this block here.
Blocks 3, takes 2 from the zipper hit, 3 from the boom grenade, 5 in total, and then we play out a Sprocket Rocket boosting. We don't get rid of an item this time round, so it is only going to be 3 go again. A Mechanologist flavoured head jab. Breaking the combat chain. Do we draw from Cerebellum or shoot the pistol? 5-card hand seems to be more important. Thomas, before passing, gets a Sigil Brilliance played out on him.
Double Sigil of Brilliance, that's going to net us 2 extra card here at the start of Enes's turn. So we're going to make sure that we can deal as much damage as possible. There's that lightning press.
First draw, second draw, another Scar for a Scar.
Not bad.
No, pretty good. Both of these Scar for a Scars can be played out with Go Again, considering the current HP totals that we sit at, with that Flittering Charge in the hand as well. The Lightning Press can give it Go Again, but it wouldn't go any further than that. Question is, how much do you push and how much do you hold on something like a Sigil to get your opponent to overreach? Looks like with the Braces of Belief that are being committed here, we are just going to try and push as quick as possible. +2 on this first attack after revealing the Ravenous Rabble from the top of the deck. Is it more damage to discard this Sigil of Solace to Oscilio? Is it worth doing 4 Go Again, or is it worth healing 3 up to 18?
Decisions here for Enes. I was also curious to see if he would like to park one of those instants in his arsenal for a future turn in order to maybe juice up a gun and a flash turns of sorts. It's considering we only have probably so many or so few turns rather at our disposal as life totals are dwindling quicker than ever.
I think the only one that you would consider holding on this turn would be the Lightning Press, but the problem with that is that it doesn't work as well with Gun in the Flash due to the way that the layering of that card works, and of course not being able to get the pump. So potentially discarding the Sigil of Solace is an option to be able to draw up that is potential 0 for 4. But remember, there's a number of yellow cards in the deck for Enes. It could just be worth 3 on offense instead of 3 on defense in terms of the Sigil. But either way, we lead with a Scar for a Scar that's going to be coming in for 6 Go Again due to that +2 from Braces of Belief. Go Again for having less HP than your opponent. Thomas just says, yeah, fine, I'll eat that one. Down to 20. We play a second Scar for a Scar and a little chuckle from the table. This one only going to be for 4 Go Again, but that seems to be enough for Enes to be pretty damn happy with. No reacts, taking the 4. Still have that Flittering Charge in the hand here. Doesn't need to worry about putting Thomas at a lower HP for his Scar for a Scars. Not a single one of those existing inside of the mech suite.
Not really. We only play Mechanologist cards on this side of the table.
Damn right we do. Ignore Braces. Brace of Belief is the exception. That's fine. We allow that one.
Accept's fine. But what are we considering discarding a card for Oscilio in order to draw that Ravenous Rabble in hopes to get a little bit of extra value, since Lightning Press is only presenting us with 3 extra damage. The Sigil of Solace, of course, is giving us 3 extra health. to work with. It's a really, really tough call here for Enes. What is more potent here? Of course, we want to send as much damage as possible, but are we preferring 3 extra life on our end or less on our opponent?
I suppose the question is here as well, Thomas is just not interacting with you at all. You're not even getting armor at this point. You're still holding on to that Teklo Foundry Heart 1 block that we have from that previous turn. So, do you just say, I need you to interact with me as much as possible? Here's a Flittering Charge pumped with a Lightning Press to 7. By the way, I'm grabbing this Rabble, which I hope is 4. Or do you say, I'm going to deal 7, sit on this Sigil of Solace, and hope that you try to overextend and kill me at exactly 15 when I can go to 18? There's 2 options that we really have at this point.
Very, very tough call here. Enes is having a hard think here. Of course, we are in the top 8 cut here, so the players has unlimited time at their disposal, but they're still expected to play at a rational rate, a rational pace. But of course, situations like these, playing a wizard with instance capabilities and options galore.
I suppose, like, at least from my perspective, the reason that this is such an important decision is Enes is trying to work out, well, I mean, it's literally that. It's Thomas can kill me from 15.
Yeah.
Easily. A mech 5-card hand can reach above and beyond 15, especially when going up against a deck that's only guaranteed block is the 1 on the old knocker. It looks like we're taking the incredibly defensive line right now of discarding that Lightning Press, grabbing that Rabble, and now sending the Rabble down range. We're being defensive in an offensive world, and it does hit a yellow. The inclusion of all of these new Starfall instants into the deck means that Ravenous Rabble isn't always a 4-go again. This is effectively the same as what this Lightning Press would have been, but we're digging 1 deeper into the deck, so small value increases over towards Oscilio.
Yeah, not what we would like to see here. I mean, the 3 is the 3 that we just lost anyway, but we're playing for the upsides here, and we're trying to all the upsides possible, so trying to get that extra value was well worth it. But sometimes that's not the way the cookie crumbles.
Play the 4, no blocks on the 4, take the 4. It is simple as that for Thomas. He knows how low he can go and still be safe. What wizardry can he produce on his turn? We lead with the Braces of Belief, revealing a Fast and Furious. We know that counter on the Cerebellum is going to be ticking up by 1. The first time we boost now.
Amazing extra knowledge here, thanks to the Braces of Belief doing some extra work here for us.
So using Pulse Wave Harpoon as just a 1-for-4 and saying, hey, you've got to interact with me at this point. Fast and Furious trigger, putting it on the Boom Grenade instead. Want to hold that around for 1 more turn. Of course, looking at the top card of your deck, because you can respond with the Dash IO should you find a better item on the top, allowing you to crank. 1 floating, 6 damage from the Braces of Belief. Enes, do we have 6 block in this hand to cover a red Boom Grenade? Reveals the Constella uplift.
We are not super happy to see this. Our blocking capacity is not great.
Taking 10. Took little to no time to think on that block at all. Just ate it. The 6 into the 4, and now a Spark of Genius, not only digging for an item that we need, that we require, but also digging for a brand new card to draw. And we are looking at graveyards now.
You need to see what are the possibilities of Enes's hand. Is it a Gone in a Flash turn that I am facing next turn around? How much damage do I need to threaten in order to make sure that he doesn't keep any cards in hand?
X equals 0. What do we hunt for? You know what? Backup Protocol Red is pretty damn good to extend this turn, especially considering you're about to be drawing a card from deck that you could use from resource, and that is indeed going to be the option. Cranking it as well, regaining our action point. Don't forget to put that counter on Symbiosis shot. Thomas ticks it up like it's second nature.
Really like this choice here. Instead of going for an additional Boom Grenade in order to threaten even more damage or even lethal damage at this point, Thomas is just saying, you know what? I think I can deal a lot more damage this way. That is the difference between a beginner and an expert player level that Thomas is sitting at right here, right now.
I mean, it's all coming together. This is why Thomas decided, no, I will not block on the previous turn. We'll simply just ship everything at my opponent. Remember, we still have an additional draw available off the back of our Cerebellum processor, cracking our Achilles accelerator to go up to that missing action point should we need it. The hand texture for Thomas right now, not the best with 1 AP.
We're drawing the card. It's a blue.
It is a blue. That is exactly what we need in this situation. We crack our Achilles. We go back up to 1 AP. Now we Foundry Heart as well. We just want to hit him as hard as we can. 2 floating. Perfect value to be able to pay for our backup protocol red.
I was just going to say, this is looking really, really stellar here for Thomas. We are going to push lethal probably twice 1 over right now.
Heist for 5, go again. Boosting away. I don't believe there's many items in there. I think maybe just 1 boom grenade.
Yeah.
2 boom grenades, as a matter of fact.
And a backup.
Okay, we can go a little bit further should this hit.
Looking at this 5 go again. Enes's hand. We're not seeing it at this moment, but one could imagine that it's a mix of blocking and non-blocking instants in that hand.
You would think it's a number of 2 blocks and a number of instants that do nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe our old knocker before our combat combat trick of Gun the Flash is going to have to be committed onto this combat chain. Another big think for our Oscilio player. So many decision lines to think about. How many cards did I bring into the deck? What did I bring in? What exactly don't I want to see? What exactly do I want to see? What is the value in me activating my hero right now?
2 cards left and Thomas's hand. Enes is looking dauntingly at this proposition. Backup protocol ready to boot as well. It's going to be a lot more damage coming through, but we do have the Sigil of Solace available in our arsenal at least.
Very, very true.
So at least we can heal up a little bit to cover up the damage that is coming through, but it will require a block one way or another.
Constella uplift goes away. We draw up. What do we get? It's hard to see. It is a sink below.
That's going to be so helpful.
We were talking about the old knocker working as a 1 block. And the fact that this is now being considered should probably tell Thomas that that top deck was exactly what Enes needed to find.
Wow, this game just turned a 362 times over. This old knocker is going to safely cover up together with this sink below on this heist for 5, denying Thomas that extra item value, that extra action point if cranked. This is huge for Enes.
Let's us dig again. Can put a non-blocking card to the bottom of the deck and we could be on the hunt for one of these Fate for Scenes, another sink below that we've not seen many of as of yet. And Enes is in the tank, working out what card do I need for this next turn to still be explosive while presenting enough defensive value.
And what are the possibilities that I draw exactly the card that I need at this point in time?
A Fate or a sink?
Yeah. And what can I do on the return here? Thomas is still sitting at 10 life points.
Decision made.
Slowest sink.
Card drawn.
Show us a sink, Thomas says.
What is it? It's hard to see it. Another Sigil of Solace. It stops the reach. Once again, will Thomas overcommit? Erika, remind me, have we seen a maximum velocity in this game yet?
We have not.
So most likely going to be a 1 for 5 that we go and grab from our grave. Alternatively, it could actually be a Pulse Wave Harpoon that has a relevant effect. Remember, Backup Protocol Red is an instant. It does not break the combat chain.
We are going down. We're taking it.
Down to 2, take the 3.
We need to commit the last card for pitch. The
Almost just
backup
gonna
protocol
push.
is being cranked. 1 resource.
Do you take damage? Do you take disruption? It looks like the damage is going to be the answer. Boosting the zipper hit. Now we're coming in for 5 go again. No double action point, but on resolution, still a symbiosis shot. We only get 1 shot at the end of this one, but that is full HP for Enes to deal with.
Tapping our staff. Or not. Considering here from Enes. We're staring down 7 offensive power left here. Full information is on the table as this zipper hit for 5, follow up by a symbiosis shot for 2. And Enes, even if he manages to block out to not die this turn, what can we even do offensively next turn?
I think the amount of cards we're having to commit here to keep us alive, we're going to have to use at least one of these Sigil Solaces. Effectively functioning as a 3-block. Healing 3 with the first Sigil. Healing 6 in total with both of them. We go up to 8.
No blocks.
No blocks, take the 5, down to 3.
And this will keep you up at 1 exactly. Keeping 2 cards in hand. We're still in it, says Enes. We're not going out without a fight.
Let's see what Enes has in the hand. He's been playing these cards very close to his chest, methodically and physically. Activating Oscilio. The discard on the Astral Bridge. What do we draw up? It's an electrostatic discharge.
That's a good one.
Alongside a Gone in a Flash. We're sending 7. And it's something that Thomas may have to respect. No AB. Going up to 3 with arcane damage in this list is very much possible on your opponent's turn.
The fact that we have to give up all knocker last turn means that we do not have the 1 resource needed in order to activate Lightning Grease. That it would have been so potent at this point in time. We're keeping ourselves alive at 1, making sure that we actually have a living chance. It's putting us in this situation right now. But sending a Gone in a Flash for 7 is the best we can do right now.
It's a very blocky hand.
Indeed.
That Teklo Trebuchet is lethal should he want to send that, but most likely going to be having to hold 3 cards to do so. Does Thomas feel that he can ship 6 blocks here, taking 1?
No AB
and still
available.
Keep momentum? No, you're completely right. This is the downside of only running 1 AB, and especially on a piece of equipment that you're happy to pop to be able to push this damage. 6 block is committed. It's the Teklo Trebuchet and the Throttle. Would have been fantastic cards for breakpoints here. We're taking the 2.
Thomas playing really, really considerate here, making sure that he is keeping every door open in terms of closing out this game. Boom grenade off the top though.
Up to 2 AP. Cerebellum. Drawing out. What do we grab? I think that's a... Is that a... Yeah, it's one of the alt-art 0-60s. We have 0 for 4, 0 for 5, 0 for 4, 2.
That is a lot here. There is a lot on the line here, and we are trying to find every single out possible to us, but 9 damage is a tall order when our instants only hit for 1 and 2 respectfully.
Echo Flash. Discarded to Oscilio. Untapped from the Constella uplift. We do 2 into 2. We're dealing 4. Looks like there's a judge call here.
So looking like we are going to give the table a little bit of a breather here in order to sort something out with a potential Volstar activation maybe?
He's back. He's back.
Hey!
Sounds like there was a difference discrepancy that needed to get cleared up. Thank you very much, Mr. B. I can't remember what Scott named our B friend, but it was James Flight.
Cute.
Kind of love it.
Cute.
Kind of brilliant, actually. Yeah, cute little bee. Thank you very much for this information. We're going to tick up that HP and then resume back into this game. I assume it was 1 HP on Thomas. Yeah, this is very important, actually, considering. So we're taking the damage and then the game is done. That was it. We heal up to 6. The reaches, they're no longer there. And we close it out. Thomas gets it across the line once again, and camaraderie, even in the face of defeat for Enes. Congratulations to Thomas, who goes through to our grand finals. Oh my goodness, what can't he do on this hero, Erika?
This makes me wonder even more what happened in that Swiss game that he lost against Enes earlier on today, and what is able to masterfully bring him into this point in time where he's just bringing revenge upon the opponents that won when it didn't matter as much as it does right now, doubling the prize pool capacity, going into the finals with a quick dodge flexor marvel to boot. Man, am I excited to see Thomas bringing on this reign.
You mentioned the finals. Let's have a look at the bracket and see what he's going to be facing. Andrea Mengucci could not deal with the arcane Oscilio, and so we have a low AB hero in Dash.io versus arcane Oscilio. This is going to be a race for the ages here at Calling Hamburg. Thomas has done a great job of fighting uphill battles throughout this weekend. Can he go one step beyond, notably choosing whether or not he goes first or second due to that higher seed? Second place buff coming in clutch once again.
And his lack of AB is going to be proven even more prominent against this full arcane Oscilio version. I'm excited to see if there's any tricks up his sleeve apart from just sending more and more damage across the table. A little bit more defensive capacity maybe on the spell Oscilio version, but let's see what we can do here for Thomas, as he has been proving himself to be a little bit of the anti-Oscilio deck of this weekend so far.
Absolutely, only losing one game, and well, listen, I'm a Dio fan. This deck is positioned to beat Oscilio's. Arcane Oscilio is a different beast, though. We'll be joining that game very, very soon. But if you have enjoyed all of the content you've been seeing this weekend, well, guess what? We've got more streams coming up for you across the next couple weeks. We've got Charles Dunn and Julian Pace-Triumph joining us for Calling Kansas City, that I have on good authority from Scott Mines, who would never lie on broadcast, that he's going to be flying out to go and play in to grab himself a quick dodge flexes. I hear an O in the background from him. This event's going to be really interesting. It could be the last time we see Kassai, of course, as she lives this week round.
Absolutely, and lovely to see what is coming up next is the Usurp the Shadow Throne. I already hinted that I'm gonna be there. I'm also excited to see both Sam O'Björn, Scott Mines and Hayden Dale picking up things in the booth over there. And hey, maybe I get to be on stream and play for once in the life. Maybe. Let's see how that goes. I'm so excited for this set and super excited to be watching the stream, at least in post. Maybe not live this time around. Gonna be a bit busy, to be fair.
You're too busy winning the event, Erika. That's what it is. You're going to be there having great fun.
Let's see.
Right, really excited for Usurp Shadow Throne. Of course, this being the world premiere in Seoul, Korea. And then after that one, the calling that everyone has been talking about. It's Calling 100, baby. Calling Atlanta, October 2nd to October 4th. Special promos for this event. The event sold out almost instantly. People were ecstatic when they saw the cheeky little sync bro for this one. Sam, Bryce, and Punkage going to be running you through this. And this, of course, will be just post. We've seen some more of those Usurp cards from Seoul.
So excited.
More Usurp cards from Seoul. More Usurp cards, maybe, from Calling Hamburg. We've been leaving you on bated breath all weekend. And, well, it is our pleasure to bring you this.
I reap what he sows. Wait your turn.
Oh, yes. Necromancer aficionados, enjoy your new legendary legs. It's the Dance Macabre, and whenever an ally you control enters the arena, you may pay 2 and tap this. If you do, that ally's first attack this turn gets go again and destroy that ally at the beginning of the end phase. So he doesn't stay around for too long, but lets you go one jab deeper by giving that attack layer attack go again. Very, very interesting.
Very interesting. And our new Necromancer Malice, of course, already has a little bit of a life counter on each of her heroes, so they will eventually die. So what better way and then sending them into an early grave, utilizing some go again effects in order to maximize their lives here on the table. Now, I am so excited to see these. Dance Macabre is going to be a stellar card into Malice going forward, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the implication for Malice just reached there, right? This almost feels like a build around. This is what you've been looking for on, oh, how do I do more than one attack than just get my zombies? Well, you do this. That's how you do it. But it's just Necromancer. This isn't a Shadow Necromancer legs. Oh, no, siree. This could have implications for Gravy. I am too smooth-brained to work out exactly what those implications are, but have some fun, have some tech, have some play coming in Usurp the Shadow Throne in stores near you 25th of September. We are so damn close to this set releasing. These look gorgeous. I don't know if there's an extended art, but God, I'd love to see one at some point. That would look amazing. Come on, we've already got the dead threads. Give us the legs that are EA as well, LSS. We'll wait and see. But of course, to be able to find that out, you're going to have to, tune in to Usurp the Shadow Throne World Premiere in Seoul in just a few weeks' time. And of course, crack some packs at your local LGSs and pre-releases in a few weeks as well. A lot of things coming in a few weeks, but this thing coming at you live very, very soon. Our grand finals here at the Calling Hamburg. It's going to be Erika and Scott taking you through it all. We'll see you after this short break.
When this top 8 bracket began, there were 5 copies of Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Now there is just one. The bad news for Bogdan-Andrei Oros is that on the other side of the table is the Oscilio Slayer himself, Thomas Preyer on -IO. Now 5-1 into the hero over the course of the weekend. We know the list that he lost to too, because it was the opponent he just beat.
Yes, sir.
The big question, how many of those Oscilios were Arcane Oscilio? Because that is what he's staring down now. Erika, how do you feel about Dash versus Arcane Oscilio?
I mean, the fact that we're not packing as much Arcane Barrier, only the Achilles Accelerator with the 1AB, maybe we're packing the Visitronics as a helmet piece, but sometimes you just want to go hard and you just want to send as much damage as possible. And yeah, you don't have that much defensive, or you don't want to commit any cards basically on the defensive capabilities when you have the options to send them offensively. It's going to be a race of the ages, and we're going to see how much defensive capabilities on the Oscilio side of the table in order to make ends meet, in order to push the Dash.io player down together with him, in order to crack that Stormstriders, in order to go for that final blow. But let's see. It's going to be a tense one.
It will be. It will be. A quick reminder for you folks joining us at home that you are in the middle of a giveaway. You should probably make sure you're getting involved with a chance to win one of those cold foil, hot stamped drinking buddies. It's a proven fact that you are significantly more likely to get pulled out of that drawer if you're subscribed to the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. Weird, I know, but I would highly recommend it. Make sure that you're active in the chat during this finals if you want a chance to win that one. Let's check in with our top 8 bracket one more time and remind ourselves how we got to this finals. It started with 5 Oscilio, a copy of Kassai, a copy of Marlynn, and our slowly remaining Dash.io.
Dash.io making a reign for herself, beating warriors left, right and center, making it look easy at the hands of Thomas Preyer, showing the excellence of his expertise in this Dash.io deck that he has been mastering for quite some time now. It would expect nothing less from an extraordinaire as Dash.io player as himself.
Absolutely, the big man from Table 1 is looking to take down his first calling final. I will cross my fingers and hope that he manages to do that. Of course, Bogdan-Andrei Oros, a phenomenal player, would be the first calling victory for him as well, if I'm not mistaken. Oscilio may have become the bad guy, but I am a wizard enjoyer, so hard for me to root against the arcane damage in the process as well. What are they playing for? Well, quite a lot of goodies. It is a several $1,000 game at this point. Both players have locked up their gold foils, have locked up their Pro Tour invitations, but there is still the small matter of that quick dodge flexes to worry about down the pipeline as well.
Absolutely stunning piece of equipment, but also don't forget to have the tournament packs with those beautiful marvels up for grabs for every single person who participates in one of our major events over the weekend. Doesn't matter if it's a showdown or the calling, you get a tournament pack nonetheless. But look at these quick dodge flexors. It's the last chance at Hamburg and Kansas City, accompanied of upcoming weeks ahead. So make sure that you get your chance and get yourself down to Kansas City next. That is going to be your last chance at these quick dodge flexors.
There's just an aura about owning a copy of these, an aura about owning one of the final copies of these. These trophies are phenomenal. Those World Tour points go a very long way, and the cash ain't half bad either. Plenty of goodies up for grabs for our 2 finalists. A quick reminder, of course, for you again, folks, if you are joining us for our Drinking Buddy giveaway, you got to be active in the chat during this final. Perhaps more importantly, I need you to be present when we pull the draw. If you do not respond to the messages in chat, you don't follow Ethan's instructions, you will have no drinking buddies, and having no drinking buddies sucks.
Sad time, sad time. Make sure to stick around in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this tournament? Make sure that you put your post down into the channel. Stay tuned for the draft coming up later, of course. But also keep your eyeballs on the TV, because we are in for a pickle inside this grand finale in calling Hamburg.
Certainly are. Get your predictions in chat. Get your opinions on the card reveal in chat. just say something nice about the casters in chat if you like. Either which way, it is time for us to dance macabre. Let's make our way down into the feature match area one final time here in Hamburg. Who will be your calling champion? Will it be Bogdan-Andrei Oros on Oscilio Constella Intelligence? Or will it be the man of the hour, Thomas Preyer on -IO? No surprises, highest seed for Preyer, choosing to go first. Wants to build those items, put his foot on the gas, and get this game over and done.
A great run here from Bogdan-Andrei has been dragging a plethora of different heroes throughout the 2 days, going past us around at this point, but also showing himself a really success story against the Oscilio, having a 3-match win rate against Oscilio Mirror. So really great. Also beating Andrea Mengucci, who also had a really great run. So great feat here for Bogdan-Andrei. But let's see if he can beat any -IO. I don't see any at this point.
That's the big deal. Some phenomenal names on this list. Some standout things to me. As you allude to, no -IO. Hasn't happened so far this weekend. The other thing, hasn't lost since round 5. It's really hard to break that mentality when you are on a string of W's. The confidence is behind you, and Bogdan-Andrei no doubt believes that a calling victory is possible today. On the other side of the table, Tom Preyer did just vanquish his round 11 loss to get into this final. Took a loss in round 3 to Sebastian Ketch, but has done a phenomenal job at charging through Oscilios all weekend long.
A great run here from Mr. Thomas Preyer. He has been battling Oscilios almost all day today, and this last round is going to be one for the ages. Is he going to be able to put the last nail in the coffin on the Oscilio? This is his last Master Pack to boot.
One game remains for all the glory. Oscilio Constella Intelligence, that lightning wizard that filters on through the deck, finding those important pieces to play efficient turns. -IO, the explosive combination of boom grenades, efficient attacks, and sometimes evasive damage. Which one of these heroes will take the glory in Hamburg? There is only one way to find out. Equipment suite being flipped on over, and there is the answer to our question. Preyer knows what type of Oscilio is on the other side of the table. Arcane Barrier 3 is available. It's Balance of Justice available for Bogdan-Andrei, but we've all got our eyes on those Storm Striders. Boom Grenade starts. Going to see Sigil of Solace, Chromatic Refinement on the other side of the table. Has Oros starting the game at 39 and possibly with a turbocharged Arcane effect.
Great start here from Bogdan-Andrei, getting that Sigil of Solace out of there. Both of these heroes actually start at 36 life. Not anymore, says Bogdan. Sigil of Solace is bringing me back up to 39 to kick things off here. Thomas Preyer just putting down a boom grenade on his side of things. No cranky dude is here. Gonna pass over the turn. He just Arsenal and be happy about it.
Typically a little dangerous to run out those instants against -IO on turn 0, but when your opponent plays an item, doesn't crank it, that action point is gone. Was a huge green light for Oros to do the thing. Refinement pops, Oscilio activation, discards Constella Contemplation, looking to find something more impactful. We're going to see the Volzar activated alongside an Aether Sling here that has its cost reduced by that Chromatic Refinement. This is going to be 4, 5, 6 points of arcane damage if any of it finds its mark, which it might. You can tap Oscilio, gain Go Again, and throw some more arcane in your opponent's general direction. The problem with that, if I'm not mistaken, the hand for Bogdan-Andrei is very defense reaction heavy. There is a Will of Arcana, a Fate Foreseen, and a Shelter from the Storm. Aether Sling looking nice and daunting, but that Go Again, it's not actually doing very much for us.
A little bit of unfortunate draw here from Oscilio. That Aether Sling is looking a little scary on terms of what could be possible follow-up here. Luckily for Thomas, there is no follow-up, because this hand is not doing any more damage this turn, unfortunately.
Boom Grenade ticks down. Arsenal will start us 0 to 60, boosts away a zipper hit. 4 points of damage coming in on this one. And unsurprisingly, no blocks are declared. With defensive reactions available, they should be where we start when 0 to 60 is part of the equation. Fate Foreseen takes a pick at the top card, not something Bogdan-Andrei is looking to find. And down to the bottom it goes.
Looked like Thomas wanted to close the chain there for a bit, change his mind. See if we might want to extend this combat chain a little bit further.
Fast and Furious will be the next one. For now, it is just 3. We'll have to wait and see whether it increases in size momentarily. We'll see an Oscilio activation, discarding which card is going away. It's Cosmic Flare. We're going to hold on to that Echo Flash. Snapback gets found. 3 go again. Now we see that Shelter in the hand. Snapback also now a blocking card. The other 2 not so helpful in that regard. Definitely a bit of a pressure point when you're staring down Red Boom Grenade. However, 9 life disparity already between these heroes means Oros has some space to work with.
A lot of blocking capacity available to him so far, but also Thomas is holding 3 cards in hand. I wouldn't be super comfortable being able to block out this whole hand, so probably looking to take this Boom Grenade on this turn.
Was indeed a no blocks declared. Prayer finds red.
No way.
Grenade number 2 decides it is the correct moment to pop this one in. Will we crank it to generate an extra action point and an extra point of power on this Fast and Furious? Of course we will. Shelter from the Storm will meet this one along the way. A small grimace from Prayer, who is looking at Heist and Backup Protocol Red. Will need one of those, preferably. The lovely Heist we see there to find its mark. Wouldn't shock me if we see a Teklo Foundry Heart activation to go digging for an item in the Banished Zone, but Prayer knows the top card, knows how likely that is to happen.
Deciding to close the combat chain here. Probably looking at the Teklo Foundry Heart activation to go about.
Chain close, 2 action points still remain at the moment. Does reach for that Foundry Heart, wants to go fishing. Finding an item here on the top of the deck would enable this Heist to do some disgusting things. The problem being that Prayer does not know it. We know Balance of Justice can also cover that base in a pinch. At the moment, going to be a little too hard to force through these grenades. You see Backup Protocol Red grabbed nice and smoothly. Picks up a 0 to 60, boosts its way through. Teklo Pounder going away here. At the moment, this can very much still be denied.
Yeah, the lopside just changed dramatically here for Bogdan. Are we looking to take 2 red Boom Grenades with 1 card left for Thomas Prayer? No resources remaining. Yeah, we might want to try at least to not take these Boom Grenades to the face.
And this is a spot where you are crossing your fingers, and that is the end of the assault. And as the Symbiosis shot comes in, you gain just a little bit of hope. And happy to take that shot. This hand now, Echo Flash and Will of Arcana was left entirely exposed. If that last card was able to force through a damage, these grenades would have been literally explosive.
Super lucky for Bogdan-Andrei having those double D reacts exactly on the turn where it mattered the most. These spell versions of Oscilio packing a lot more defensive capabilities, making it a little bit more difficult to connect these on-hit effects, of course. But it's not over yet. Still 35 versus 30 at this point in time.
The old 2-card 4 here. Will of Arcana will make the first Echo Flash that's played out into 2 Arcane. Volzar will then see the Echo Flash itself and be able to amp that up for another 2 Arcane on the way down into the bin. Now 35 plays 26. Prayer losing those grenades for no effect. Will be Expedite to start this follow-up turn here. 3 go again on hit, threatens an item. We'll see Bogdan-Andrei reaching for Oscilio. Wants to discard an instant and find something more appealing here. Sigil of Aether going into the graveyard. Finds Mental Block off the top. Comet Storm Shock now playing defense.
Very effective blocks here. Do not want to give Thomas some extra value playing out an item from hand for free here.
Foundry Heart activation loses a pair of zipper hits off the top there. Oros looking at the Banished Zone real quick, wants to understand the texture of the attacks that have been lost to that Foundry Heart and its various boost compatriots. 3 resources available now. 2 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal. We know about the Heist that is parked in the arsenal after it could not follow through on the previous turn cycle. Red zipper hit, the next attack of choice here. We'll see 0 to 60 banished away.
Floating 1 card left. Yeah. No,
1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal. 2 resources remaining after the Teklo Foundry Heart activation here.
No actions.
No reactions means no item found here for Preya. 5 damage comes through. Now 26 into 30 in favor of the Elemental Wizard. BIOS update in hand for Preya does not get exposed here, as there is not an item on top of the deck. This heist will just be coming in for 5. There are no items available right now. It's raw damage, raw numbers. That is all Preya is looking for. Mental block will be discarded here. Ends up making a ponder as it stops 2 of the damage from this one. 3 coming through means it's 27-26. Symbiosis shot is the cherry on top. Life totals now slightly favoring Preya. Oros with a good chunk of cards to work with still.
This is exactly the way that Bogdan-Andrei wants this game to go. Bringing both life totals down in parity down the lines, and another Sigil of Solace hitting the table. Countering that, I just said, we are up in life now comparing to our Dash.io counterpart, 28 plays 26th. Gonna see a Voltsar activation, fancy amp
Big
tokens.
Bang Bosch, it is Meteoric Impact. Maybe the best 2 cards possible when the Tunic is available. Extra life gained for Oros, and a whopping 6 points of Arcane will come through before that Ponder token refills the arsenal. Preya now evaluating the hand in the context of this information. Teklo Core, Throttle, Pole. Okay, this is a pretty premium one.
I think so. I would like to keep this hand, yes sir. That's exactly what we're gonna do. But we are walking down those life totals really, really beautifully so far.
Oros playing the game that any Stormstrider's wizard intends to play. Follow me down and let me strike you out as you try to finish your story. Back to Preya. 5 cards to work with. We know there's plenty of premium gasoline in this particular tank. Question is, how exactly do you intend to sequence it? That BIOS update in the arsenal. As soon as an item is found on top, no doubt will be deployed. Preya been running very pure on that one all day, has been great at digging for those items, activating Foundry Heart as required to make them more likely to appear on the top of the deck. We'll see an Oscilio activation in response to this throttle here. Instant reached for to be discarded by Oros.
Before committing any blocks here, we want to understand what our deck is capable of completely. So drawing that extra card, making sure that we have all the knowledge available to us before committing. Drawing another instant though. So looking probably to take quite a bit of damage this turn, but on the offense, we do see a snapback, Meteoric Impact. That's gonna pack quite a punch if we decide to keep it.
Sigil of Aether going away, finds Constella Contemplation off the top. For now, the question is Throttle for 6 with Go Again, with no idea what is lurking on top of the deck. No blocks are declared. Preya stops the drink, puts the can down, takes a peek at the top card of the deck. Will we have an item before Throttle kicks some teeth in? Seems like a moment of pause at the very least. Needs to reevaluate that graveyard here. Clearly, BIOS update on the mind too. Took a peek at that one before putting it back in the arsenal. Has to consider how best to sequence this turn. Do I need the resource I would otherwise have to spend to play this out with Dash.io? Says no reactions. 6 damage. Coming through now, 22. Plays 20. The turn will continue for the Mechanologist. Fast and Furious, Pulse Wave Harpoon, and BIOS update to work with. Do you close the chain, or do you need this Pulse Wave Harpoon to take a look at 3 cards?
Really liking this play from Bogdan here. Realizes that he needs to keep cards in hand in order to send some offensive power on his upcoming turn. So again, working towards that game plan and walking down the life totals to comparable to his opponent.
does indeed close the chain, realizes the resources required to make it all work. BIOS update deploy means we're almost certainly seeing a item on top. Backup protocol red worth closing the chain for. It is coming on in. The question is if it's being cranked. We have a second action point being provided, so Fast and Furious will come in for 4, and this one will need to get utilized a little, a turn ahead of when it otherwise may have done.
+3 from the BIOS update is Fast and Furious is getting furiouser.
Personal headcanon that the monkey is furious and the lovely rider is fast. Pretty stellar piece of artwork there from a Swadi. Big fan of that one. Down to 15 we go as Fast and Furious does its work. A moment of reevaluation from Bogdan. Definitely some body language suggesting that we have no interest in blocking right now as the hand was laid on the table for the entire process. We know that isn't strictly true. There is that mental block in the mix. Reaches for Braces of Belief, reveals maximum velocity on top. Will get the +2. More than happy to Foundry Heart that velocity away. Can Dash find an item on the top of the deck to really tie this turn together? Will we need those resources for backup protocol red? Is it just a raw harpoon? Many choices still available here for Preya.
Unfortunately, no Cerebellum processor on the table, but he does find it.
Unfortunately, she says, I disagree. Cerebellum processor is on the top of the deck for Preya. Foundry Hearts his way towards it, is rewarded for the diligence. Now sitting at 3 action points. Can draw a card with that processor as required. Has a resource available to fire Pulse Wave Harpoon. The question is that top card appealing now? Will it still be more appealing if I find a 0 on top? We will reach for the processor. Fresh card taken. Take a peek at the next card down. This turn proving to be massive for our mechanologist.
What I was going to say about the Cerebellum processor is that having the possibility to draw that extra card from those action points that you're generating along the way is very, very potent. But Thomas is solving that puzzle right in front of our eyes, making sure that he has extra access to those cards thanks to the Cerebellum processor. With those extra action points also remaining, this turn is going wide.
Preya's self-proclaimed favorite card coming through. Sprocket Rocket brings Oros down to 10. Was worth drawing the 0 cost. Now debating how to continue navigating this turn. Clearly, our Oscilio player has been more than content to not block so far. Does not want the smoke. Is it worth holding to go bigger? Or do you simply empty the clip? For now, Symbiosis shot eats that first action point. Brings Oros to 8. The last one is spent on the Symbiosis shot. More value to be found from Pulse Wave Harpoon on a later turn cycle, despite a resource being available right now.
And keeping that backup protocol also for possibly popping on his opponent's turn in case he needs to fix his hand in any way, shape or form really nicely. If you have some extra blues that you can just trade in for another red for more offensive capacity. Daring down 6 life on his opponent's. It's looking really, really close.
Protocol particularly sweet in a spot like this where you might be tempted to spend a resource on arcane damage and then utilize the other 2 to pick up a red attack. But 6 arcane from Meteoric Impact is starting to get into sketchy territory. This arcane Oscilio deck, very capable of ending you from 13, 12, this kind of range. That's when things start getting dangerous. We know the hand is Snapback, Echo Flash for Bogdan. Does have another volley of Arcane in the tank after this Meteoric Impact does its thing. Understood the assignment last turn. Happy to fall to a lower life. All I need to do is get you in range. 6 Arcane taken brings Preya down to 14. Snapback is the follow-up. Do you now need to respect this? Is it too dangerous to go any lower?
I wouldn't feel super comfortable going into the single digits life point against an Oscilio with a Storm Striders on the table. The question is, does Thomas have the resources available to him?
Blue 0 to 60, regular 60, yellow 0 to 60 in the grip. It's all 0 costs and a variety of resources. The Echo Flash played out off of that remaining resource. Decides down to 10 we go. All of the momentum is with Prayer. Down to 9 even, sorry, I should say, as the Echo Flash enters the graveyard. But he has to be cautious. Those resources are just as good to you on your own turn to deny arcane damage. But you may need to factor them in as you attempt to cross the finish line.
Really heads-up play here by Thomas, realizing that he needs all the offensive capacity in order to close out this game sooner rather than later, because the longer we'll let the Oscilio player have extra turns, sending that extra arcane damage, the sooner we will face death ourselves. So we just try to keep our hand.
Blue, Burn Bear, Snapback in the hand. We'll find a fresh one. Turn to Mind Fire does not give us the resources we were looking for. That Tunic is down. It cannot pay for Stormstriders right now. You may have 9 Arcane in hand, but there is no clean way to deploy it. 0 to 60 on the combat chain, threatening 2/3 of Oros' life total, is the question he must answer if he wants to stay in this calling.
This is exactly what Thomas was hoping for. His opponent drawing a hand that does not simply produce the arcane damage required in order to kill him on his turn. Sitting comfortably with his 3 card on offense. 1 0 to 60 on the table with 4 go again. And Bogdan needs to find a way to extend this game another turn.
Card pulled forward. Knows the blocking will no doubt be required. At the moment, no counters on the gun for Prayer. Would like to find an item to secure another gunshot and make sure this turn ends with a flurry of damage. Fanning through the Banish, wants to understand what the risks are here. Reaching for the Tunic. The time is done for the iconic chess piece, joined by Snapback. Wants to cover 4 damage here.
Thomas must be super happy to see this snapback hitting the table. That is not something you would give up easily, considering the life total at this point.
That last unknown card in the grip was Spark of Genius. It's a fresh card. It's more damage. Prayer eyeing a red boom grenade at the front of the grip would be more than enough to steal the game away. If any damage bleeds through, it will be that final red explosive that is selected by Spark of Genius, and a fresh card coming off the top as it is drawn will sculpt the hand for Prayer and may well decide his fate in this calling. As the deck shuffles up, we will wait patiently to see what card is joining the grip as Spark of Genius resolves. Worth remembering, Cerebellum Processor still in the on the board here. Will be able to draw more cards in a pinch. Teklo, Trebuchet will be playable here. Throttle on top of the deck.
There is a lot of potential in this hand for Thomas Prayer, and he is gonna send everything moving forward, and Bogdan is just gonna try to keep himself alive as best as he can.
Jumps in front of the Trebuchet, says no, this grenade cannot find its mark. Prayer reaches for Dash IO, will activate the hero ability. Another Cerebellum Processor means there is enough action points and enough equipment to use both of these if required. There are almost 3,000 of you joining us for this grand finale as a yellow 0 to 60 forces pause from Oros, is coming in for 5 thanks to the Trebuchet, earns at least 2 cards from the grip, and there is so much more gas to come, holding off on these Cerebellums until Balance of Justice cannot save you anymore.
That extra Hakao draw that we can potentially get from Balance of Justice, probably something Thomas would like to deny as he's staring down his opponent's life total and giving him all the last cards available to him.
Harpoon from the Arsenal will force the last card away, one way or the other. Burn Bear dragged into the arena. We know there are symbiosis shots left. We know the grenade is finding its mark. Down goes Bogdan-Andrei Oros. Your calling champion here in Hamburg is Thomas Preyer. The dynamic dynamo of Dash.io joins an incredible legion of players, not only on his team at Table 1, but in an exclusive club of calling champions. The home country hero manages to find a way.
What a game, and Thomas is showing us the masterclass that he's produced with Dash.io. What a more prominent player to make it to the end of this calling as the finalist at the end of the day in calling Hamburg. Man, does he deserve it?
Just masterful play all the way through the day. It was said in the booth when we watched that masterclass in the face of Hala earlier on, if you can do that, you can win a calling. And now there is no doubt Thomas Preyer is your newest calling champion. Remarkable stuff. Folks, don't forget, we have access to a giveaway in just a few moments. I'm telling you this now, so you still have time to enter while I talk to you about the early bird specials one more time. Make sure you're active in chat. Make sure you are here to claim that giveaway. Make sure you are at events in the near future. If you're gonna be, why wouldn't you pick up a free side event voucher by picking up your package nice and early and making sure you have extra events for your trouble in the process.
We are looking at Paris this exact weekend. This is your last day to grab that early bird for weekend in Paris. Man, if there's any one single event that you should make sure to tune up to this year, Paris should be it. This world's events are one for the running, and it's an amazing event to attend. Please don't miss it.
Yeah, to double down on that, by the time that we get to the end of today, that early bird special is over. If you intend on coming to Paris and picking up the extra value, you need to make sure you do so. Get the package today. If it's Shenzhen, Wakefield, or Portland you're interested in picking up some bonuses for, you're looking at next weekend for all of those. Keep your eyes peeled on social media. Pay attention to the upcoming broadcasts, and we will make sure that we take care of you. These are very cool events, and I want to make sure you have all of the opportunities you can possibly get to enjoy as many side events as possible. I know I'm very guilty of jumping into a few of these as and when required. As we alluded to, tickets are live in Paris. If you want those promos, you want those outings, you want those goodies, do yourself a favor and go and pick one up right now. Speaking of packages, this premium package, I think is my favorite one in quite some time.
God, I love these cards. We have some extra goodies for you down in Paris with this Collium premium package. Of course, a plethora of Rainbow Falls, but of course, the Holy Grail with the Open the Gate Arathiel cold foil of all means. Marvel, looking stunning. Cannot pass this out.
No, I certainly can't. If you're more inclined to join us for the Go Again package, fear not. You can pick up your extra voucher too. You will still get all of these shiny promo cards. One way or the other, make sure you pick up something juicy before you join us at your next event. Early bird specials. I always call them the early bird specials. I can't get my co-caster's name out of my head. Whichever name you prefer, it will still work for you. Make sure you go and pick something up while you have the chance. All right, well, I gave you a chance. I gave everyone their chance to come and join us in chat. You've had your time. It is time for us to pull a giveaway for a cold foil, hot stamped version of Drinking Buddy. Erika, would you do me the honors of counting down the folks at home from 5 downwards, and then we'll pick a winner?
So, from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Christos Kostakis, I believe. Congratulations. Very well done to you. You must be present in the chat. Say something. Make us aware that you would like to be our drinking buddy, or we will not send you any goodies, because, you know, why would we do that? So congratulations to you. Erika, thank you so much for joining me in the booth for that final. I thought it was pretty spectacular.
It's been a pleasure.
I'm glad you feel that way. It was one of my favorite games, but I'm keen to ask you about the weekend as a whole. If you had to tell people to go back and watch one game on the weekend, there's one match that's worth their time, where should they be going to go and watch?
I mean, the game we had today with Thomas Preyer, Honest Glories, his game against Hala in round 12 today was an absolute stunner. It was a nail-biter from start to finish. if there's one game you're going to watch from this broadcast this weekend, that should be it.
Okay, I agree. You heard it here first. Make sure you go back and check that one out if you haven't done so already. Looks like our giveaway winner is there. Fantastic stuff. Congratulations to you. If you're more interested in hearing more from Thomas and how he conquered Hamburg this weekend, stay with us. We'll have a winner's interview in just a few minutes. Please join me in welcoming to the booth the dynamic dynamo of Dash.io, Thomas Preyer. Congratulations on becoming a calling champion.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's not something I think anyone ever expects to do, but was quite the wild ride. Not everyone at home knows this, but you are a bit of a Dash.io expert. It's definitely been the favorite hero for you for a while. Was it always the pick for the weekend? Was there any other considerations along the way?
It's quite funny. I started with the hero when it came out and just built it and started to love it. And I think like 2 weeks ago, I thought to myself, like, do I want to change to a different hero? Every event I think about, do I want to change to a different hero? Maybe another hero is better suited in the meta game. I was like, okay, I'm not going to think about it anymore. Until she allows, I'm going to play her.
Ah. I mean, it serves you well.
I'm helping
evidently.
doing that now, so.
Good shout, good shout.
Mhm.
It was a lot of Oscilios for you to work through over the course of the weekend. Obviously, there's a lot of different versions of that deck. It's not quite as simple. If people are trying to beat Oscilio, is Dash.io a deck you would recommend for them to pick up?
I think so. I mean, I think it's quite favored, but it's also still quite hard. Oscilio is very, very, very powerful. And I think Dio's quite good into it because it's very good even if you don't know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
So that's other decks struggle with if they are they doing attacks or are they doing a king damage, and then
Perfect. Well, I got some bad news for you, unfortunately. It's your fault that Dash.io is a little bit closer to reaching Living Legend now. It's maybe 1.5 callings away. Can't be long. You got your eyes on any heroes after she leaves the format by chance?
I'm playing Gravy Bones a lot. I like Necromancer and then probably something for Usurp.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Not really, no.
Can't agree with the gravy side of things, but you know, each to their own. It's my honor to present you with some goodies. First of all, we've been talking about these all weekend. Quick Dodge Flex's prize card. This is actually only the second to last time you can get this.
Oh, wow.
Kansas City is next weekend. We'll have the pleasure of bringing that, but you officially own the second to last copy of Quick Dodge Flexes.
I'm probably not going to own a second one then.
Well,
not going
maybe
to
a last-minute trip to Kansas City might be worthwhile if you can win a calling. Of course, there's a little more than that. I joke about this on the stream all the time. These have serious weight. People don't realize how heavy these are. This trophy is going to look fantastic on your mantelpiece, I think, one way or the other.
Yes.
Beautiful stuff. Congratulations to you. It's my pleasure to hand that over. Is there anyone in particular you want to thank for bringing you into the universe, or perhaps just playtesting Flesh and Blood?
I was joking before. I want to thank my mom and Oscilio. But I also got to thank my team, Table One, and just everyone who rooted for me, my locals. They were there for the whole weekend, and they were watching the finals, and so I'm really happy for me, and that makes me happy if they're happy for me.
They're happy for you. We're happy for you, one way or the other. Is there anything else you'd like the folks at home to know about your run this weekend in Hamburg?
No, not really.
Not really.
No.
Time to get a break.
It was a good event.
Yeah,
good
get some
event.
drinks in you. You certainly won't regret it.
Yeah,
I really appreciate the time. Thank you for coming to an interview. Congratulations on becoming our newest calling champion, and hopefully I get to see you again sometime soon. Maybe we can get a Dio mirror in there somewhere before she does CLLs. That might be a bit of fun.
They're actually not great matchups, so you know.
No, I lost it twice at nationals. I'm fully aware.
I played one this weekend, and that's enough. Yeah.
That is enough. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Well, from myself here, HowlingMines in the booth, and of course my colleagues, the beautiful Kyle and Erika, Ethan here in the booth, and of course Thomas as well, I'm sure. All the folks here in Germany, thank you so much for joining us this weekend. We will see you next weekend in Kansas City for more Flesh and Blood. But until then, I've been HowlingMines. You've been amazing. Take care, and we'll see you again very soon.
Bye. I stole the last one from you.
Did you miss me?
Insufficient again.
Now that was entertaining.
Let's do that again.
Our enemies will not grant you this mercy.
Eyes off the fragments, darling. I know, it's confusing.
Try to keep up next time.
Invigorating, a worthy attempt.
It is fun, isn't it? Blowing someone's mind.